future brings. You stay paralyzed. Soar with your broken wings through all your fallen dreams, hoping to pay the price. I'll keep you safe from harm, selfishly do no wrong. Angel and devil's arms. It's darkest before the dawn. Nothing's ever gone. Tragic Make your mark, make your mark. Know your worth. Somehow you gotta find your way. Somehow you gotta make your way.
pushes you around, making all the big decisions. I want you to be proud, so you think about it, take your time and get to the root cause. The bigger the man, the bigger the jump, the bigger the suit.
지쳐버린 뚱한 표정 이제 그만해. 반짝이던 너의 모습 only one. 유일했던 그 웃음 너머로 가득히 더는 딜하지 않아. No way. 언제라도 넌 변명은 no. It's gonna be okay, just live alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나라 이제 용서해. 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 눈을 떠봐요, 웃어봐요. 나의 눈물은 말랐어요. 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래. 제발 한 번만 봐줘. 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들기 싫어요. 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아. 사랑해 baby. No way. 언제라도 넌 변명 no. It's gonna be okay, just a little alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 나라 이제 용서해. 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 태양이 더 거칠고 밝은 날이 오도록 이제 다시 시작해. 눈을 떠봐요. 이제 여기에요. 이제는 끝인 걸 알고 달렸지. 어둠 속을 벗어나 별빛이 보이는 곳으로 이제 용서해. 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 태양이 더 거치고 맑은 날이 오면 이제 다시 시작해. 눈을 떠봐요. 이제 용기내요.
She's walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys, they wanna meet If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever used to. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like us. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
Everyone, it is time for Super Brawl, and I'm Niberia. I'm joined here by Counterfeit and Wida, and I am regretting the fact that anytime I touch my face, it turns red, because I just scratched my eye 5 minutes ahead ago, and now it looks like I've been crying. I haven't. And if I have, it's because I'm just so overwhelmed with emotion, so excited by today's games, the potential for the Super Brawl to pop off, that I've just been sobbing openly. God, it really does look like I'm crying. It started as a joke. But anyways, hey Pete, hey Wida, how's it going?
I don't know how I fell off on that, but yes, I'm very excited by Team TFT. I mean, the thing is, we don't get team events for TFT in EMEA nearly at all. So I'm really excited for this to be the first one in a very, very long time. I mean, this is such a unique opportunity for our players that I really hope they make the most of it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, right, is that we've seen a lot of different formats. We're going to touch on those a little bit later, but 4v4 tournaments are always super interesting to follow because there are a lot of different things that kind of come into play.
Yep. And I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping before we keep going, of course. Every time we do an intro to remind you what Rising Legends is, I've come up with a draft motto, and we're just going to plow through it because you know what it is. Rising Legends, here's the games. All right, socials. In case you want to get involved in the conversation on Twitter, you can join us at TFT Esports EMEA or use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. And of course, like you guys are talking about, it's time for the Super Brawl, and we have a different format this time, which we will explain in depth later. I promise we'll need it. But it is this 4v4 competition this time, whereas previously it was either like solo duo or just two pairs. And I think that's going to be a really interesting way to mix up these formats.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's right.
I know you know this very well.
We look at, we've had, we've also tried, like we had the Dragon Party hex charging format, like the Monster Party hex charging, which was interesting one. We've had like the whole draft thing going on. We did for the Dragon Party, for example. We've had, a lot of other interesting formats going through here. We've had like a double up tournaments as well, right? We've tried so many different things here, and now we look like we're trying another one.
Yeah, you just gotta, sometimes we gotta let Omni and the rest of our admins cook. And they've come up with a hell of a format. I gotta tell you guys, it's super exciting though. And we've got a format explainer ready to go with all the graphics, all the terms, everything you need to understand what's gonna be going down across these 3 days of competition.
Hey there, tacticians, Lyyyress here. Today I have the pleasure to introduce the latest and greatest regional TFT tournament. As promised at the start of Monsters Attack, SuperBrawl is finally here. SuperBrawl is now a unique competitive format where all of EMEA's tournament circuits will compete against each other in a massive clash for pride, glory, and, of course, money. Each TRC will send their region's top 4 performers, who will be seeded in pools of 2 regions each, based on the slots given to each in the Golden Spatula Cups. Pool 1 will have France's Hex League and DACH's ESL Meisterschaft. Pool 2 stars Poland's Ultraliga and Eastern Europe's Star Cup. Pool 3 features the Turkish Ascension Series and the rest of EMEA TRC. Pool 4 consists of Northern Legends from Northern Europe and Italy's Super League. And finally, Pool 5 will showcase Spain's Level Up and the MENA TFT Knights Cup. After all the action, we'll draw 2 groups, each containing 1 team from every pool. These 5-team groups will face off in a single round-robin best-of-1, meaning every TRC will fight against each of their opponents once. In the first round, Team A will fight Team B, and Team C will fight Team D. Meanwhile, Team E will be chilling on the sidelines, ready to hop in for round 2. The resting team will rotate so that each team gets 1 round of rest throughout day 1. In each game, individual players from both regions will earn points based on their placement. At the end of the game, points will be tallied up and the region with the most points will be declared that round's winner. The day concludes with the top 4 regions from each group moving to the next stage, and the region placed 5th will be eliminated from the SuperBrawl. Going into day 2, the top performing team in each group will choose their opponent from the bottom seeds. The second best performers will then face off against the remaining opponent. The teams will then duke it out in a best-of-3 knockout bracket, leaving us with just 2 regions remaining for the final day. Day 3 is of course the grand final, where the best 2 regions of EMEA will fight in a best-of-7 for the honor of being crowned the best region in EMEA. And that's all, heroes. Stay tuned on April 28th for the biggest regional competition yet, SuperBrawl. Thanks for watching, and remember to keep your eyes on risinglegends.gg and twitter.com/TFT Esports EMEA for all the latest updates.
That's today. It's April 28th today. The largest TFT regional competition, that's today. We're doing that right now. But of course, we have 3 days of competition ahead of us, so if anyone is kind of lost in the sauce, afraid of Omni's cooking, don't worry. All of us are too, but we're excited to see where it's going to go. We have today 2 regions getting knocked out to decide our playoffs bracket for tomorrow, and that means we've got some really specific strategies for this competition that we haven't seen before, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, we've seen the 2v2 more recently, but in 4v4 terms, I think that everything which we worried about with 2v2s just becomes multiplied by 2 because I can do maths. We've got all sorts of stuff like unusual play patterns, you're worrying about keeping win streaks and loss streaking going, and just I think the big thing here, which is that teams win or lose the game as a unit. So it's about how everybody finishes, not just one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for me to follow as well, right? There's a lot of micro things you can do with like guillotine, for example, as well. Like, do you put the items on if you're trying the early game to navigate the loss streak situation with the win streak situation against your teammates, right? You can kind of protect your underground player as well in a certain way, I think, moving forward. So there's a lot of really interesting things opening up when a tournament like this. So I'm just super excited to see if this changes the meta in any way.
And I'm excited as well to see, not just the way the teams play in terms of the mechanical way they play, but the communication as a team is going to be massively important. That can raise a team, that's kind of made up of middling players to be an amazing team in itself, or bring down a team made up of tremendous individuals.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how our particular regions react to this. We have some regions with, we'll say, less experienced players on this regional stage, some of whom really have most of their experience in the TRCs rather than our Golden Spatula Cups. We have a couple teams coming in who have SuperBrawl multi-time representatives, like Italy has 3 representatives returning from a previous SuperBrawl. So there's a lot of strategies we're going to be seeing today. We'll go into a little bit more of that later, but first we're going to recap the draw show that Counterfeit you led earlier on in the week to let you guys know where all the teams are sitting. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome everyone to the SuperBrawl pre-draw show, where we will be handing out where all of our SuperBrawl teams will be heading today. So let's start breaking down some of our pairings here. So we've got various pools. Next thing we've got coming up is going to be the draw itself. We'll be catching up with you once the draws are done. For now, Omni, can you hear me?
Yep, so we're going to be spinning 5 wheels, 1 for each one, and we will be putting whichever one that lands on in Group A from each pool, and then the one it doesn't land on will be going into Group B. So we'll be doing this 5 times, and I have the auspicious honor of spinning some wheels. So for pool 1, we will be putting DACH. Poland.
And it's going to be Turkey. And it's by
Like Italy.
Italy. Alright, so Omni, we'll let you go, and we'll bring back everyone else to talk about the results. Folks, how are you feeling? Did things go the way you'd hoped?
I did not expect to sweat as much as I did, but I think it was overall a good outcome for my #1 bias, which is Spain, so I'm happy with the results.
It was so close. I thought at the very end Spain was also going to go into Group A, and then I'm like, oh, what's going to happen if Spain also ends up there? Like, that's pretty much going to be a group of death. So right now I feel like it is still, it's quite even, quite balanced. I feel though there's definitely some hot hitters over in Group A.
Yeah, I agree with Lyyyress. I think Group A with DACH, Poland and Turkey in Group A is going to be an insane group. But even Group B as well, I think it's going to be very, very closely matched with UK and Spain is going to be definitely a big clash to watch out for.
So the SuperBrawl begins on the 28th of April, 3 days long. Both of our groups will be playing on a day #1, so there's going to be tons of action to come. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you again on the main channel just a little way down the line.
So, Pete, any big learnings coming out of the draw show? Anything you're really excited about after we have the results of that? Because you were the big brain on campus for that one.
I would definitely disagree. I had several big brains alongside me, including David, of course, who's on today's show, who helped actually break down exactly how everything went. But yeah, I mean, the draw show itself, I think people are really excited to see that kind of thing happen, because of course it's not something we see in the TFT scene nearly at all. What it has left us with is overall having a much stronger Group A than Group B.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the results earlier, and that Group A looks absolutely terrifying. Let's pull it up now and take a look at the results of the draw show. And of course, we were talking about Italy earlier. They are in this Group 1. But look, you have DACH, Turkey, MENA, Poland, incredibly strong regions who have really rose to prominence over the last set or two.
Yeah, I think that's a thing worth knowing to talk about. And I think a player like Bricks, for example, is super interesting. I think the MENA team overall has some communication issues, not in the same way of something like the Eastern, the rest of the EMEA team. We can talk about that a little bit later. But like they're all going to be communicating in Arabic, but Muji doesn't speak the same Arabic as the other 3 players they do on the team, so they'll have to communicate to him in English while they do understand him.
And for the Polish and Italian side as well, it's worth noting that the Polish side doesn't include our current EMEA regional champion. Of course, there will be another champion crown because Lelouch did not make it past into the regional finals, so this will be his last showing on stream at least this season.
Yeah, we have Sasa as well, our most recent Golden Spatula Cup winner, or second most recent rather. Sorry, brain freezing. Salvy as well, previous GSC champion. But across the pond in group number 2, we've got some massive names as well, and I think one of them, Wida, you and I both wanted to talk about coming into this, Pasdebol.
Yeah, Pasdebol, not Pasdebol, not Pasdebol, Pasdebol. Very, very talented French individual. One of the big names to look out for when it comes to the finals further down the road, obviously. But he has a very distinct playstyle. He's one of the best duelist players in the world, based on pretty much anything that you keep in mind. And that's going to be an interesting thing to follow because his playstyle is very streak heavy. And when that can get protected by your teammates, for example, that could be super interesting, Matt.
Yeah, I think this is one of the big things we're looking for coming into this competition is how much each team is playing into the mechanics of the competition. Because we've seen really 2 camps of mindsets every time we've had like a crazy format. There's the one camp who's just like, I got it. The new mechanics, I'm going all in. And the other group who's just like, I'm just going to play TFT and see what happens. But there is the potential for those players in the same way that if you're full loss streaking, you look at the other dude and you're like, I'm just selling this board. I'm gonna keep this loss streak. You can do that for your teammate now. If your teammate is on a win streak and you've got a great board, they can be like, you gotta tank this for me, man. You gotta, I cannot beat your board, but I have a better opener. Go, die, die, die. And that's the thing you can do. And that's gonna be crazy. So if someone just suddenly swaps out their board to a completely awful one, we know what's going on. We know what's going on. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that a lot of, I believe all of our regions will have been scrimming against each other in recent times, and I know particularly from the Italian side of things, they're a little unconfident coming to this one because some of those scrims have been pretty tough, but I hope that they've all been useful to get our players ready for a 4v4 format, which again is really outside of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and of course, all these TRCs are now these massive scenes built up over time, and they have produced some incredible players. And the Riot support has really helped get them off the ground, but it comes down to the players, the content creators, the tournament organizers who started those scenes, and we are going to have an interview with one of them from the Spanish scene, Artye, coming up now with our very own Impetuous Panda.
Hello, everyone. I'm very, very happy to welcome Artye onto the show. A pleasure to have you here. I know you very well because I'm a Spanish TFT player, and I think most Spanish players do know you. But for our international European viewers that don't know you, can you just introduce yourself and kind of tell us why everyone in Spain knows you?
Well, hello. My name is Artye, and people know me because I'm the owner of the best list in TFT now. We have a rank for Spanish players that I created long ago, and it's something that had been with us since the beginning because I started to do it really early, and yeah, that's a bit why, and it's something that I think most of the pro players use it every day.
I can tell you right now, I'll admit it, I use it all the time this set, especially if you're trying to chase the cloud of being top 10 Spanish players. You check it out there and then you know what the ranking looks like. I think it's a very important tool, but how relevant do you think it is for competitors to kind of have that chance to see, oh, I'm among the best Spanish players, or I'm trying to become among the best, and use your website to see that? Do you think it's a useful tool for them?
I think it's useful for the top dogs, like the guys who are on top of the ladder, just to know how well the other players are doing, how much they are playing, a bit more information to them. Like we have a lot of info in some websites, so it's like a bit more to do it. And mainly for the people that is not as top as them, people that are like master or grandmaster and are trying to chase them, like seeing themselves there, I think is really, really nice, and they enjoy it a lot normally. So I think it's useful for everybody, and that's what it makes. I keep with it. I keep changing it and updating it from time to time because it's something that everybody really uses and enjoy.
Talking about the competition today, though, Artye, I know you're Spanish, I'm Spanish. I want to ask you, who do you think will be the winner of this tournament, or who you're rooting for at the very least? There's only one correct answer, so hopefully you know what it is. But go ahead, Artye. Who's your favorite?
Panda, my mind is telling me Germany or France, but my body always tells me Spain, and I have to go with them. Because the guys that I most know are the guys that we have to hope they win, and I think they have the level. They have been showing it the last two sets mainly, so I think they really can pull out a win. But if I have to say another country, I will say Germany, because I feel that they are the most powerful country in general this set.
Yeah, France and Germany definitely trying to vie for that top spot in general and in this tournament specifically. Artye, I know you have a very important message to share with our viewers and with our chat about something very dear to your heart. So I'll leave you the floor to go into that now. And yeah, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, the big reason why I'm here is to tell you something that happened to me. Is happening to me right now. In November, my girlfriend was diagnosed with leukemia. She has been going through chemotherapies and she had relapse, but now we have hope, and she may recover because she's having a bone marrow transplant. You may not leukemia, maybe from films, from other things, and you may think that it's lethal, and it was 40 years ago, because it only have a 10% chance of living, but right now it's between 50 and 95, and it's thanks to that bone marrow transplant, that stem cell transplant. So I just want to explain you what it is, because it's not a very bad thing or difficult thing. It's just you don't have to give up a part of your bone. It's just like donating blood. So you just go to a place, they take a bit of your blood, they put you on a list, and if you are needed, they will call you, they will take more blood, and like this you can help someone, because for you will recover really, really fast. Those cells recover really fast, and it's not too much, but for the other person is everything. And well, the problem is that the antigen system is complex, so it's hard to find a partner. Like 40% of the people don't have someone compatible with them, and the more people we have on those lists, the easiest will be for them to find someone. And really, leukemia can happen to anyone. My girlfriend was the healthiest person on earth, really, the healthiest person I know. And because an unlucky mutation, she has it. So I only can tell you that please donate stem cells if you can and if you want. Really love your family, love your friends. Do things that you enjoy, because you don't know when you will be in one of those situations. So thank you very much for all the team of TFT EMEA Sports that let me come here today to share this message.
A very important message, and we wish you the best out there for situation. Hopefully it resolves very, very cleanly. But the most important thing, I think, is raising awareness, as you mentioned. So now I think everyone that's watching and everyone should know how easy it is to donate bone marrow and stem cells, and how impactful it is, especially to have just bigger numbers of people donating, higher chance for a good link. So again, Artye, thank you so much for coming on. We wish you the best. Hope everything resolves perfectly in the next few months. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, really.
And that will be all for the interview. You have the exclamation point stem cells in the chat to find out more about websites and donation points in your country where you are. So very important there. But we'll go now to an interview, Team Fighting Tactic with Lyyyress. Enjoy that as well. Hello everyone, welcome to T Fight and Tactics. I am, of course, Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined today by Lyyyress.
Thanks for the invitation. I did good in the first SuperBrawl with TLT.
Yeah.
We end second. but yeah, in GSC that was kinda curse. I think I'm better. Okay, I think I'm better because actually I can learn a lot with the stats, like tactic tools or something like that, and this helped me a lot as a player to understand how to play, what comp should I play. I think it's a bit close, but French is still the best region of TFT on EMEA. Just because we have Double and Le Coco. I think they are probably two of the best players of EMEA.
And of course, as always, if you want to see the rest of that interview, head over to the YouTube at PlayTFT. You can just type that into the URL now. Exciting new technology we have. But of course, that's not all you can do to participate with the SuperBrawl here at Rising Legends. We have a brand new socials contest, as we have for the past several Golden Spatula Cups. And once more, it's all about the memes. But this time, when you go to at TFT Esports EMEA, you will find complete the sentence challenges, and the best winner will be selected each day and will win 10 TFT eggs. So here's your options. Oh, wrong side. There we go.
I'm looking at this and trying to think carefully as to which one of these A, B, or C would be the superior one to develop further. We don't. Any of these jumping out at you?
I mean, reaching level 9. No, I prefer like just rolling all my gold on 7 and not hitting. So that's that's
C,
like. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Maintaining economy is called going fast 8th. Lost streak's the best way to get gold, baby.
The best way to maintain economy is to the end of the game, where you end out with 50.
Exactly. Perfect. We've got some options there. Don't use any of those. They're not good enough to win, but you know, just to get the brains going, we just got to get them started. We gotta get the chat rolling. But of course, we've got some more games coming up today. That's what it's all about. And we've had a few changes to the meta ever since we were here. Of course, the Chinese super server is going. Wida, I know you've been staring diligently at the meta there. Can you give us a quick meta report?
I wouldn't necessarily stare diligently at the meta there in that regard, right? But some of the more recent developments that we have seen is that Gadget Team has kind of got an extra string to play on now, because you can play on broken strings, which is, I don't know. Right, like there are a bunch of things there like that kind of can work now. Like the Blanc is still actually very good as a carry, but like the most recent development we've seen has been Gadget Team Emblem getting moved onto the Sona and having her as the secondary carrier compared to the Gnar, for example, right? And that kind of goes in line with Hearts also becoming like pretty strong now with the extra little buff to the top end Heart.
Yeah, I think the death of hackers has been exactly as exaggerated as it should be. Because hackers no longer used at all in that Gadget Team composition. Players are preferring to just frontline the Gnar, give him like double healing items to keep him alive, and then using that Sona in the back, like you said, alongside a Morgana to provide that CC, provide that healing. And LeBlanc now kind of moved in a weird spot in the meta, because those hacker compositions, everyone's just been like, you know what? I don't want to play hacker ever again. I saw enough of it last patch. Even if it's fine, I'm never going to touch it.
Well, I mean, there's certain comps you can never get too much of. Of course, you know, it would behoove us to mention, of course, we still live in a land where Kaiser is absolutely just ruling over everything. Yeah. We're still expecting that to be absolutely massive here. But I think, you know, looking to the particular format we're playing, we know that, you know, in terms of contesting compositions, we're only likely to see it happen, you know, with one other player on the opposing team.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one for sure, right? Because you think about your everyday ladder games with Kaiser, well, there can be 4, there can be 6 players trying to play Kaiser in your games, right? But here, you'd expect there to only really be 2, right? And I think that's something that we got to keep in mind as well, that these reroll lines might be a lot more stable than we'd normally expect them to be, even though they are obviously very, very strong, because you have less people contesting you.
Yeah, cannibalization is something that we've talked about a lot during the Golden Spatula Cups, during the Rising Legends circuit. And that's because the players know what the best competition is for. If they've got a chance to win with it, they're going to take it. But now that it's this 4v4 format, like you're saying, we're going to see, you know, Noah's Ark style with the compositions 2x2x2x2. But that means not only are those comps not going to be heavily contested, but there are going to be many more compositions than we might see otherwise. Those players that would normally triple, quadruple contest, I know Hold the Line Kaisa was one we saw that literally quadruple contested one game. I think actually 5 times contested. It's bad out here. Instead of seeing 5 people on the same composition, we'll see 2, and then we'll see 2 more, and then we'll start to see some things that are sitting around the fringes of the meta that you might not see in other competitive formats. I'm personally very much hoping for some Jinx reroll action. I have been spamming that composition and having so much fun. Is there anything else you guys think are just like right about to hit meta that we might see today?
I mean, I guess I think we'll see a lot of one-off comps come in, exactly as you say, along the contested ones. I do want to kind of float the idea just before we get towards the first game as well, is how important the coordination between the teams when they're playing those comps is going to be, making the decisions. I know there's a particular augment that you think exemplifies that kind of team communication and strategizing we'll hopefully be seeing today.
Yeah, Future is the most broken augment in the game. It's so much information now in this format, right? Like it is so powerful because when you can guarantee the matchups, it just gives so much information to the entire team, and they can just make decisions based off of that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how our players adjust, and of course, we do have a game going on, but the competition's heating up, guys. The weather's getting serious. It's time for us to prepare as well. Hit those shades, Wita. Peter, you ready?
Did you miss the memo, Peter, or what happened to?
What's
you know
with
where
the
I'm
umbrella,
from, right?
All right,
It
it's okay,
feels like
guys.
it's sunny inside here.
Yeah, he's English. He's never seen the sun. It's fine. We'll take it over to the casters. I'm sure they got the memo. Makes Panda, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, Panda and we came prepared for this, but dear chatters, we are not alone today. We actually have one more guest. Now, Panda, you already had the pleasure to talk to Artye today, but we have one more person that we want to introduce. What are you doing? What is that?
The drum roll makes. You're the drum sounds. Go. I'm the visual part. No? Okay, we didn't prepare this. That's my fault. But we do have a special guest that is going to be Chuso. And Chuso,
Hi,
of course,
Chuso.
you are, I think, a very well-known player for our viewers. You're one of the absolute top competitors in Spain, in EMEA, when it comes to ladder and top 20 of ladder every single time. A pleasure to have you here as our resident analyst for this game 1, which is featuring Makes Spain, a country that we have the biases for on this desk. You'll be all alone now, Makes.
That's okay. See, I did my makeup today to look like Germany, but it kind of works with the Spanish flag as well. If everybody just really squints their eyes, it's going to look like that. So, Chuso, going into this, of course, I want to hear from you first. Kind of, where do you see Spain in this tournament? And now you're kind of obliged to say they're going to win, right?
I hope so. I hope we win out the tourney. Maybe we don't have the best roster at the moment, but it could be better, of course. It always can be better, but I'm hoping in my teammates to win.
Very good.
We'll find out exactly what the roster looks like in just a second as we load up the asset for this game 1. But overall, Chuso, as a competitor that usually plays individually, I wanted to get your take on the SuperBrawl and its format. Just very general, strokes in terms of what you think might change compared to a normal match where you're playing individually.
I think team play plays a lot in these matches because the format is obviously focused on having these talks between which comp are you going to play, which comp are you not going to be likely playing this game, and to not just screw the general pool of the team.
You say that,
to pick up the different units from the rest of the teammates.
You say that, but we actually saw a very similar format with Mordog Bandits in set 6. Let me tell you, some teams, I remember Soju's team, they did not really apply any of these rules you just mentioned in terms of playing as a team and not contesting each other. So hopefully our big brain EMEA competitors have the understanding that this is a team-based game, and you have to really change the way you go into a lobby, change the way you choose your direction at the very start of the match. But here we're going to see it now. These are the lobby, and these are the players that we're going to be seeing here makes today.
Yeah, and of course, Spain there in the lower row, we have Safo, Viti, Ogolfino, and Odessa. And then in the upper row, we have a little bit of a mix-and match, David.
We do. We have 2 Portuguese players. We have a Russian player in Norris, and we have N9 from Estonia. So this is the rest of the EMEA team against just a full-on Spanish team. One player that I want to talk about, Chuso, I think is very special, especially to you, is Odessa. You guys have had a very similar journey in TFT, whereas you guys were both university players initially, and then started kind of becoming these breakout players on ladder and showing that you deserve to be, both of you, among the best players in Spain. And he's a very good friend of yours specifically. So do you know anything about his prep for this tournament, how confident he feels?
This morning, we had a talk about maybe what's the meta going to be like, and obviously what the Chinese super server lobbies were like. Like, I learned a lot of these lobbies between the Chinese players and the rest of the world players. Like, I watched a lot of games from Snoody, Dadesom, and other foreign players like Lalana. And yeah, we talked about how the meta is going to be, and I think he is well prepared for this. And yeah, I hope the best for him and the rest of Spaniards.
Yeah, we're just waiting on that game to start. Of course, our colleagues already explained kind of how it works, but just to keep in mind, players will be fighting for 2 things here. Of course, on one side, they want their team to take the win, right? So that means their accumulated points from all of the players on each team. That will be the total score. That needs to be higher than the one of the other team. But they're also playing a little bit for that MVP title at the end of the day. That is going to give them a little bit of extra cash. So that is something to be keeping in mind. And I'm a little bit worried that, we're going to get in that situation. We were talking a little bit about this, Panda, where there's a 2-cost augment. It comes around, 3 players find Winds of the Wander, and there's that situation of, hey, I have a really good start for this. Yeah, but I also have a really good start for this. And how is that going to work out? I'm very curious to see that happen.
As Chuso mentioned, I think team play is going to be so important. And even a team with incredibly stacked individual players, if they are not playing as a team, if they're playing more for their own egos, more for their own performance, then there could be actually a very big downside to that style of play. I think ideally, just brainstorming, if I were a competitor, you want to go into a match thinking, hey, I have these 2 or 3 comps that are my default. If nothing too exciting happens, 2-1 hero augment, or you get offered a +1 anima squad or a +1 laser core that opens up different comps, you have these default comps, and your teammates, the other 3 teammates, ideally have different ones to you, and then you're able to maybe guarantee you're not contesting each other at the very least. Maybe someone from the other team does, of course. That's going to happen in TFT, especially with comps like Kaisa in the meta. But ideally, you want to stay away from the comps your own team is playing.
As Panda said, it's like the most important thing to not just rob the pull from your teammate. You have to respect the decision he made.
I'm just not sure it's going to happen, but we'll see. Hopefully these teams are well prepared going into this. We are in our first game today. Looking at the board of Odessa, already on that Gangplank 2, which is always nice to have that little upgrade there. It does have Duelists open. However, Duelists not really the taste of the day. What's the flavor of the month is what I was trying to say.
I think it's flavor of the week, Mix, but you covered all the times and all the taste-related words. Thank you for that very, very great image. Gangplank 2 already, though, there for Odessa. Safo is also holding some Gangplanks, but for now, I think just trying to build the best board possibles. And we are seeing what I was trying to talk about, which was maybe the 1-cost rerolls. Flaming Ricochet, not the best stats, but Odessa with a Gangplank 2 already could be leaning into it if he finds a few more in his shop. How viable do you think it is, Chuso, to actually play Flaming Ricochet at 8.5?
I think if you have a bunch of Gangplanks, it's kind of viable, but I don't think it's the best augment for sure to play. It works obviously in different spots, but yeah, if you don't have a bunch of Gangplanks, I wouldn't pick it.
Now, of course, here's players. As they're re-rolling, they, I think, are trying their best to verbalize to their teammates, I'm seeing this augment. Can I take this? Is this clear? Is this, highway open for me to go down? Things like Growth Spurt could be very interesting as a very viable one-cost reroll that is not going to be played by two players, I assume, in a lobby like this. The one thing we have to be careful for is something like a laser focus, for example. That could be obviously picked a few times with Ashe being a very, very strong one-cost reroll.
Yeah, we are seeing a Kale augment being picked up on the side of VT here. So leaning into the duelists even more, that is going to be interesting. Righteous Range, of course, is the augment that has been picked up here. We did see a Kale reroll in the Mecca Cup last weekend, which I was very excited to kind of get a little bit of showtime on. Do you think that's what's going to be happening here?
We're going to see if there's any actual... So there are some players contesting it, but they're from different teams. We see Lucent Barrier for both Dika Sparta and Golfinho. We do see a Divine Ascent for Odessa. For Odessa, and VT has Righteous Range. So Kale is being contested by two Spanish players, but it's two different types of Kales. I'm not sure you're re-rolling for a 3-star Kale in both.
Yeah, I think the Kale augment, it surely has a strong combo. Its capped version is so strong. Like, it's really, really good.
What would the
Divine
ideal
Ascent?
board
The Divine Ascent, for sure, you're going to reroll. I mean, that's the point of the augment, right?
Yeah, but for Righteous Range, what would you say, Chuso, is the best board to go into with this line?
I think the best units that make use of this augment maybe are Velvet and Jax. But I think the best choice, I guess, it's Velvet, since it's the best unit out of those two I mentioned. Like, Velvet is like low-key and OP at the moment, and I think in this patch and the next patch, it's going to be played a lot.
Especially with an underground start, I think that's the key here. It really is the cleanest way to go into this kind of mech Garen board with the double carry with Acel and Belveth. In this case, Belveth working perfectly with the kill, as you mentioned. And there are always going to be open slots in this board because it is really just the mech frontline plus damage. So I think that could definitely be a spot that VT goes into. We'll see how big his cash outs are and how soon he has to cash out in stage 4 with how much health he has.
Yeah, I think a big point that we kind of have to keep in mind with this lobby and the hero augments that they picked up, we have two players on Kale augment, and we have N9 also being on Get Paid, which just means that there's a lot of duelist units that are going to be taken out of the pool. And that has to be something that you kind of take account for and see how you're going to get around it. I think for the Kale players, there's not really a way where that's happening. I think N9 still has the chance to kind of play Gangplank for a while to get the econ up and then maybe ditch the augment if it's not really going his way.
Completely agree.
We also have two players on Lucent Barrier, which could be a problem going to Spell Slingers later into the game. So what is your kind of your ideal board with Lucent Barrier? Obviously there's mostly Spell Slingers, but you can look into Star Guardian as well with the popularity of Kaisa and of Misfortune now as well.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to play this augment. Obviously, you are going to push to get at least Kaisa for transitioning or a bunch of Spell Slingers. But I think the most capped one is with Spell Slingers or maybe Kaisa 3, but since Kaisa is contested by multiple players every lobby, it's not likely to happen. Yeah, so I'd go for TF for Oxford's comp.
We'll see if these two players will end up contesting each other. Sparta and Golfinho both on the same exact augment, and maybe they are able to scout, see what the other player is doing, and go into an alternate route. As we mentioned, there are really two that are going to be slightly viable options, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. We're going to see where it comes out. There's a lot of Orions around that Twisted Fate in general, but again, that's a duelist unit, so I'm a little bit scared for that outcome with the way that the lobby is sitting at right now. Of course, we are looking at other players as well. Sacred Norris on the laser focus, a little bit beside what everybody else is playing, so I think that should be very good for him. Having that angle into the laser corpse, having that Ashe on board probably, now upgraded to 2-star at least, that should be an angle where he's very little competed and probably has a good way to keep this going here. Just looking all across the board, we have two players still streaking on 100 HP as we are moving close to Crux. And Nine and Ogolfino both are up there. Let's see if somebody is going to lose that streak.
It's so important for the streakers as well, or the players are not streaking. We see at the bottom of the standings, all 3 players are Spanish. This could be a problem if all players are trying to play for a lose streak. One of them is not going to end up, able to get the 5 loss streak going into Krugs. In most cases, ideally, you want a split of like 2 and 2 per team. But of course, in TFT, nothing is guaranteed. You can't, decide, oh, I'm win streak 100% of the time. It'll be a little bit difficult, but these are key things you have to keep in mind as a team. You have to be thinking about streaks, about where the gold is, making your board weaker or stronger depending on who you're facing, and communicating who is in your matchup pool to try and find out who is playing who before the round actually starts.
That's so important, actually. Like, just to minimize, it's like these little things to minimize damage from your allies and just to get the strongest board when you have the most pull against the rest of the lobby, which are not your teammates, obviously. It's like these little things that add up are so important to just make the most points out of every lobby.
And Nine really making a point here of trying to make Econ selling a lot of upgraded units just to make sure he's making as much money as possible, with the gold coming in from the Krugs at 44, and just going to go all in on duelists at this point in time.
Yeah, that is definitely what he's looking at. I'm just glancing all across the board. Odessa on 5 losses has had a good lose streak going on, and therefore made it all the way to 50 econ, which is always a nice spot to be, and didn't lose too much HP, right? 74 HP is still good enough to work with, didn't lose too much, so very good losses on his side here. Sappho, we're going to hop over, is on that growth spurt, so really looking for those Lulus. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on board right now. Would obviously like that Lulu 3, but we're going to see that happen later, as he probably already rolled most of the gold to find it. Is banking on that 30 to make sure he doesn't bomb out on econ here early.
The rolls come in here because you have such a high chance of hitting those 1 cost 55% for the Lulus, makes it so important. And still at 30 gold, you're able to ramp back up to 50 in these next 2 fights. Looking at the variant though of Lulu reroll, just so we're seeing the Gadgeting variant, not the super variant with just the supers, Pantheon, and Lulu. Which version do you think is actually better when it comes to just raw power level coming into the stage 3?
I think Odessa told me about this version, like not even the supers or the Gadgeting version, but the Hertz version. Like at the moment, 6 Hertz is a really unbalanced trade. It's so OP, and if you get that checkpoint, that if you reach that trade, it's like almost game over, I think.
Yeah, and we can see Sappho being in a really good position as well. I've mentioned that he's probably going to need that Lulu 3 to really pop off here, but something else that he's going to be looking for is that Pantheon 3, which we can see he's only 2 copies away from, and once he has that, he has a big front line with the heart. It's going to be so hard to kill these units off. We are seeing the augments come through, and I'm very curious to see what Weedy is on, because there was a Kale augment involved, and we did pick up the Recombobulator. So I want to see what that board looks like.
Yeah,
hopefully he did not recombobulate the Kale. I think that would definitely be a mistake. But of course, you can move units off of the board and kind of choose what you want to recombobulate. So you do have agency to, again, maybe, as you mentioned too, so try and fish for those 4 costs a little bit early. Try and find that Belveth early on into the game and have an impact that way.
Yep. If he got a Belveth, like, his game looks a lot better that maybe it could go. And I wanted to mention this before, but like these lobbies where you get triple 1 cost augment, I think you said it, Panda, it's so important to pick rerolls, and Sappho and Odessa are really committed to these rerolls, and it's really good for them. Like, as well for the Ash reroll guy, I think. It's really good because they deny the pool and they get their 1 cost 3-star very early into the game.
We're seeing here the God with the God Blitzcrank, double stone plate, Sunfire slammed and ready to tank as much damage as he needs to for this very early TF to get things going alongside the Kale and the Ash in the backline. A pretty strong board here, has lost the last fight, but has a good chance to have a pretty stable stage 3 in my opinion.
Yeah, and of course that one is already empowered by the dynamic defenses as well. So that is one massive unit that you're looking at. Despite only being 2-star, this Blitz can tank for days. But I really need to see BD's board and see what's going on. We just saw the other Kale board show up against the God here, and that is still very much on the duelists. We know that N9 is on the duelists as well, and for VD, that might have been the only option out. So we're going to see if really the threats are what he's looking at once we come back from this carousel here. A bunch of upgrades, nothing too major, no glitches or anything this time around.
Right away, Odessa picks up another duelist in Twisted Fate alongside that sparring glove as well to try and maybe get the kill a bit more itemized as well. But it seems like Odessa was still a bit far away from that kill 3, and that's why we're seeing such a bleeding of HP here. 47 HP already for Odessa. He's gonna have to have one last big roll down, ideally at 4-1, maybe at 3-5 if he's in a big enough pickle. But overall, it's looking like a tough spot for Odessa here.
Hopefully he hits Kale 3 in a few rounds. And once he hits level 7, I think his comp is going to be strong enough to deal with some of these guys in the lobby.
Yeah, and VD just power leveling to 7 here, making sure he has that upgrade, can put that Belveth in. And like you said earlier, Chuso is going to use the Belveth on that extra attack speed together with the Samira. We're still on the underground, so he's still getting some extra money out of this, but is running sure shots and ace. Now, is that frontline that we're looking at kind of what you expect going into the late game, or do you think maybe we're going to see more of like a Mecha Samira variant out of this?
I think in this version, like almost every time you play Velvet, it's going to be mech front, either mech or Atrox. I think like these 2 units, maybe even together, are the most tanky in the set for sure.
The one upside of having this be a one-cost reroll kind of game with 2-1 hero augments is that many players are not going to be contesting for mech because they just don't have the space on their pretty fixed boards to play mech, to play Garen, which means that it will be easier in theory for the players that are playing more of a fast 8, fast 7 strategy with support augments to actually find the key units when they need to on stage 4.
Yeah, I think it's time we kind of take a look and see what Odessa is up to, because we've been talking about that Kale being needed to hit. How does it look like? We have 2 Kale 2, and we're missing 3 more copies. There's 1 in that orb, holding on to it, trying to make sure you're not using it right now. So it's only 2 more that he's missing, but he desperately needs those to make sure this board is up and running. He did find the win in the last round, but it looks like this one is going to be a loss again. So much damage coming out, and even that Fiora will probably not be able to take them down.
And you just can't get through this main tank, the Rel, already with the Dragonclaw, with the Redemption as well, healing up, and the kill does not have enough damage until she unlocks that next part of her augment once she's 3-starred. We have a gold here. We're going to wait 1 more round after this Wolves comes through, and then the roll down will come in for Odessa. If he doesn't hit, it would be the end of the world, quite frankly, but we do assume that 3 kills can be found still level 5 with all the gold he has to roll down.
Yeah, I don't know if Safo just hit did he hit Lulu yet?
It seems like he's 1 off, so very, very close. But still, also the Pantheon has not actually hit, despite being so close a while ago. But that's so much gold coming in here for Safo.
Nice.
He will definitely hit, I'm going to assume.
Ah, there she is. You spoke it into existence. Finding the Pantheon and the Lulu back-to-back big upgrades for Safo, and Odessa finding that Kale as well. Spain has hit their units, so hopefully everything is going to look really nice and sunny, even though we're in a rainy weather lobby. But, you know, at the very top, we still have N9, and Sacred Nor is now also finding that Ash 2. That is going to be competition, and this lobby is about to up in tempo a lot.
And it's, I think, very interesting to see Odessa playing the kill, of course, with the supers. And maybe this is why Safo decided not to play supers in his Lulu variant instead of, and play the Gadgeteen instead. Despite supers obviously fitting very well with Lee Sin having heart, and then that ideally becoming the 6-heart board. I think it makes sense now. They're trying not to step on each other. They're trying to make sure that only one player really is going full in on supers.
Yeah, completely agree. Maybe that's the reason they didn't want to play both supers, and just Odessa is almost every time committed to play supers because it fits even better than in the Lulu comp. And Safo can play multiple variants, like you can play the hacker one, maybe it's a little bit worse right now with after the nerfs, but there's also the version with 5 gadgetins, or maybe the version with 6 hearts, or even the supers one.
We're seeing the impact of multiple one-cost rerollers in the lobby. This is what ends up happening. You start getting much more consistent. There's much less one-cost in the pool. And that being said, you have a much higher chance of hitting. And we've seen pretty much every single player that has hit. Lulu 3, Kill 3. In this case, for Sacred North, maybe the best positioned player. 3 stars with the Blitz, the Renekton, and the Ashe, as well as the Featherweights Augment, perfectly supporting this reroll comp.
Yeah, this Sacred Norris board looks very scary at the moment. It has to be one of the strongest comps of the moment, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We're looking all across the board, seeing those augments, and it seems like another player is on the lasers. There's a laser core heart being picked up by the god. So we'll see. I actually really like saying this player's name. We'll see how this one is going to play out. A little bit of competition there for ROEMEA coming in this tournament. And Odessa, despite finding that kill 3, not really being able to take off here. Did take another loss.
It's going to come down to, for Odessa, really hitting the supers as well. The extra damage that comes in from the super straight onto that kill is going to be massive. And as far as I know, the only 3-star he has been able to hit is just that kill. So still a bit more far behind from players like Sacred Norris that are currently, I think, maybe the strongest player in the lobby right now. But looking at Viti, the Belveth has come into fruition, fully itemized. You still have so much gold to roll with. You've pre-leveled essentially to 8, and you have a chance to roll down more than 50 gold after this carousel. So despite playing for more of a fast state strategy, I think a very, very good place to be right here for Viti, especially with threat level maximum as his 3rd augment.
Yeah, if he gets maybe an Urgot and a Fiddle, he's going to be really strong. Obviously, if after he hits Belveth 2 and Atox 2, all those things sum up into a really strong board. I think BT could be a top 4 contender for this lobby.
Especially with Carousel here, priority being the 7th player in the standings, you have a chance to find a Fiddle. We're seeing it there with double tier. Having already itemized the Belveth fully, you don't necessarily need some specific component just yet, and maybe the Fiddle will be the way to try and get a little bit closer with the gold he has to hit a Fiddle 2 in this roll down, which could be one of the difference makers in terms of how stable his board becomes.
Yeah, we'll see players get their choosings here. There is a Nunu still in play that could be picked up here from our Gadgeteen player. And 9 picking last unit here as we move back to the boards, hopping on over. Tiny Titans was picked up. That's why that unit is so big, but still leading the entire lobby with 76 golds on those 6 duelists. We were talking about this going into this round, whether or not the Gangplank was going to be the way into the duelists, or if it was maybe going to be dropped later on. But N9 said, no, I'm going all the way, and I'm finding Vayne 3 as well. 1 copy of the Fiora 3. This board is looking extremely strong. And with duelists being in a position where lots of players kind of feel like the straight vertical duelist is not something they want to look for, it's super interesting to see 3 in the same lobby kind of beeline for them. Of course, one of them took a little bit of an out with finding those threats, but other than that, it seems like the comp has gained some popularity.
We'll see here 2 players that are on the same team, Sacred Norris versus N9. All in all, a very close victory, which I think is what you want ideally, especially if you're protecting the win streak of your best or strongest player right now, which is Sacred Norris. In the case for Spain, that spot goes to Golfinho, who's currently sitting on a win streak as well. But another upgrade for N9. This is what all that gold from Get Paid gets you. I mean, a Vayne 3 before stage 5 is definitely above the odds that you're usually expecting. And this is where all that extra gold comes in.
Yeah. And the lobby, the tempo of the lobby is so high at the moment that even Odessa, after hitting that KL3, maybe he lacks a tiny bit of front lane. I don't really know. I haven't seen his board since 4-2 maybe. And the tempo of this lobby is really high at the moment. Kai'Sa 3 as well. Like,
oh no. Any player that has a normal board at this point in time is going to go 8th because there are no other normal boards remaining in this lobby. It looks like everyone has hit massive power spikes, both in 1-cost rerolls and in 3-star rerolls. And whoever is not up to par is going to have a very bad time. Looks like Odessa is that player for this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Odessa found that kill so late and had lost so much HP until he reached that peak of his board. And in the meantime, everybody else already climbed to higher peaks. You can see it here. If I'm comparing this with N9's board, just a frontline alone is absolutely not comparable. He would like to go into those 8 duelists, but is far away from that for now. So it's really not coming together for Odessa here.
Yeah,
I have the goal to do so after this PvE round if he chooses to. Obviously forgoes rerolling for anything, but with no real project for Lee Sin or Malphite, I think it does make sense to hit that spike first, and then maybe try and hit a gangplank, or the last 2 remaining gangplanks somewhere at level 8, despite the odds.
that's the problem with taking these risks of going for a reroll comp. Maybe not a reroll comp, but a tier B reroll comp or tier A reroll comp, like it's Scale or maybe the one he got before that, 3-min Ricochet, the Gangplank one. These rerolls are so strong when you hit them in a good timing, but if you are late into that Kale 3-star or that Gangplank 3-star, it's going to be rough if the lobby goes high tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And we might just see Odessa getting knocked out here. Both of the duelist players going up head-to-head, N9 with lots of HP to fall back on, and 2 extra units on the board due to the dummies. Is printing gold still, but the Kale is trying to do her best, trying to chew through. She's on to the Vayne 3. Can she take her down? Can Odessa find a win? That's exactly what's going to happen. Very, very important. Trying to claw back here, but with 4 HP, you're just always in the danger zone.
So I'm gonna propose this, with Odessa being as good of a player as he is. I'll say this is all on purpose. He's trying to now ascend the HP standing slowly from 8th to 1st. That's the game plan. Synergize with his augment makes. This is all planned. Don't worry about it.
Not sure that's what the augment needs you to do, but I'll take it from you, Panda. You're much closer to the Spanish player.
If you do it, you just win this game and the next 4 games
hidden buff
for your country. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
This is the dangerous round, I think. Safo and Golfinho in his rotation. Maybe they might have been talking to maybe make the board weaker or something. Hopefully he wins this round, not but a lot of units, but okay.
Oh,
it
looking good. Come on, Odessa.
Despite the BT on Lulu trying her best, kill will win in the end. As you mentioned, Justo, this is so important. When one player is on 1 life, essentially, you can start looking at your matchup pool and say, oh, I'm facing the other 3 Spanish players. Everyone, please bench your carries and let me survive for another round. Sometimes you sacrifice yourself on purpose, knowing that you can't do much else to try and maybe contest one specific player in your pool so they can do worse if they face you. There's a lot of mind games involved here, especially in this stage 4 and stage 5.
Yeah, just a reminder, I think a lot of people have tuned in while this game had already started. We have 8 players going up against each other here, but they're in 2 set teams. We have Team Spain and Team Rest of EMEA, 4 players each. And they're trying to make sure that their teammate makes it at least to the 7th place, right? That's kind of where you are. You're looking at your board and you're saying, maybe I can make a 7th, but in comes the Zephyr. The Kale being taken out right at the start of this round could be a big problem for Odessa going up against N9 or Golfinho. I'm not sure who it is. Everybody's kind of watching, making sure that they see what happens to the Kale reroll, but she is strong. She reigns supreme, and Odessa finds another win here.
And slowly doing it, we're seeing now a similar mix of 2 Spanish players in the bottom 4 alongside 2 players from rest of EMEA and an equal split in the same for the top 4. So overall, pretty decent parity, but now both Spanish players are taking the lead in 1st and 2nd. Safo and Golfinho are comfortable and have finally fully stabilized their boards to the point where they seem to be in a very good position to maybe even win this game, especially I think Safo with this Lulu reroll.
Yeah, Safo is looking really strong at the moment. These Gadgetines comps are like really strong at the moment. Like this I don't know if he. I think he's got 5 gadgets in, right? Like this trait is really strong, really.
More importantly, I'm looking if he can actually check in Hacker for some matchups to throw Lulu Hacker into the backline. He does have both the LeBlancs and the Shens on the bench, so I think keeping this as an option or possibility for these future rounds, I think could be very important.
Yeah, in the late game, it's going to be important for sure. Like maybe this matchup for the Sparta comp, like this Kai'Sa comp, he needs those hackers units to reach out the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we're looking at VT and Giga Sparta here, of course. Odessa still trying to make it through. We'll see how that one goes. In the enemy backline is an ASOL. The Meteor Shower comes in, but is it enough? The Kai'Sa 3 completely untouched from that, and she's on to the Belveth. I think there's no coming back from that. Giga Sparta has built out such a strong board, and unfortunately, Odessa finding a loss, taken in 8th place.
Did not ascend, unfortunately. Quite the opposite. Is now completely out of this game, and that's going to be only 1 point coming to Team Spain for now. And we'll see if the other players can make up for it in that top 4 with Golfinho and Safo. But that's one less player that Spain has to use as a resource in terms of matchups as well. As it becomes where more and more players are eliminated for one team, it becomes very easy for the opposite team to essentially bully that player with positionings and making your board weaker or stronger.
Yep, completely agree. Maybe BT. He's one off from Aatrox 3, actually. Like if he hits this Aatrox 3, it's going to be maybe for sure a top 4. I didn't see a lot of Aatrox.
And Aatrox 3 is a massive unit. I actually got the special treatment of seeing it come to play last weekend, and like any 4-cost 3-star, you're already holding your breath when you see it, but this one is specifically tanky, and VT knows this, looking for the Aatrox, trying to find it. Not much gold to go. The God now down to 7 HP as well. Next loss could be their last, but first we're going to go into the PvE round, looking at the overall, N9 on 74 gold. Wow.
I'm wondering now if any of the opposing players are trying to hold these Aatrox that they haven't even noticed that this Aatrox 3 is in contention. Curious if we could do kind of maybe it's too much to ask from production, just cycle through the opposing team and seeing if they have any of these Aatroxes on bench to deny the possibility of this being hit, which, as you mentioned, Juso, is almost a guarantee for the top 4 in terms of how much can stabilize with the extra health the Aatrox gets.
Yeah, let's see if he hits or not.
And N9 has so much gold to work with. He is going straight to level 9, doing his name justice with 87 gold still at this point.
Yeah, the God popping that anvil, trying to find something that you want here. Could go with the Zephyr and try to claw some out. It does also have the Shroud of Stillness on bench to do that, but we do have a scary unit in play for VT. Everybody that's lined up to play against him is shaking in their boots right now.
Rest of EMEA did not do their homework. They did not scout this in time. The surprise comes through. Aatrox 3 is online. How much can it do? And there we're seeing it now. The Hacker, Lulu coming in. Unfortunate in this matchup because BT is playing Safo. They're both Spanish, and ASOL has already been deleted. The Aatrox is good, but the Lulu might be better. Killing a 4-cost in 1 cast, but the Belveth, can she stay alive? She can't. The Nard just barely takes her down. Aatrox versus the world, the Darkened Blade coming down again and again and again, and the Hodge might just be enough to keep this Aatrox alive and kicking throughout the rest of this fight. It'll be a very clean loss for Safo as well. So all in all, I think okay
pretty
business
good
all around.
Really good for Spain overall. Yeah, like maybe the best outcome.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one player going 8th. They kind of need to now hope to also take first. Of course, it is about the accumulated points, but that Aatrox is looking like a menace, empowered by the maximum level threat. He was able to find it. Now we're going back to the God who had won the last round, but now slammed the Shroud of Stillness. Doesn't really want to remake that one, as he's just moving around, trying to reposition in the best way as he's going up against what could be another teammate, or it could be an enemy, and it is going to be the Kai'Sa 3. I'm not sure his board has enough to take this one down. He has one tanky Blitzcrank, and he has a Zephyr that has hit, but once that Kai'Sa comes back, she is going to start getting into trouble here. The entire board's still alive for the God, but they're moving on to the Kai'Sa as the units fall one after another. Misfortune trying to assist, but the Kai'Sa has been thrown to the floor, and he finds another win, just barely.
The Zephyr was so big on the Kai'Sa there, and especially the Mordekaiser too. I think this was what you were reacting to earlier on when we saw this board.
Yeah.
One of the best 5 costs in the game. 2-starring it is not easy, especially not level 8, but once you do, this is how you get this laser core comp to the next level. If you don't hit Mordekaiser 2, usually just going to be enough for a top 4. If you do and you can itemize this unit, it's potentially a first place.
Yeah, that's actually a really good like a really good roll down, I guess. He got the Mord 2, and he has options now to at least make it into top 5, top 6.
Can the Lulu do enough here, Max? Can she actually snipe the Mordekaiser? No, he just ran away. He's like, I'm not having any of this, I'm out.
I mean, the Lulu is a little bit tanky. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's enough. The admin is going to give extra HP, but I think it might be very hard for one little Lulu against the world as she's trying to get those hits out. That Blitzcrank is an entire wall in front of the Lulu, and she is going to get targeted by everyone, clawing out 1 and 2 more units, but I'm not sure it's enough. Sappho knocked out. Ogolfino knocked out. We have our 7th and 6th places, and the God is kind of looking underneath him and saying, "Ooh, well, could have been me. Thank God it wasn't."
I now rescind my Spanish nationality. I am Team Poland all the way through because Spain is not looking so hot in this game 1. 8th, 7th, and 6th places, all to our Spanish players in the end. Only VT remains alive with a chance to have a miraculous first place finish and maybe try and equal the standings that way.
Yeah, hopefully VT can make it out for these placements. He maybe has chances for the true, at least to get through 2nd place, maybe 1st even. I don't know. These boards look really insane, so let's see.
And all players now that have VT in their matchup pool, they will 100% position to optimally beat him and no one else, of course. They don't really care if they face, their own teammates in a fight instead. So VT gonna have an even harder time trying to outposition his opponents.
Yeah, we're going in with N9 here. Let's see. That Zephyr is going to come in, hit that Twisted. That is going to be unideal, but the Vayne had free range. She has been shooting at the enemy front line for quite a while now. And even though she doesn't have a Rage Blade, she has a lot of damage, that true damage coming through. And it is going to take out Sacred Norris and VT here in this round. VT, however, getting that 3rd place for Spain. Really nice, really lovely to be able to hold on and at least claw this one out, as rest of EMEA looks like they're winning this lobby here. N9 and DACH are still in with these massive boards. There's 2 Star Guardians involved now for N9 as well, which I just love to see.
You might be thinking, why doesn't a player just FF if they're both in the same team? But that's why we have the MVP awards to actually give to the player who's able to get the most points on their team individually. So still, some incentives for both of these players to try their best in terms of positioning here, but all the points when it comes to 1st and 2nd place will be going to the rest of the EMEA team.
Yeah, absolutely. They go up against each other, and if N9 loses this, he might be getting knocked out. I'm not sure if it's in the cards, though. The Kai'Sa 3 still untouched, but so is the Vayne, so is the Twisted Fate. And look at that Vayne 3 taking so much damage. She is going to get knocked down a few pegs, but N9 holds on with 1 HP as we go into that PvE round, which could bring the tide turning blessing.
Yeah.
One more chance for Cinder to maybe find a few great targets to pull in. That's really the only thing with 5 gold that we can see on DACH's board to make any difference when it comes to this next fight.
I don't think there's anything. Maybe he gets rid of 4 defender, but like 4 defender is like way too strong.
Especially against his Vayne.
Yeah, like he's against a duelist comp. It's never going to be other trade than for defender here.
Samira 3 just in your shot naturally when you absolutely do not and are not interested in Samira in your comp. The classic that always happens in TFT. But looking at the positioning now, I think the Urgot is one of the key difference makers here. We're seeing a Shiv on the Morgana. I think players are starting to catch up on the fact that Morgana does apply that shred with any damage she does, and Shiv damage included, which is why we'll be seeing this a lot throughout the weekend. Shiv slam on Morgana just to, even though the shred's already there on her ability, just to get that active much more often on all units she damages.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lovely interaction if you're a Morgana stan, but will N9 take the loss here? Can he hold on has to be the question. Kai'Sa 3 against Vayne 3. There's a lot of legendary units coming to play due to the Syndras. There's going to be an Undertow coming through from that Urgot, trying to take out the Kai'Sa on the right side. Misfortune got her ult off. The Vayne still untouched, but it looks like the front line for N9 has fallen. Can that Vayne claw something out? She cannot. And N9 will take the loss here with Diga Sparta taking the win and rest of EMEA taking the win for their team here in our SuperBrawl game number 1.
And Kai'Sa on top, something that I think our viewers will have to be getting used to throughout the weekend. The strongest reroll combo of the game, and so many different variations as well make it so that she can be played in every single lobby. One player from each team, or at least one player per lobby, will be playing this comp no matter what. Something you have to prepare for and try and find out what ways what you can do on your board to try and counter it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that has to be the biggest pointer. Of course, we did have Chuso with us for this game here. Thank you so much for taking part in our SuperBrawl and getting that Spanish representation on desk. I'm sure that was what led to VD taking that 3rd place, winning at least on one player of the Spanish team.
Yeah, hopefully we let's say we could have had better results this lobby, but I think we got kind of lucky with roles and units. But yeah, I'm proud of the 4 representatives from Spain.
We do have a break ready, so we'll be throwing to that with the God Portuguese player, with Diga Sparta winning it here. I think Portugal is definitely the winner in this kind of Iberian matchup as well, despite it being rest of EMEA with 2 Portuguese players. So we'll have an interview with them and we'll come back for the analyst desk after that.
I'm Philip. In game, I'm the God. I know that my name is a bit cocky, but yeah. I'm from Portugal, and I'm happy to be here to represent the rest of EMEA and Portugal and my team of esports. I'm a new player, so this is my first system. But I like the team environment. So I'm looking forward to compete. So in the rest of EMEA TRC, I started well with a second, and because I got lucky with a Kai'Sa 1-1, and yeah, that was fine. But in the next 5 games, I almost went 8 in 4 of them, and I come back to seconds and thirds. So was a knife's edge tournament, but I really appreciated my performance. I think was the best performance that I display in tournaments. So I want to give a big shout out to Riot Games, to the rest of EMEA TRC guys, to you guys who do these interviews, to all the Portuguese community, to my team of esports, my fellowships guys in the tournament, and to all TFT players out there.
I mean, I think America should be considered part of the rest of EMEA because it doesn't fit into any of the categories. So really, my region is the best. 1, 2, 4, and 5, really just a clean sweep there for the rest of EMEA in that one-cost hero augment game. And one of the things we wanted to talk about coming out of this, Peter, is this is kind of the natural arc of those one-cost reroll games. If they don't get ahead early, if they don't put pressure on the support augment players, they've got higher caps.
Yeah, I mean, I was really excited to see comps like, the Lily reroll actually coming back to the forefront again. But you could see by the time we got to the late rounds, just watching as the rest of her team got blown up around her. And particularly, it was such an eggs in one basket kind of situation for any of our players who had the 3-star one cost. As soon as you deal with that one cost and take it out of play with a Zephyr or assassinate in some way, then your entire team comp falls to pieces.
Yeah, it really does, right? And I think that you're pointing out, right? Even someone like VD, for example, had the massive cash out, for example, coming through there, ended up going to the fretboard. That's what we will see a little bit more of today. But it's also worth noting that Aatrox free, guys, it's the Ida's touch of the set, right? It might turn the goal, but it's also not going to turn you into a first place. I have not seen an Aatrox free pop off yet this set.
Well, I just wanted to just expand on that briefly. What is it about Aatrox 3, because, he's a huge tank. Why is he not good at 3-star?
I mean, high mana cost, right? So he doesn't cast a lot. Very often you don't have premier itemization for him, which again, we necessarily don't know what it has to be, right? Because it could just be full on just 10 guys, but you don't have the surrounding cast around it. It is going to be, it's just going to be really tough because he's also at the center and the front as a focus point of the composition. So something like the Kaiser board, for example, and the Vayne board will just start hammering away.
Yeah, they got a single target, and I think the big thing was there, the itemization for VD was primarily HP focused. It was a Warmogs plus a Hand of Justice plus whatever that third item was, and it almost doesn't matter because it just was not enough defenses to deal with those heavy single target compositions that ended up winning out on the lobby as well. Dia Sparta, we talked about how uncontested a lot of these compositions were going to be, but I don't think we expected nobody contesting Kai'Sa 3.
I mean, that was absolutely wild. Yeah, in a one-cost reroll lobby, the two top players are the ones who reroll the 3 costs. I think this really opens up the conversation for being, in this environment where people are not wanting to contest each other, maybe, we have lines of play that would normally be too contested to play, like the Kai'Sa, suddenly rise to a lot higher prominence than we'd expect.
I mean, Kai'Sa's just so stable at 2-star, right? Even Vayne, this duelist setup is pretty stable at this moment in time. Very often you would prefer to see it with a spread shot, but when you have that extra gold from the get paid, you are pretty much guaranteed a top 4 if you find that Vayne free earlier on because you just save so much HP.
And I think that was the story for a lot of those compositions. There's a reason that our top 4 included only one carry augment player, and that's because those reroll compositions didn't hit till later in the game. We saw Odessa hit at 4-1. We saw Safo also hitting at 4-1. But by that point, those compositions, like you said, Wida, had already stabilized. You already had the Vayne 2 with items. You already had the Kai'Sa 2 with items. So Odessa just fell out and completely wasn't able to exert pressure on the lobby. And that's the point of having a 1-star hero augment carry. So once that's over, once you lose that power, once you lose that pressure, you start losing the game. And I think that's just what happened in this entire lobby.
When you look at the timeline, right? It's worth noting here as well in this game that both the Spanish one-cost hero best and Odessa as well as Safo, right? They both hit on 4-1 or something, 5-1 even, on level 5 or 6. They went so far into the game without hitting their main carries, which really meant that like they just, again, we were talking about this time-wise thing, like they just couldn't have the pressure, and they had to, like level 5 towards the back end of the game is just not possible.
I do want to bring up again, Matt, you're talking about bringing the North America into the rest of EMEA. And I wanted to touch back on what our expectations were coming to this one. For the rest of EMEA, they don't have that kind of country, cohesion to bring them together from 80 different countries across the entire region. And they've also got N9 who's running translation across the players who just don't have the ability to speak to each other. So I think that makes this first game victory even more impressive considering who it is and which particular region it is that came out on top.
Yeah, showing really good synergy there, showing very good awareness across the lobby. And I also do want to give that shout out to Sacred Norris for being able to be the only one in top 4 with that 1-cost reroll augment. I think owing partially to the strength of Ashe, partially to the strength of Laser Core. But of course, here are the standings after round number 1, not just in our lobby on screen in the bottom right, but across the rest of the competition, those other 3 lobbies going on as we go throughout the day.
I think this does take some explaining, so just to clarify here, so next to each of the teams is their overall score, so everyone's 1-0 or 0-1 right now. Just below them is the amount of points they got in the previous game. The only thing that really matters there is which one of them, of course, got the most points overall. But what we can see, particularly on the right-hand side, is that not only did France and ROEMEA win their games, but in both cases, they weren't even very close games.
Yeah, incredibly dominant, and I think maybe I speak for everyone, but I definitely speak for myself. I was not expecting this dominant a performance from rest of EMEA. France definitely is one of those regions where we're like, yeah, it's France. Of course they're going to do well. But rest of EMEA is a region that consists of so many disparate, I would say, sub-regions because they don't share a common language. So I did not expect in aggregate for them to just absolutely blow Spain out of the water, but that's what we got.
Yeah, super dominant performances from these teams coming out now as well. And we're also going to get to see some of the teams that haven't really entered the fray just yet, trying to take on and see if they can kind of rock the boat when it comes to the balance between these teams.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to seeing, once we get to see DACH on screen, maybe we can even get to see DACH versus France in later rounds, because those are really the discussion we've had throughout the Rising Legends circuit was, is DACH coming for France's title as the most dominant region in the space?
Yeah, I mean, the way the tournament is set up, they're kind of coming in as number 1 and number 2 seeds, so we're most likely to see that happen in day 3. I'm just really excited to see if any of the other regions can put up a major challenge to them and maybe upset that seeming inevitability.
Yep. And we do have our casters ready here for game number 2. Makes, Panda, and a special guest. Take it away.
Oh my God, you're also leaking what is going on. That was my line, man.
I'm sorry.
We do have a special guest, Panda.
All right, Makes. We'll let you introduce our special guest. Who is going to join us for this cast for Game 2, Makes?
Thank you so much. Actually, we do have somebody from the DACH region here. It is going to be that stupid drum roll, Panda. It's going to be Lyyyress who will join us here on desk because, of course, that means a DACH game is coming up, Panda. And this time, it's you who's outnumbered. Lyyyress, how are you feeling today? We're excited to have you.
I'm excited to be here as well. I'm really thrilled. I've seen that the boys already did a decent performance in Game 1, and I think Zaza even did Warwick quick. So yeah, looking for more of that.
And we saw Zaza finish first in that game and Salvy second. So both GSC winners for DACH are coming in hot for a matchup where I think they'll need to be very hot because they are facing Poland, which is my second bias. And so I am unfortunately outnumbered on this cast, but I'll do my best. Polska Góram to defend my Polish boys. Among them, Lelouch, one of the best players in EMEA. I think Lyyyress, you know that well. You faced them a lot on ladder. How hard do you think this matchup will be for the DACH team?
I think both teams are really stacked, so this is going to be a free-for-all. And I think we can edge it out, as I think we have a really solid roster of players this time around, and especially Salvy and Zaza in peak form. So expect great things.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of talking about it. Salvy made a Twitter post just, I think, 1 or 2 days ago after the ESL finals happened, saying that in his past 9 games, his average placement is 1.8. Now, taking a 7th year, I think his average placement is now 1.9 or something, which is still like incredibly good. So we're going to see how this one plays out and if he can defend that average placement, which is incredibly high. There is our lobby. We can see, of course, Germany going strong, has the cameras on. We love to see it.
I take it back.
We love to see it.
4 players, all with webcams on a broadcast. Give these guys a medal. Give these guys a trophy already, because this is something that most players don't value. But I'm now, okay, take it back. We're going to be 3 casters all rooting for the German team.
Okay, to be fair, on the side of Poland, we do have Lyyyress. You already mentioned him. Currently reigning EMEA champion, will not be able to defend his title, didn't qualify for the EMEA finals. Still one of the best players of that region. Next to him, Stinky Abuser, the youngest player we currently have in Rising Legends, 16 years old and competing at the very top. And Fifek and Weiser, both also very known within the scene, have lots and lots of competitive records. So this is not going to be an easy feat. As much as I love the Germans, you know, this is a team you kind of have to respect.
And for some extra info regarding the Polish scene and the qualifications for Rising Legend finals, only Kaspersky ended up making only 1 player from a country such as Poland is, I think, a little bit of a disappointment. We had both Stinky Abuser and Fifek very close. They had GSC points throughout the first 2 GSCs, but in GSC 3, nothing went well for Poland in general, and which is why we only have Kaspersky as that qualified player. But maybe this is a chance for these 4 players to give it their all, considering this is maybe their last official, in quotation marks, tournament of this circuit, of this set.
Yeah,
Lyyyress, any opinions on these Polish players, Lyyyress? You've qualified 2 Rising Legends finals through ladder. So if there's someone to ask about ladder, it's going to be you.
So I think I stole Lulu's spot like in this last minute.
Oh no! Can I take it back?
Really sorry to Poland for that. But I really know that these are really good players and they're very competent, especially Lyyyress, who didn't have a great showing in game 1 here, but I'm pretty sure he's fired up now and he will become come back strong. So yeah.
So we do not only have teams competing against each other, but also the MVP, which means every player at every day is trying to get that very highest score. Now, you already mentioned that Lyyyress kind of taking a low first is not ideal to get into that position. But of course, kind of reining in on that DACH bias, is there anybody that you think is going to take that MVP title today?
Well, Salvy recently stomped 2 German competitions by forcing Kaiser. And in the first game here, they let Raki play Kaiser, so Salvy pivoted and still managed to go second. So yeah, I think he's gonna take it.
Good.
So on the first stream game, it was a 1 cost offered at 2-1 in terms of the hero augment, so that completely warped that lobby and made it quite different to what you see by default. But we were talking a little bit about the strategy that the teams have to kind of go into this tournament thinking a bit differently about what comps are playing, what lines are open to. Lyyyress, do you think there is going to be an idea of 1 player being that default Kaisa player, 1 player trying to play Gadgeting every game, where players are kind of dividing the different lines and options they have in every lobby?
I think it depends on the team. For the German team, I know they are all very flexible and they can play lots of different comps. And maybe Raki, since he's very inexperienced compared with the other ones, will get some priority when choosing his comp. So the other ones will adapt around him. And I know that the other guys can adapt. So yeah, this is definitely something that will be considered. But I think they're going to see what the game gives them primarily.
Yeah, we are hopping over to Raki, seeing that admin that he picked there for a second, just checking in, is going to be a 30 maximum health picked up, as he has spell slingers online already. Could be leaning into those Oxforce twisted spell slingers that are very popular right now, and rightfully so. Now that Hacker has kind of vanished from the playing field, that twisted is much more comfy in the back lines.
We're back.
But
oh no,
we're back in the 1 cost rerolls, it seems.
All right, I hope these players watched in their second monitor, they watched the game on stream. What did they learn? They learned that laser focus is going to be very good for Ashe. They learned that growth spurt can be very strong as well. But they also learned that players picking support augments actually did quite well, ended up in the top 4 in that last game we had on stream.
I think this is already very interesting because we see Raki skipping above the Lulu augment when he has blue buff and multiple component starts, which should be very strong. So maybe there's something he's not very comfortable with. And I think now we can see them kind of coordinating and talking a bit because he's waiting on his roll.
Could be that someone had maybe a better spot or had a lot of Lulus already, comparing to this one Lulu that Rocky had, and that's why he didn't end up choosing that. But as you mentioned, Lyyyress, I think it's incredibly important. The kind of negotiation of who goes where and having that time be very useful at 2-1.
Yeah, and the hyperbolic time focus, of course, with the Lucian also on board and a blue buff being slammed, also makes sense, right? It's a similar setup for a different unit and a different line. If Rocky is just more comfortable with that, then it does make sense. But it could also be that somebody else has picked up more Lulus, is angling into the gadgetines maybe. Gonna see how that one plays out as everybody has picked up their augments now. It is one cost all across the board. I'm seeing Righteous Range coming back. We have Get Paid and Flaming Ricochet on the Gangplanks. We do have Chronic Hallucinations on Memo, so maybe, just maybe, he's on that Lulu.
Overall, no one's contesting each other, and those that are doing it in a way that, you know, it's a support like Get Paid alongside a reroll like Flaming Ricochet, so still not a full contest either way.
I'll take it back. Where's the Lulu?
This looks very much like an Infinite Team setup. So.
Yeah, that also obviously makes sense with the Pantheon augment. I was just hoping there was a reason to skip the Lulu. I love seeing her, but I'm not going to get it, it seems. This time does have the Rammus already here in the early stages and the Pantheon too, however, so it has a pretty strong front line with the Nasus too as well, is going to dish out a loss against Rocky as we move closer to that very first carousel. Some players hitting that level 4, which is obviously something that is to be expected, and we're seeing a Shojin Gangplank.
I was curious to see how many Gangplanks Visor had to go down this line, but he only has one. And this is, as we heard from Chuso in the last game while the cast happened, there are kind of these B tier 1-cost rerolls that you can play them and they can be very good if you're in a very good spot in terms of items, in terms of a very good start for it. Lyyyress, do you think this is a start or a spot that Visor should be happy to be in this early into the game?
I would have skipped that, but I think it's still a very strong augment. He is kind of gambling though that he will hit the Gangplank fairly soon gold. Items are okay, not optimal. So this is kind of a risky approach, but I can see them taking it here if the other guys are very safe with their spot, are very comfortable. So he can maybe take a risk and dish out a top 2 placement here.
We'll see how it goes, especially I think that 3-1 roll down with everyone that's rolling for a 1-star to be the kind of the star of their comp. It will be happening usually with those increased odds at level 4 still right after Krugs, and that can be the crucial moment for so many of the players in this lobby.
Yeah, 2 components to be picked up, and there was lots and lots of 3 costs as well. And of course, since 8.5, all of those items are going to pop off. I'm wondering if that Sona is interesting to someone, but with no one kind of angling for the gadgetines, probably not the most prioritized unit as we move through this here. Can see the components on the right side of the screen as well, as Poland against DACH fight it out here in our second game of the SuperBrawl. We're going to hop back to Rocky, who has picked up that Morgana.
Yeah, definitely a very good setup for now. He just needs Infinite Team, and he's gonna get really strong here. What he kind of wants to do now is have a really strong front line, but not have too much damage, so he can make a solution cast multiple times per fight and get some more experience, and then kind of get ahead that way.
That is, of course, easier said than done, going into a fight saying, oh, I'm going to win, but also fulfill my secondary goal of allowing the most Lucian cast possible. It's very true, as you're mentioning. It's the case with other augments as well, where you care about who does damage or who does a kill. You want to kind of over-index into frontline and allow your main carry to get those kills, or in this case, get those casts off the Lucian. But looks like he's going to have a hard time breaking through the Silas triple items or 2 items in a component. Just barely able to do it, though. And as you're mentioning, Lyyyress, there's a lot of casts in one fight.
Oh, yeah? Definitely some XP for him. Level 6 incoming, next fight. So yeah.
Exactly, that's super good. I was kind of worried a little bit for Rocky as he had like win-loss, not really able to get a streak going. But due to the extra XP, he's just going to be able to, find an upgrade, find Kaisa, find Misfortune. This shop is nice.
There's 4 quick draws in this shop.
That's a nice shop.
Nasus, what are you doing? You did not get the memo. Get out of this shop, please. We only want quick draws.
Oh man, that's like a dream setup right now. Because you could see Memo already piloting into the Infinite Team, so he kind of wants to go more towards the quick draw route, and with the Declaw ready, he can play a mech as a frontline. So this is all looking very good for DACH so far.
Yeah,
in a very good spot. Salvy as well, Mix. He has an augment that I think is going to lead him into the comp he wants to be playing this game in pretty much any game possible. It's going to be the Kai'Sa, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is the strongest comp right now, given that you're not hitting any crazy four-cost 3 stars like a Warwick 3 maybe, but we'll see how it plays out. I think lots and lots of teams want somebody to get that Kai'Sa online, so it is going to be hopefully competed. I hope no team is going to allow a Kai'Sa 3 to come through for the other team, as that's kind of just like giving them a win, but we're going to see how it looks on the overalls. Stinky, notably, has rolled down here, is on 1 gold, maybe has something on the bench to sell, but it's not going to be a lot as he is up there. Most of the players are on level 5 to level 6, and Vicer and Saza holding low, staying on level 4, making sure that they're not too high up, probably still looking for some reroll options.
Very strong board though for Stinky. He has used that gold from Get Paid to just push levels instead of just greed out the econ instead. And already level 6 has found a TF, has 4 duelists online. We'll see how much he can get done. He did lose his streak right before Krugs, unfortunately. And unfortunately for the German players, with Memo still streaking now the 100. But here's the roll downs for Sasa, for example, at 40 gold now, continues to roll, trying to hit the Ashes. For all these players are going for the 1-cost rerolls. Curious to see how far away they are from actually hitting that power spike.
Yeah, Vicer over here was looking to get those gangplanks. He is on Flaming Ricochet. That means he is planning to bring that gangplank all the way. You can see the augment cart come in on the left side. It's going to be extra jumping damage from those abilities, just hopping over with 80%. And that means you probably want to three-star that gangplank, fully itemize him, and send him off to battle, which was Vicer's plan going into this, but the game is kind of not really giving him much right now.
Yeah, the problem is you can also see that the lobby is quite strong, and he didn't hit yet, so we'll have to suffer a bit more. And the question is, will he be able to stabilize early enough, or will we see a repeat of the tier 1 reroll players dying early?
We saw it in the last game, and in the worst case scenario, you want to be hitting your 3-star 1-cost at the 4-1 roll down, but sometimes you can't survive to that point if you're still on your 2-star. We're seeing it here already, 54 HP for Vicer, and we still have 4 more fights to go in this stage 3, so it could be definitely a little bit difficult. On the opposite side, we have already the Ash 3 online for Sasa, and one of the strongest 1-cost rerolls in my opinion. So despite his health, I think he will be very stable in the next 2 stages.
Yeah, and Saza has to be happy to have that, right? Looking all across the board, Fifek picking up that last stand has to be something to be kept in mind here. I like to forget this augment a lot, but Saza, with that Thrill of the Hunt, with that Ash 3, 1.5 items, I would say, slammed right now. There's a Yasuo on the other side, but it's not a scary one. No Winds of Wanderer into this one, as it's all 1-cost hero augments, and you can see the sheer power from that Ash coming through. She's just going to do short process with the enemy backline, and Lelouch will find a loss.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see how he built his team there, because he prioritized the AP items, while this augment primarily, especially with scope weapons, is more looking towards Jax or Belveth. So these are very good Jax items, but then again, if you have double range plus for Belveth as well, do you really need BT and QSS? So I'm very interested to see how we will fare going forward here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think with Jax almost always as well, when you build RFC, there's a lot less priority for QSS because essentially they do the same thing. If you don't have to get into range, QSS is not really necessary to stop the CC from coming in many cases. So completely right. We saw Righteous Range in the last game as well. It was built into a Aatrox 3 board with Belveth and Acel as the stars of the show in the backline. We'll see if there's going to be a similar path for Lelouch here.
Yeah, and we just saw the admin being displayed. It is going to be extra attack speed coming in, but something else that's coming in is that Gangplank, and he has found some damage despite still being a 2-star, is doing massive amounts here. Yasuo onto him. It's not going to be enough, and Lelouch finds another loss. Isn't going to be happy about that.
Did pick up featherweights as a second augment, so that's part of what might give enough power for that player to stabilize throughout this stage 3 and have, be able to go toe-to-toe with most of these players that have already hit or are very close to hitting and have a very stable board themselves.
Yeah. now interesting to see which items we're gonna see here. And Lelouch is gonna pick up the Garen with the belt. Definitely the best option as a standalone in this carousel. And crucially, we also see a bow coming in for Zaza because he has this Ash 3, but the items weren't really there yet, so he did suffer a bit, but this should stabilize him pretty much.
And Vicer does get the tier in the end, so I was wondering if it'll be Tender Resolve or Hodge in that Gangplank. I think it will be Hodge in the end. Some much needed healing and the extra synergy with Dual Gauntlet as well with a crit chance. So that should be some point of stabilization as well for Vicer with a 3-item Gangplank now online. On Salvy's side, we are going into Spell Slingers in the end. Do you think this is the way to go with Lucent Barrier, Lyyyress?
Yeah, definitely. You want to play the Lux, right? You need space for the Lux, so either you're going to play a vertical Star Guardian setup with Kai'Sa, or if you find an early TF, like Salvy did, you can do that. And then that also leaves some room for Raki to hit.
Okay, two big hits that just came in. Zaza has found that Renekton 3, and on the side of Vicer, finally that Gangplank 3 has come around. And like you said, Lyyyress, we're seeing the implications of that bow onto the Ash come through, but the Gangplank says, nope, this one I take, and he does exactly that.
We saw Vicer so far behind in terms of GPs coming into stage 3. I imagine he's rolled down a little bit of gold here at 3-5 and has somehow hit. He needed like 4 GPs maybe total to hit that 3-star. So some unfortunate rolls at 3-1 and then kind of making up for it now at 3-5, and is able to hit this 3-star, I think, pretty much on point with where you want to and where you usually do hit your 3-stars when it comes to 1-cost rerolls.
Yeah, and very important here as well. He had kind of good matchmaking, so he's on a 3-win streak now, and so he can push level and hopefully get the 4 streak going into New Worlds, and that should put him in a really good spot. So the gamble kind of paid off.
Yeah, we're just gonna see there's one more round, and then after that there will be augments. It could be gold, it could be prismatic. We're gonna keep our eyes open and see where this game goes. I'm always scared for like prismatic as last augment, especially in the 1-cost hero augment lobbies. It's just, it gives me anxiety, honestly. Just like thinking about it.
And this Gangplank showing why, despite the stats, is one of the funnest augments to pick when you get the Flame Ricochet online. Despite it not being as incredibly broken as it was at the end of set 8 on a few patches where it was just auto pick, it is still definitely viable in the right setup. And I think Vicer has a good enough setup to actually do quite well in this stage 3 and stage 4. But looking at both German players that ended up picking augments related to Infinity Team, both are currently at the very top of the standing, both Raki and Memo, sitting very, very healthy.
Definitely one of the strongest early game setups, and you can see it paid off here. Raki as well, he's gonna hit level 8, 50 gold after this turn. So we're gonna see a juicy rolldown soon, I hope.
And to start off the
does find the misfortune too.
In 2 rolls, what more do you need?
Yeah, I mean, some Kai'Sas would be nice. He had Kai'Sa 2 in the shop, did not want it, is going to put up that A-Soul. Did also pick up some Lucians for now. He's staying away from the Kai'Sas, does pick up the Echo. However, going into that front line, maybe the Garen? Yeah, there we go. That's going to be a pickup. A little bit of an interesting roll down. He could have had Kai'Sa 2 just by default, but he's opting to not go all the way into the quick draws. Does want to run a little bit of a different variant. That means the A-Soul is going to come into play and dish out some damage, but is it going to be enough against that board? Now the Fiora 3 also online for Vicer. This board is doing so much damage. Just look at the Gangplank, smash through anything.
Great pathing, especially trying to bypass that front line, going right into the A-Soul, and then the Flame Ricochet damage, clearing out pretty much the entirety of that backline, was crucial for Vicer to be able to win this round.
Yeah, very nasty Gangplank. And I think Raki just prioritized getting a tier 4 carry upgraded, and that's why he sold the Kai'Sa, because he had the items for the A-Soul. So this also means he is not interested in this quick draw hard, which would be very good otherwise. But second wind is a really good pickup here with the bomb of Garen.
Nice.
The Garen 2 comes in, the mech comes online. Now you can actually make a 2-star unit, the mech, and this Garen going to be pretty much unkillable. Very good items as well with both the Bramble and the Dragonclaw for Garen. And hitting this 2-star so early on at 4-2, usually at 4-2 you're struggling with only one, Garen 1, and you're kind of bleeding out. But in this case, incredibly stable board from now on.
Yeah, looking for a fast 9, I hope. So Raki should be fine, while Abuser our Stinky abuser is still struggling to find a stable carry with a stable bot.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough out there. It does have the Samira online. Would have probably maybe wanted to go into like Samira sure shot with a mech front line, but being competed on that doesn't really find anything. Twisted 2, Samira 2, all one copy away. So nothing that really comes into fruition for the side of Stinky, but Memo on the other side also hasn't found that Samira 2 just yet. And it is going to be enough for Stinky to turn this around. But speaking of players, I looked across the player Little Legends, and if you're looking at Team Germany, we have Zaza, we have Memo, we have Rocky. They're all on the same Little Legend, and guess who isn't? Salvy just being special here, trying to take a little bit of an standoffish position as the rest of the team is on the same one. I think this needs a complaint from us. Maybe we can get Team Germany to be aligned on the Little Legends.
I asked some of the guys before the tournament what their plan is and what they think they will do and why they will win. And pretty much all of the other guys besides Salvy said, we're going to win because we have Salvy and this is the Kaiser patch and he's the best Kaiser player. So maybe they just want to highlight their star player here.
Okay, I take that. I accept that. It's all about Salvy for Team Germany, I guess. Team DACH coming through, but all players are German this time around, so can say both as we move through. Memo has picked up the ace emblem. I'm kind of glancing across the board, seeing what else we have in store for the players. Anything that's super interesting to me. Zaza picking up Big Friend. I think it's something that we don't see an awful lot.
Yeah, Big Friend is kind of one of those weird augments because you need these special positions to pick it. But in the reroll composition, especially one where you're looking to have long fights, with Ash definitely does too. This is a very good pickup. So definitely a strong setup coming forward from him. The question is though, is he strong enough on level 7 with his gold and the components he has left to survive in this lobby, as it is quite strong right now.
The Ash is fully itemized at this point. You have a chance to itemize Renekton as well. Maybe ideally you want to have Blitzcrank 3 as well in this position, which is maybe what is missing, some extra survivability and tanking in this front line to allow Ash to really ramp up her damage. But 23 HP, this is 2 fights potentially in the stage 4. As stage 5, stage 6 can get even scarier. The last minute upgrade does come in. Warwick 2 to try and help out to buy some more time. But the key thing here might just be the throw procs as well, if they come in at the right times for this Warwick to stay alive.
Yeah, definitely.
Uh-oh.
Not so good.
We might be in trouble for this one, guys. Buckle up. The Gangplank is coming for your carry. Ash untouched. She's onto him. Can she take him down? That is going to be the big question. She does. She gets onto the Gangplank. Great positioning coming out of Zaza here, making sure that the Gangplank is distracted, does not move all the way back there. And he is able to claw out that win in a position that looked pretty scary to be starting with.
You could see the difference the Giant Slayer made there in that fight because the Gangplank couldn't out-heal the damage of the Ash.
And Poland's only hope, it seems, Fifek win streaking first in the standing, 75 HP, but the rest of the Polish players in the bottom 4 with only Sasa on their way. And Sasa is, I think, stronger than his HP would indicate at 23 HP, considering he has hit his entire board or most of it and is now ready to pump levels and go 8.
Yeah, 4 Laser Corp Spike also coming in, so he should be stable for a while. But Fifek, for example, is also looking very, very scary here.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that board. It is a Star Guardian, Spell Slingers, a little bit of a both situation from the 2 top boards on the AP side of things that we are seeing. And you can see sometimes they even do so much damage that the map breaks. Twisted Fate just dishing out the damage here to Stinky that Samira will not be able to hold on, and that's going to be a big loss. With 6 units still alive for Fifek, that one's got to hurt.
And the scary thing about this board is that he still has last stand. So I think we're definitely looking for a top 1 contender here.
Oof.
This is, I think, the perfect indication of team play from both DACH and Team Poland. The players that are going for this fast 8 non-reroll boards, they are essentially contesting each other on their main carries. TF on both teams. You have Samira from Stinky Abuser and a German player as well. So very clearly saying, hey, I'm trying to contest you so you don't hit your 2-star 4-cost carry. And that might be the case for Feedback, who hit quite early and is now strong enough to be, once again, on a 9-win streak ending stage 4.
Yeah, looking all across the board. We have Memo on 6 losses, has been loss streaking aggressively, maybe, and some players are finding some upgrades. Salvy with that Viego 2 coming through. Memo over here with the 4 ace, not a board we see an awful lot, but did pick up that ace emblem currently on an Ezreal, ultimate Ezreal, I need to add here, and is going to be finding some extra damage. But will it be enough going forward? That has to be the big question for Memo. Garen 1, not the biggest front line here, but it seems like he's even feeding it into the Draven. Did I see that correctly?
No.
I'm very scared with the mix.
We're seeing Garen on most boards as well, on the Rocky side as well, facing off against Lelouch. Lelouch, who is on the Jax. We saw Belveth in game 1. Now we're seeing Jax alongside the Righteous Range in this game 2. Can Jax do enough? He's attacking very, very fast. He does have the Rage Blade as well. No RFC, obviously, with Righteous Range, and it should be enough here. The Ace Soul doesn't really do much with auto attack. It's really just the abilities, and the ability does not come in time.
Yeah, and we talked about the items earlier, and we could see here that he kind of divided the items up. So he's focusing more on damage items here and taking his tankiness from the general team setup. So I really like that. Nice solution he found there.
Memo being able to find that Garen 2 and going to level 8 here. Is that going to be enough? He's on 17 HP and Stinky is on 3. He really needs to find a win, but it's looking so rough out there. 4 losses in the tank. Basically 0 gold, 1 gold is available, and he's being competed on everything, it feels like. Going up against Lelouch, and I'm not sure this part has what it takes to take down the scoped weapon Jax. He's just dishing out there comfortably from the comfort that is his backline onto the Urgot. Will get distracted by the Undertow just for a second, but onto the Rammus. It's not going to be enough. He is so cornered in. Nobody is reaching him even, and he can just go from there. The Samira is the last unit standing, and it's looking rough, but Lelouch gets the loss here. Stinky Samira being able to take down that Jax last second.
Oh, that's
Real procs and the execute coming in so clutch for the Samira, and coming in so clutch for Team Poland as well, with a very small loss for Lelouch. It's really the perfect outcome of this fight. And really both Lelouch and Stinky just trying to stay alive. Sasa still win streaking. We saw him at 23 HP at the very start of stage 4. We mentioned he's already hit everything he had to hit, and now he's going to just chill out and go 8, and that's the case. Salvy also hitting a big upgrade for Twisted Fate 2, his main carry.
Now for Memo, we have to look. Oh, that's the showdown.
Oh yeah, somebody's gonna go home here. Memo against Stinky, both on single digits. There is no coming back from this one, and it is once again Samira against Samira. My bestest girl, I love her so much, but she's gonna eliminate one of her players here. Is it going to be Poland, or is it going to be DACH? Taking the first loss to Samira from Stinky, taken down, and that means success for Memo. Stinky taking an 8th place for Team Poland.
And the Garen just being a much better front line, as well as the execute there coming in the Garen, and then immediately the Samira on Sticky side being focused by his opponent Samira, not allowing that same thrill diff to occur in this last fight, and overall eliminating Stinky from contention. And Poland already an 8th place, not a good start, only 1 point for Team Poland coming in from that spot.
Yeah. We see some Infinite Team icons here. Should be pretty big, but somehow no one's trying to pick it up. I'm kind of confused.
I mean, feedback will do you the favor of picking that one up, but I was just looking across the results after that last PvP round, and Lelouch also down there with 5 HP now. He also needs to be worried, could go up against Memo, and if Memo can take another win, then he would have knocked out 2 Polish players here back-to-back. Salvy finding an Annie 3, which is a massive upgrade to the front line. We have an Alistair 2 coming in for Raki, and yeah, I mean, Lelouch does have that Jax, but we did see that Jax lose against the Samira before, and Memo has the stronger Samira, so is there really a chance where he can turn it around? We might see it come into fruition here, but no, it is going to be Fifek Poland on the right side, and on the left side we have Memo going up against what I think has to be Rocky's board. Yeah, so hopefully they don't knock out their teammates, but maybe the communication wasn't strong enough. Maybe it didn't work. They didn't know Lelouch in a tough position. The Jax is under attack, and Lelouch will get knocked down here, and so will Memo. Both of the players taking a loss. Memo taken 7th, and Lelouch taken 6th place here, and Salvy also knocked down to 7.
Big upgrade for the front line here for Salvy. He doesn't really have that much to work with, not playing for Garen like most other players. Has now the Echo 2, which could be huge with the Oxforce emblem as well.
And yeah, most definitely. The question now, though, is for Salvy, will this hold out, actually? Because he has a long way to go, right? Everyone is really strong here. And especially Weiser and Fifek will be very hard for the rest of the German team to actually outplace here, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a little bit of a surprise going into this tournament. I think, like, even Chuso, who was here with us last game, saying Germany is a bit of a favorite. France, generally accredited to be one of the favorites. But Poland looking extremely strong in this game here, being able to find their own paths through this round. You can see Salvy fighting it up, but is it going to be enough? That Twisted Fate is barely holding on to his life, but it is going to be enough. Salvy will hang on here. Sasa taking that 5th instead, and it is Rocky and Salvy against Weiser and Fifek. Pretty even all across the board for Germany and Poland, but I think that is very, very intense here.
At this point, Salvy nowhere else to go in terms of upgrading his board, really only going 9, but again, very, very far from this, and only 7 HP with the game. I think not really going to last too much longer, considering both Rocky and Salvy are under 20 HP. We'll see how these next few fights go. Salvy, of course, in a difficult spot. I think maybe the TG rolls on Viego might be relevant as well coming to the next fight.
Definitely, and Fifek still has lots of room for improvement here. So it's interesting to see how he will cap out his board now with all the legendaries to his choice.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. He still has last stand, right? Like, even if somebody knocks this guy down, he's going to get another buff on top of what's currently going on. It's looking hard out here for the other players. Weiser making it to level 9 as well. Not sure if Rocky and Salvy are there yet. Salvy on level 8 will not be able to go to 9, is hoping that 8 is enough as he goes up. And I think it is Fifek on the other side. The Zephyr comes in, hits the Lux. That is the most ideal in that backline that it could have gone on to. But in comes the ult. It is all about that Twisted Fate on the bottom right corner. Can he take down the enemy team? Is he able, with that Nico support, to take them down? The cluttering on the side of Fifek is in favor of Salvy, but will it be enough? The other Twisted is still going strong, and I think Salvy is able to get this one in the tank. Takes another win, but it is going to be close. It is going to be very close to come through here.
Slowly trying to make some gold. Now sitting at 30. If he makes it to the PV round, if the game lasts until the PV round, maybe he'll be able to go 9 and try and get some extra upgrade. He does have 5 Oxforce in right now, so it's not ideal, obviously, for his current setup.
Usually 5 Oxforce here is kind of okay, because the front line it provides is better than any other ad you have, well, bearing a 2-star legendary.
It's one of the traits where the extra Oxforce actually does something, because it has that same effect of stalling out the fight.
Yes, and this will be the most crucial matchup now, I think.
Yeah, we're going in against Weiser. It is that Gangplank, and the Gangplank has been eliminated on the side of Salvy. I don't think there's much that he needs to be worried about. The Syndra is still throwing units in, but with that main carry taken down by the Twisted right from the get-go, it is looking so good for Salvy, and I think he should be happy and healthy going through this round here, and Weiser will take a loss. Rocky also finding a win. Nice. Yeah.
That was a gamble with the GP on the same side as TF. If the GP can kill off the frontline Annie fast enough, can't access the backline, can't kill off TF either. And the Annie was able to take 2 big hits from this TF, or GP rather, just enough to allow the TF to actually kill the GP instead. So huge outcome in that fight, and Weiser knocked down to 1 HP.
Yeah, And we can see the board is really strong, but now in stage 6, the Gangplank is still a melee unit, so he has to deal with all the frontline units, all the CC, and all the carries focusing him early. And he begins to struggle. So now we will potentially face 2 more team kills.
And Fifek positioning his board to allow Vicer to get the free win. This is what we were talking about when it comes to team play. On the left there, the TF was frontline, so GP got the insta-kill. Fifek knowing that he has enough HP to actually tank a loss.
For a second I was confused, but on the left side now, Salvy, before it was Vicer on both accounts, but it looks like Fifek is giving him that win here. Looking really, really good for Vicer and Salvy. Also getting a win against Rocky. The teams are shaking hands as they're trying to make it through here. Excellent team play from Poland and Germany in our second game. Everybody is able to get into that carousel. Just look at the HP bars. They're all so close.
On knife's edge there.
I think it indicates how cleanly they executed these OKage businesses in the last fight to make sure they all have still a fighting chance and maybe some good matchups coming into this. What could be the last fight of the game in terms of the team competition in this game too.
Well done. And now it's going to be down to Rocky versus Vicer to see who will claim the top 2 spots. So this could be very huge for Poland, as Fifek still has 1 life left.
Fifek has an almost guaranteed to win the lobby out entirely, so it's really up to Vicer to play spoiler and try and outplace the German players that are remaining here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fifek is kind of chilling, right? Even if he takes a loss, he's just going to be so comfortable, like you said, and everybody else is kind of just scrambling, hoping that it's not going to be them. Salvy up against Fifek. Again, Fifek needn't worry. Salvy knows that he might be done for. On the other side, we have Rocky against Vicer. One of the 2 is going to get knocked out here. There's a giant Garen in the middle, but can he tank enough? Can he tank this entire board for Rocky to save that win? And it looks like, yeah, he can. The ASOL is still alive, looking really good, and Vicer will probably find a loss here for Team Poland, and so will Salvy.
Yeah, and I think Salvy had enough HP left to place here on the 3rd. So yeah, I guess that's the good salvage here for DACH. Being able to secure a top 2 and 3.
Okay, but just for my own monk brain, Rocky now needs to take 1st place because currently it is Poland, Germany, Poland, Germany, Poland, Germany. And if he now takes the loss, it is going to be Germany, Poland, which is, you know, it just doesn't follow the pattern. So Rocky needs to hold on, right? That's what's got to happen. Just ignore the last stand as they go up.
And he can win, right? Because the positioning of Fifek is going to be very well monitored due to Infinity. So maybe he can position his Mordekaiser in a way that makes him one-shot the backline, just like he did here.
Yeah, that was actually exactly what happened. Mordekaiser coming in, taking down that backline, but now that last stand has been activated. We're going into 1 more PvE round, and Rocky is trying to get this win for Team DACH as they are getting some more upgrades here. You can see the Sparkle has been activated for Fifek. Rocky, not much to work with. Both are pretty low on gold in the overall and just trying to see what they're getting from this giant crab.
Biggest difference maker here would be a 2-star Mordekaiser on the side of Fifek. I'll see if there's any rolls that come down on Rocky's board, and if Rocky holds Mordekaisers as well to deny the opportunity of what that power spike would be for the Infinity Team player for Fifek.
Yeah, I think the boards are pretty much done for, so it's all gonna come down to positioning here. There's lots of stuff to do, and maybe if you're Fifek, you have to think about moving your carries off the backfield there, and then maybe adjusting your Garen positioning as well.
I'll see a little bit of
Mordekaiser, one more away now.
And we're being popped for Rocky.
Fortunately does not find the upgrade on the Mordekaiser on the side of Fifek. Would be massive, but still 2 decent pulls. You can sell Samira and put in the Urgot as well on your bench after the Mordekaiser's pulled in. Or the Fiddlestick rather. Probably a better option.
All right, we're going into what is going to be the last round of Game 2. It is all about the backline of FIFEC and whether or not it is going to survive. Can the Mordekaiser shut them down, or will they do the same to the opposite side? Rocky is shaken, trying to get that win. The Twisted Fate is still alive for FIFEC, and so is that Azrael. One more ult is going to come out, but it is going to be a win for Rocky, for Team DACH against FIFEC and Team Poland. We love to see it, Lyyyress. I think that was the Lyyyress buff, right? They usually talk about me as a debuff, like I caster cursed him. We should just bring you more often onto the broadcast. You seem to bring them luck, you know?
Well, we're countering each other out, so that's good. And really nice game from Rocky there, actually, because he was on that quick draw, and then he kind of pivoted into the ASO with the MF then, as 2 carry, and then he went past 9 out of his tempo and actually pivoted into Mordekaiser and Jenna and lots of other legendaries. So really well done there, and also nice to see some team play coming up from both sides. Yeah, good game overall.
Most surprising thing for me in this last game, not a single player played Kai'Sa reroll, which I think is the only time in this tournament we'll be seeing this happen. So the stars have aligned for this game too. And as you mentioned, Lyyyress, I think the coolest thing was seeing the team play, the players making their boards weaker or strong depending who they're facing, especially at the end where you have much more agency over controlling those outcomes. So really cool, and I think a very nice preview of what we will be seeing throughout the entire weekend as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, I personally love that kind of handshake all across the top 4, making sure that they're not knocking out their teammates. But that is going to be it from us for now. Thank you again, Lyyyress, for being part of this desk. We do have a break ready for you guys with an interview with Salvy, and after that, our analyst desk is going to tell you more about that. I heard something about 3-star forecasts, multiple of them, in one of the other lobbies. We'll see what that's about.
Hey everyone, my name is Salvy, I'm from Germany, and I pretty much play TFT since the start of TFT. I actually really like the new circuit. I remember back in set 3.5 where we had I think it was the last 4 versus 4 tournament. It was also Nations Cup where I played with Hydra, Zaza and Marcus, and we actually won the whole thing. So I'm actually looking forward to kind of, I guess, defend our championship there, yeah. I think we actually have a good shot. I'm playing with Memo, Zaza, and Raki. We had German Nationals last weekend, and I think we have a pretty strong lineup. I actually didn't check the other nations yet, but I think we have a fair shot of actually winning the whole thing. I think I'd like to play the Polish players. I think they don't like playing us, so we like playing them in a sense. So yeah, I'm probably looking forward to playing the Polish guys. No, I think teams will try to work together. At least that's what we did last time, and it actually works really well. If a person is in a bad spot and he can't even play for a top finish, I think it usually makes sense for him to just straight up grieve and try to cause as much disruption to the enemy as possible. So in that sense, I think there's probably going to be a few new strategies coming around. As I said, we haven't really prepped yet as 4, so not sure how much we can come up with, but I think we're going to start cooking soon and hopefully come up with some new ideas. Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out to the whole German community. Thanks for cheering. Cheer now in the chat. Make sure we win this. And yeah, hopefully see you guys in the final and we take it home for you guys.
There is no stage of that game that I don't really want to talk about. So I think the thing that makes sense is we just take a timeline at this point, because we got to see those one-cost hero augments again, and we got to see another side of the coin. When nobody is going for those hero augments, for those scaling one-cost augments, except for one person, that person kind of has free roam across the lobby. We saw in the early game that flaming ricochet from Visor just absolutely decimated everyone's boards, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think David made some really good points there about the positioning there to use to try and sort of to draw every single last bit of value out of it. It doesn't change, though, that, again, while it was very impactful in the game itself, it still only ended up with a 4th place overall. So despite having another lobby where we could have had, a lot of one-cost rerolls coming in and being the focus, ultimately they still weren't enough to get you majorly across the line.
And while there was a lot of pressure being put down there by that board in the early stages of the game, there was another one-cost augment that we really were paying attention to, particularly from the start, because Rocky Wida was just completely cruising through that game.
Yeah, he was, right? Like, looking at the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which is just one of those, like, it kind of acts like as a level up to a certain extent, where it just, like, really helps you save so much gold over the course of the game to just help you put yourself into a strong position further down the road. And we kind of saw multiple ways of him doing that by initially picking up that early Misfortune, or then using an item holder for a while, moved into the Assault build, then moved over to when he had the 2-star Mordekaiser, as Lyyyress was talking about. Like, these multiple stages of understanding that Rocky went through to navigate this game was incredibly well done.
Yeah, tons of really cool pivots, and I think the big thing that I want to pull out from that game, I was absolutely losing my goddamn mind backstage when Fifek intentionally sacked around, because it was just a confluence of so many strategic advantages. 1, he prevented his teammate from taking a loss, fantastic, but 2, because he had last stand, he was also advancing his own board, because once he got there, he was going to get those additional defensive stats plus the Omnivamp. So just really such an incredibly cool move from him. Unfortunately, not quite enough to win the lobby, but still winning my heart, if nothing else.
No, but it did the same thing on the side of Team DACH, right? Where they had actually Rocky down to singular points of HP because he took a big loss to Salvy in the same round. And when you are in that rest of the fall, like 2-on-2 situation kind of, and you know which matchup is guaranteed, that kind of rebalancing of HP to guarantee that your teammates have that extra time to really elevate their board positions is one of the key things to look out for the rest of the weekend as well.
I think it's a testament to how well particularly the team from DACH has communicated and practiced together. They're able to pull off that kind of strategy because, again, this is the only event of its kind these players will be playing in. So they any kind of practice, any kind of coordinated play they put together in just a short period before this very event.
I'm interested in seeing if any of these players just do completely Ben Kenobi themselves and just say, all right, I can't risk my teammate losing any health in this 1v1. Cool, I'm gonna let you finish. I guaranteed a third, I'm out, see ya. Because I think there are boards for which that would be appropriate. If you really need that first place and you don't think you can beat the other person in the lobby, better to just guarantee it for your teammates. So many layers of strategy that we haven't gotten to see yet. I am just thrilled that we got to see the first specific adaptation to the format. I couldn't be happier.
I think that whole idea of focusing around a single player is, I think, why that must have been a kind of a disappointing game for the Polish squad, because of course with Lyyyress being our current EMEA regional champion and having a really fascinating board with the infinite range Jax and Warwick, we could have hoped that there would have been a stronger finish for him there, but ultimately not even making top 4 with the board, I think it's really going to hurt Poland's chances going forwards.
Yeah, Scope Weapons 2 is in a corner sitting there, just like looking at the setup from the Lyyyress.
That was so funny.
And he's just sat there and he's just looking at it like, look at what they need to make a fraction of my power. Like, that's kind of just like, if you're wondering why Scope Weapons 2 is no longer in the game, that's because that was one augment that would do the amount of work that Lyyyress' 2 augments did there.
It was so funny. I was losing my mind again because I was just like, all right, righteous range. That's a really, scoped weapons. So we have 4 extra range and 43% attack speed. Unfortunately, still not enough for that Jax comp to come online. But Wida, I have a really specific pointed question for you. I need you to theorize with me. We saw
Okay.
Sasa going for laser focus. We saw last game, Sacred Norris was able to pull out a 4th despite not hitting the Ashe till late. Sasa hit at 3-2. What happened to this board?
I mean, the thing about this, you have to realize is that a lot of these one-cost reroll comps can kind of peter out over time, right? And he was going for the more brawler-centric frontline without like really any secondary carries. There was no Mordekaiser, for example, right, for a long time. I don't think he had one to end the game with, which is one of the main ways for you to elevate that board and try to push it into a top 4. And then you look around, like you have something like a Flaming Ricochet player that was actually able to hit, for example, right? And those lobbies, those type of compositions will just mean that the lobby just you just won't end up keeping up with the stronger boards around you. And even like finishing 5th here is probably fine. The final augment choice really also not helping. Had he had a laser call +1, this game probably is looking a lot different.
Yeah, I think for Vice as well, having the featherweights in there for his composition, just helping to push the individual power of that Gangplank just a little bit further. Whereas for Sasa, the augments past the initial carry Ashe augment were all, helping to try and keep Ashe alive, keep her alive for longer, but not necessarily directly push her individual power.
Yeah, this accelerationism to me is the most interesting part of the one-cost lobbies, is if you get one of those strongest boards, it speeds up the clock for everyone else. And that caused, Wida, as you were saying, the laser core board just couldn't come together in time because it was facing off against such a strong board, putting so much pressure on the lobby. But despite that, once again, we see 3 boards that were going for those late game support augments making it into the top 4. So maybe the carry augments are a little doomed unless multiple of them find early success. Interested to see how that changes too throughout the day.
I do believe that we've got our standings ready to go in just a second. So we've actually had an interesting development here. So it's worth reiterating one of our rules for today, which is that if the team gets the same amount of points, the team that takes the first place will win the overall game.
Yeah, so keep in mind here on this graphic that 1 is next to Pasdebol's name equals the fact that he went 8th is the amount of points. 8th here is going to indicate that Volta did win this game, Peter. And not only did he win the game, he had 3-star Aatrox, 3-star Isol, and 3-star Bel'Veth, if I recall correctly.
I think we've solved the way to make Aatrox 3 work. I think that's fair to say. Just hit everything.
I was talking to my friend Protroid during the cast, and he was talking about the idea that in previous 4v4 events, we've seen teams really coordinate their kind of roll downs to try and hit these 3-star forecasts more effectively. Because if everyone's rolling for forecasts at the same time, your chances of getting all the ones you're looking for are much, much higher. But to the overall field itself, I think we're seeing a much closer second round than we were seeing in the first round.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to flag here is if you look across the scoreboard, Poland, Italy, and Northern Europe are sitting at 0-2, so not having a ton of success so far in the tournament. Just round 2, we've still got 3 rounds to go, so they've got time to pull it back, but not the start you're looking for when 2 teams or regions risk elimination at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's really important for Group B in particular, as we mentioned, because Group A is so strong. In day 2, the Group B players will be playing against them. So you really need to make sure you're finishing amongst the top 2 in Group B, or you're going to have a very, very bad time tomorrow.
I think one of the regions that I'm looking for to really pull it back, Italy, my boys. Fan of those players, fan of the region, and of course Shining Star, Chief Memer, Chief just nice person in the scene. And I think Italy as a region has been kind of floundering a little bit in the competitive scene as of late, having lost those strong players in Balotelli and Luque, the former of which has been a strong representative for Italy going all the way back to the original Blender Mafia with that Nocturne carry. And Luque, of course, previously retiring, kind of going in and out of the scene. We're trying to see that region crystallize around those players like Sweller, like Raiko, both of whom are in this tournament. But as of yet, it doesn't look like the region has been able to pull itself together.
Yeah, I mean, only 3 more games, as you said, end the line for some of our regions here. I think in particular, I'm with you there. I'm really hoping we can see, a really big Italian comeback, but it's going to be a very rough last 3 games.
Yeah, you were talking about how the Italians specifically weren't really feeling super confident after their set of scrims yesterday, right? That they weren't feeling super confident, and they can kind of. It also talking about reflects that they only have one player making it to the Rising Legends finals, and normally have a couple more. So that's another thing that really kind of just puts this entire set into the rear mirror for them.
Yeah. We'll get a chance to see how these regions continue to perform as we head into round 3. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with those games and me remembering how to speak English. See you soon.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 1 of the Super Brawl. My name is Counterfeit, alongside Wida for game number 3. And Wida, surely we've run out of amazing guests. Surely we don't have any more left over for any more of our games.
Do we? Maybe we don't, right? Ooh, do we have a guest, Peter? That's the big question here. The two of us, lovely duo. We quite enjoy working with each other, but we have heard some murmurs from the far land. Maybe even a galaxy far away even.
Hello there.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Ah, General Kenobi. So wonderful to have you on board. What are you thinking of the game so far today?
Well, it's been great seeing both lobbies with one cost hero augments with 2 very different directions. Not going both games the way of reroll comps dominating was really refreshing. Now I'm waiting to see 3-2 or 4-2 hero augments to keep spicing it up.
Yeah, it would be interesting, right? Because I think there's so much power in the 2-cost augments in this patch, right? You have Winston the Wanderer, for example, really just potentially twisting an entire lobby on its head with multiple people trying to aim for those duelists in a different fashion that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, the ability to tailor the hero augments in 3-2 and 4-2 really leave some players in much better positions when they manage that much better.
We're headed for a pretty exciting matchup here. France, who currently undefeated, Eastern Europe, who did sit out the first round, are also undefeated so far. So, I guess Kenobi, what are your why are you on both France and Eastern Europe as regions?
Well, rather obviously, I have a favorite in mind. I think the 4 French players that we sent are really strong. We have the current Pasdebol currently dominating France on every tournament. So with that, I think I'm fairly confident that we're going to go and move on to a 3-0. But Eastern players are not to be underestimated either.
No, and I think Pasdebol for me is like the standout player. You have Volta, who obviously had the standout game in the previous one that we didn't see on stream, but Pasdebol throughout the entire rotation of Monsters Attack and Monsters Attack Glitched Out, I think he has like 3 or 4 land victories. Like this guy has been an absolute beast, and for me as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about WOMENDEF? Because he's a player that was second in regular season Hex League, then finished second in the finals as well, but regionally and internationally, he's a bit more of like an undescribed player.
Yeah, he's been rising up really quickly onto the French scene recently and qualifying for the Hex League, and in his rookie split taking the second place, which was very impressive. But he's been relatively unknown on the international stage, so he's making his first steps under the big camera here.
So I wanted to kind of like to open up the conversation a little bit about the teamwork here, because I think we definitely saw in the previous game that the German squad in particular managed to find ways to use the 4v4 format to the best advantage. Do you think that's going to be the case here, particularly for the French team, as one of our front runners as well?
Well, it depends. Do I think so? I'm not so sure. Do I hope so? Yes. But we have some players that are sometimes up to, let's say, mischief among us. So, I will be keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I think that's to a certain extent as well. I know we talk a lot about Pasdebol, but it is just natural. We also have Texida, another one of these players that has done quite well actually just recently internationally as well in the GSCs, etc. But do you think that Pasdebol has a very streaky playstyle? Obviously, we also know that from Double and Campus, really being at the forefront of that in the French scene. But do you think that Pasdebol being able to almost guarantee his streaks in an event like this is a big bonus for the French team?
Yeah, what made him stand out particularly when he won the Hex League just on Monday was that he was playing so many different game plans, but always managing to find his win streaks and find the uncontested units. So here in a team environment with the help and communication from his teammates, I'm thinking that it's going to magnify his strengths, and he will most likely be playing for win streaks every time he can.
Well, I'd like to kind of expand on that, because it's such it's rare for us to get a player who is so consistent in the way which they play. If you're part of the team with Pasdebol, how do you think the other players are going to be approaching? Do they run certain comps or certain approaches to the game that helps sort of maximize Pasdebol's power?
Well, that's the thing. I think it's going to be really easy for his teammates to work around him, because his thing has been to already be looking for what's uncontested and use it to when something really strong like Kai'Sa is dominating the meta, there's 2 or 3 players playing her, and so because of that they all make themselves weaker. They cannot reach the maximum potential of the comp, and Pasdebol has just been such an expert at taking B tier or B plus tier comps and just taking them to 100%, because he gets every unit. And so now I think I'm hopeful that they have prepared something to that amount, and they have the plans set up.
Yeah, and also this is not going to be like a full French-focused pregame, but I just want another thing here, because Duelist has recently come back massively into the meta due to the Winter's the Wanderer augment, but even before that, he was by far the only player I saw worldwide actively looking for these, whether it was KL reroll lines or just general Duelist lines. His understanding, as you say, bringing these B-tier compositions into the upper echelons in competitive play is really, really interesting. And another player, right, Peter, that we really look at is a player like Rai, right? He is such a strong player when it comes to the theory crafting level. One of the few old school EU Nordic and East players, I'd say, that is well respected in the EU West community. Obviously, a lot of the newer EU Nordic and East players are really well respected, but he's the OG one in that regard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know France has got an incredible infrastructure in place for supporting the team, but for Eastern EU, I think having players like Rai on the team who've got multiple regional experience, very close to getting to Worlds as well, I think just having that rock as a team is going to be incredibly valuable just to make those kind of decisions under pressure for the entire team.
What do you prefer starting these days, Kenobi, right? Because there's arguments to be made for pretty much every component bar Cloak, I'd say.
Yeah, my preferred start at the moment is the tier that, Pasdebol just got, so that's no wonder. I see it as a way to both open myself up for Kai'Sa play, but also for the other AP comps that are quite strong right now, because any kind of opener that forces you down the AD route right now is very risky, I think.
So as we see, Vermundus picking up getting a randomly dropped champion duplicator in the very early going. We've even got a fully put together laser core board in the early going. I don't know about you guys. How if you've got this duplicator in place, we was mentioning it back on one of the previous casts that it's not doing anything for you while it's sitting on the bench. And this early on, I mean, how does this affect your play?
Well, a golden duplicator just makes me nervous because, you know, the lesser duplicator you have just no qualms about. You use it on a valuable 3 cost that you find to accelerate your tempo. But the golden duplicator has, the implicit potential. And it's since it's much rarer and can lead to much higher caps, it's also much harder to use. And also, I mean, he's playing 3 gold down, so he has to bridge that econ gap and reach the end of the game where he can make the maximum use of it.
Yeah, I think that the fact that you point out here, the fact he's playing 3 gold down, and also with the recent rebalancing going into glitched out in terms of how loot is distributed all throughout the game.
There we go.
That is going to mean that he's going to be down a potential, like, let's say a spatula further down the road, or like a tome of trades potentially. Right, so there's a lot of things to keep in mind here, but these are all 3 very interesting augments that take you in very different directions.
Yes, and I think, well, Hold the Line has to be one of the most popular augments right now, but we see that they're waiting. I'm thinking that they're communicating around it, and he's going for... That's one of my favorites. Oh, I'm such a fan of that. Yeah.
Expand on why that's one of your favorites. Like, where at the power level, what are the issues with this augment? Like, how dependent are they on underground, etc.?
Well, here's the thing. Well, it's not an objective thing, okay? It's not really a rational thing. I've just been a huge fan of this Ezreal 2 cost unit that they've put in the set, and I've played him again and again to my detriment sometimes. But the strength is that it's the one that has the most burst damage, I think, out of the 2 costs. It's one of the ones that I can actually beat Yasuo head to head because Ezreal can just kill him in one cast once he's set up with the 4 quick draws, once he 3-star, and even furthermore if he gets the supers. But the issue is that if you do not have everything just right, then you're not going to be able to come back. And we're going to see if Voltarix manages to hit the underground that can give you a little bit more of resources when it comes to hitting the highest high of this composition.
Let's take a quick look across our augments coming in. We can see that Winds of the Wanderer has joined the field. We have not seen it on stream so far today, but we know that's going to be massively impactful going forwards. We also noted, of course, the Rising Spellforce boxing lessons already in place. We got a good variety here of what's being played.
Yeah, we see, importantly, someone... So, Winds of the Wanderer being alone, Hold the Line there... Well, actually... Both Winds of the Wanderer and Hold the Line have their support counterpart having been picked. So that's going to be really interesting seeing if the ones that have the support augment manage to deny the ones that have the carry augment. Because, of course, if they don't hit the 3-star with the carry augment, they're much weaker, whereas their counterpart with the support augment will be much less effective.
It's worth noting that the 2 of the Yasuo players are on the same team. So we did see that in our first game. But presumably, at least, that's going to be the best case scenario, that you won't have any more Yasuo sucked away from the pool than absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm. And a big thing worth noting here, right, is that for Aeolus Tomato, he's going to be much more focused on freestyling the Yasuo. For Bibit, who's on Spirit of the Exile, it's much more about the overall laser core composition instead. So, in reality, he could make himself do with just a singular copy of Yasuo.
Yeah,
obviously, that's not ideal, and not ideal for the tempo as well, but on paper, that's all he needs.
He does. We're going to have to keep an eye out on the laser core player. I think that was Voltarix, or maybe I'm mistaken on what I'm reading. But okay, no, so Vomendef is the one playing laser core with the boxing lesson, because he's going to be holding Yasuo's as well, and it's going to be interesting to see, because he absolutely does not need a 3-star Yasuo in his composition, but regarding as 2 of his opponents have Yasuo augments, he gets some agency there and can maybe disrupt their game plan a little bit.
All right, so taking stock of where we are coming to our first carousel, can see Bibit, only undefeated player so far. Volta taking some pretty heavy hits in the early going to drop down to lowest, but no runaway open forces as of yet, at least. And like I said, just a 1-player win streaking. Most of our items having been slammed so far.
So it's going to be the 5-round deck here, I believe, as well, due to the size. So not exactly instant payout, and not necessarily like the full 8-round deck that can really be a detriment to a lot of players that are trying to build that economy in the early game. But it also isn't as high tempo as, let's say, an Anvil, where people can pop that and just make whatever choice of items they want to.
Yeah, it's going to be the combination of 2-cost hero augments and the 5-turn egg, means that the 3-2 is going to be a really key round in tempo, because everyone's going to get a bunch of resources at the time. They're going to get the augment, the opportunity to roll for their 2-cost carries at level 6, and the egg is going to be popping around the same time. So this is going to be the pivotal moment, the moment where we'll see the tempo shift.
I do like the board here for BB. We've already got the slammed items in place. And as you noted, the Yasuo just going to stick around for the time being. The streak looks like it's going to stay in place up against, I believe that's yes, Memo and Death on the Brawler board from before. So we know that long term there's a lot of HP here and a very hard board to put down, but not as of yet a ton of damage.
I thought the Edge of Night here, right, to me signals that he wants to try to go into something like a Warwick board, maybe like one of these melee carries that really benefit from having the Edge of Night in play. Do you think that's where we're going to be going, especially with boxing lessons as well being in play?
Oh yeah, I think that he's very confident having the duplicator. He's probably going to be looking for his Warwick on level 7 and try to get a leg up on the Spirit of the Exile that he's just faced, and try and hit the Warwick before him and get his advantage this way.
A good amount of money in the bank for our win-streaking player. Still has a chance to go up against Texita and Volta in the next round, so should be relatively okay where they are. Not enough money to push for an emergency level, even if one was required. So we'll see if BBIT can keep hold of their only win streak heading out of stage 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, and he goes for the very expensive Draven 2-star here to maximize his chances, and he faces Pasdebol, who, unlike what I've said, is going for a reroll composition here.
Yeah, he's going with the best offense pantheon here. Like, a lot of the time we saw this paired up with the Illusion reroll comp, but that's not necessarily what's going to happen right now, as Illusion reroll has kind of been, well, it's been taken down a notch. Now it's a lot more about the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and the XP cheating in that regard, for example, for that. But massive for Bieber here, hitting a player that is weak, as you're talking about before, Peter. And Volta down at 65 HP. Sure, both Pasdebol and Volta, they've kind of had a tendency to sandwich the French team by going 7-8 and 1 and 2. And right now, we are seeing some issues at the bottom of your screens with Volta as well as Pasdebol, that they are both pretty far down HP-wise. Like, they have to overcome a pretty big deficit here.
I did spot that Volta had the Ezra right up at the front of the formation, so I think, very much determined to make sure that, his time is coming with this composition, but it's not quite here. I did want to bring up, mentioning before about the whole idea of a lot of things needed to come together in the correct way, Kenobi, for this composition to work. What have we still got left out we need to find to make sure this comes online properly?
Well, the key component that he lacks now is obviously the second tier, allowing these Ezreal to cast quickly enough and to stack. And, well, the 2-star Ezreal is going to be absolutely massive for his stage 2. But what's really, really important is finding a way to create frontline for this stage 3 and this stage 4, because I think the best way to play Ezreal reroll as a carry is to have actually Vi frontline, Unrelenting Force, the Vi carry augment to create that frontline from these 2-cost brawlers. And here he doesn't have that. He has a trade-off of having a stronger Ezreal, but the challenge is going to be, can he make a frontline that is tanky enough?
Oh, this is spicy here. The hold the line player is going to be Black Knight, and look at this. He already has Kaiser 2 with Gunblade and Static Shield.
Ooh.
That is a power spike and a half here. And Pasdebol, yeah, he's looking at that Lulu with the blue buff, but that is just a no contest at the end of the day here, really.
Yeah, and it's going to be like that probably for a while, because 3-star Lulu versus 3-star Rel, the Lulu is going to be hitting against her head against the wall. So unless we have some hacker shenanigans from Pasdebol, that's going to be most likely something that he's going to struggle taking down.
We have got the option to pick up Rich Got Richer here if Pasdebol is really going to do his traditional way of slingshotting around the sun by going very, losing aggressively and then coming back, but decides to reroll it instead. Now has some pretty good generic power, bringing out the Jeweled Lotus. So, again, we're looking towards some pretty strong casts later on, but as you said, for now, things are looking pretty shaky, but the loss streak rather stays intact.
We can see he's cheekily keeping both Yasuos on bench, trying not to lose too much econ for that, but still trying to damage his opponents. And what he was looking for with that reroll, I believe, is Axiom Arc, which is one of the big augments that enable Lulu to really take over when she's 3-star, and to compensate for her the fact that she's kind of slow to cast.
Did we see a return of a fan favorite here, Peter, in the last stand being the choice here for Bowmandiff as well?
Yeah.
Boy. I believe that's the Volta actually, right, with the Rising Spell?
Yeah. I think there's just a small mix-up between Bowmandiff and Voltarix, yeah. But the Ezreal with the last stand, well, that's one way to make a frontline, as I was saying. He's going to be looking for ways to do that, so...
Well, we saw the last stand being used to great effect on the previous game, from playing from ahead and still and opening up that completely unique strategic option of tanking your late game to get your teammates over the line. Doesn't seem like it maybe was the case here, as our eggs come in, and it will just be a big dollop of gold dropped into everybody's bank accounts.
Yeah, that's great news for the reroll players that we'd get a couple rounds ahead of where they should be normally. So they're probably breathing a sigh of relief when we see Voltarix getting a 2-star Sona. Will surely help save some HP.
Yeah, I think that, for example, for players that are currently like buffering around the 20 HP, they basically just got like a free rich get richer to a certain extent, right? Half of that kind of is incomparable in terms of like the value of this here. We're talking about how Bowmandiff are going to try to find his Warwick on level 7. Well, he's found one already, but with the Hextech Gunblade, not necessarily best in slot either.
Yeah, I think he... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
He had his just a rod to burn, and you don't make much of the rod decomposition unless you hit Mordekaiser, which is going to be in quite a while, so he probably didn't want that to sit around. But as I said, he needed to find a way to overcome the 3 gold deficit he started with, and well, I guess you don't actually need that goal if you just hit.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And I'm with you there. Certainly the Warwick giving up a little bit of defensive capability where we normally expect to see the Bloodthirster. A lot of tears unslammed in the inventories, a lot of rods as well. We do know that a lot of our players are looking towards very late game boards, currently, sitting more towards the center of the field and biding their time. Get back in with Volta, and we do find that second tier being put into place, so we know that could come online immediately. I mean, again, I will defer to you on this, Kenobi. From this position, do you think we're going to be seeing Volta surging back up the table?
Well, he was only on 4 Ezreals, I believe. I did not check to see if he had the box left from his hero augment, but that's a little bit worrying. He had found the misfortune that would help him to stabilize a little bit. If she casts once, she can definitely use that ace to clean up and save a lot of HP. But the thing is, that composition can go really, really, really low on HP and suddenly both cash out and hit the 3 stars at the same time. And once he's there, there's no telling who will be able to take him down.
Yeah, it was also a conversation that really got hit with the rebalancing of Underground, with being more rewarding to go deeper in it, because it was a comp where you actually just sat and farmed the first cash out over and over again, actually, right? That doesn't happen anymore for Volta's sake. So you can't go very low, down to 33 HP. Does have the last stand to fall back on, but there's also a limit to when you can kind of, like, how deep you can go before you have to go all in, and that limit is about to be reached.
Yeah, 33 is quite low, For his sake, I hope he wins this last round, so he still has a little bit of a buffer with that extra life from the last stand. And yeah, as you said, when you play this composition, you have to double dip in the riskiness. You're weak because you're staying low on levels and trying to just get your 3 stars, but you're also weak because you're playing Underground, trying to reach that 3 highest. Best if you reach the 4 highest, the one that's not been nerfed and the one that's been buffed. But seeing his HP, and I do not think he will be able to get the 4 highest, and we'll have to make do with the 2, I believe, or maybe 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-stakes situation here. Again, both these teams currently undefeated today in day 1 of SuperBrawl. We talked about trying to make sure you make it at all to day 2. But for these two teams, really battling for that number 1 spot in day 2, which gives you the prime positioning to make sure you can get through to day 3 by choosing your opponent on day 2.
Yeah, just a quick heads up here. We have Vomandef and Dry. They're both win streaking. Pasdebol and Volta, well, they're still loss streaking. And they can kind of come back at a later stage in this game. We kind of saw Fry actually earlier on have his Jax in the 3rd row because I think he was trying to dodge, do as much damage as possible to a teammate, but then hit a Pasdebol, which was fine because he's a weak player. But getting an admin choice here, I think max HP is fine when you're trying to play Jax. If you're trying to play Jax right, that's also something else you got to keep in mind here.
It is kind of late to start stacking HP because we're already past the point where the fights are going to be really long, and as the stages go on, the fights are just going to get shorter and shorter as we hit the higher and higher cost carries that make the fights more explosive. So I'm not sure which one he picked.
Yeah, it does look like it was the HP per 5. I saw a little green coming in, but no, I'm with you there. It seems very late in the game to be getting that one online, so that's definitely going to lower the ceiling of the competition in reasonable amounts of time. We check in with Pasdebol and Volta, both pretty low right now. Both of them are from France.
Oh, and there he is.
We need to see one of these legendary comebacks.
There he is.
Volta spikes here, right? But also keep in mind that a lot of people are broken down here. Pasdebol as well. Yellow Tomato also investing a lot of gold in trying to find the upgrades to this board. He is going the super-centric route with the Yasuo Windows of Wonder augment here, but he's still 1 copy of Yasuo away, and there's so many of these Yasuos that have been cannibalized throughout the entirety of the rest of the lobby that he could still struggle to hit this fully, even though he's 1 copy off.
Yeah, I believe that both Voltarix and Pasdebol are holding a 2-star Yasuo, right? Making sure he has to spend a lot more economy. And for Voltarix, facing Yellow Tomato right now is really, really good because he just hit his spike and gets 1 life out of him, saves 1, and that's heartbreaking actually.
Oh, we've got our last augments coming in as well as the cash out here being considered for Volta. No more time to play with, so we'll make good work of it now. I mean, we've got the Thieves' Gloves coming in. We've got another emblem coming in as well. Volta, I mean, it's got to be the time. We don't have the 3-star Vi on the cards, but at least Ezreal has hit.
Yeah, Ezreal is indeed here, and we're getting the Brawlers path, and I guess that means we're going to be looking for a 4 Brawlers, maybe on level 8 once we get rid of that. The choice was a little unfortunate, both for the Prismatic Augment, because the Thieves' Glove just on 2-star units is just not going to do so much, and the Brawler's path as well. But we'll see. Maybe he can take it.
Yeah, I think this is like trying to figure out what the correct way to go about this is. I think we're going to see triple TG here. I think he was hoping for a final item for that Ezreal, but no Gunblade, for example, which I think is going to be one of the highest priority items that he is going to be looking for just to try to get into a good position to ensure this front line stays alive. And, well, this is about as good of a loss as this could be between him and Pasdebol here. Only a 1-unit hit. Yellow Tomato starting to win here as well. So there are a lot of really interesting things to keep in mind here. Black Knight as well on the Kai'Sa, a board we haven't seen a lot of, but we all know that that board is incredibly stable even though with a 2-star Kai'Sa.
I mean, that's been one of our pickups from today. It's just how wild some of these lobbies have been compared to the normal way that TFT is played, just because our teams are showing these levels of coordination that push them down less usual paths. Let's do check in with Black Knight. You noted before, hit incredibly early with that Kai'Sa itemization, and that frontline rel is looking just unstoppable.
Yeah, we do have to note, however, that there doesn't seem to be a Rail 3 coming, and which is quite surprising considering the amount of 2-cost 3-star carries, and which is, well, kind of relieving for me, if I want to be honest, because that 3-star hold the line Rel with these items would have been a big problem, because that's one of the units that Ezreal and Lulu cannot get through.
Yeah, that's also another thing that's worth noting here, that the general consensus when it comes to these things is that very often you would like to prioritize having a hold the line over multi-shot. That's recent development coming out of China, where a lot of the players will take that over the multi-shot if they have the option. And also, it's just the fact that that means that you're staying on 6 and rolling for it instead of going to level 7. And he had the option because he had that Kaiser 2 at 3-1. It didn't have to go level 7 to have a higher chance at 2-starring that Kaiser. So in reality, playing for a higher cap, he was stable on level 6 if you want to go that route instead, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, perhaps a missed opportunity. Certainly France in peril right now with their 2 players, Pasdebol and Volta, very close to being the first 2 out, though. Yellow Tomato barely above. Our top 5, though, starting with Texita, miles away from that bottom 3.
Kenobi, there is Future Sight 2 here. Can you talk us through why this is impactful?
It's very impactful, especially when you're playing Warwick, because one thing that Warwick is going to be struggling against is, if he's on the wrong side against something like a Kaiser or, and especially because it's a team event. So, he can tell right now, he can tell Texita, oh, I'm facing you. Let's just make sure whoever wins deals as little damage as possible to the other one. And that's, if it was a single event, I would tell you that's what the Warwick does is what you want to do with the Future Sight. You want to open up an avenue for him to reach the backline and not have to go through the trouble of killing the tanks. But in a team event, that takes a second dimension, a teamwork.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it here. I mean, right now, Vermodeth doesn't have too much of a streak, but maybe that's going to change going forwards with that level of additional communication in place. Texita, I mean, it's got the HP in the bank to be able to, to let this happen and let Vermodeth stay up at the very top. I guess I want to open up the conversation to you guys sort of more generally. As a team, ideally, how many players are you trying to push forward as, super strong, maybe first or second finished players, between trying to just make sure as many of your players get across into the top 4 as possible?
Well, I think getting the first place is very important, and I think has to be at the top of the mind of every team. Like finding who amongst them can get the first place, because that's the tie-breaking one. Is the one that will have the single point that will have the most impact. But besides that, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so we do see here that Yellow Tomato has actually finally hit that Yasuo free, but keep in mind that while he does have the Celestial Blessing free, which should be sufficient healing for a while, he doesn't have that Gunblade, for example, doesn't have the Hand of Justice that you very often also see being included in the quote-unquote best in slot. And meanwhile, keep in mind that Pasdebol is in a win streak, and Volta also didn't take a loss, so still has that last stand ready to proc as well. So if he does manage to stabilize here, Yellow Tomato, he could be looking at an 8th place.
Yeah, and most importantly, I think that Yasuo not having a Quicksilver, he's not the one with the advantage. He does not have a Quicksilver, which means he's going to be very vulnerable to Garen, Fiddlesticks, Urgot, and all these heavy frontline CC units that will hit him because he will be in the thick of it. And once he's CC, then he's obviously no longer getting any HP back, and he's vulnerable to getting bursted down.
Well, guys, can you talk to me a little bit about the positioning for the Yasuo wins the Wanderer, because it's definitely one of the newer things to come through here as a major concern, and of course, particularly in this lobby. How should it be positioning with it and against it?
Well, with it, it's really hard to position the Yasuo properly because he is looking for angles that are really hard to predict because the size of the tornado makes it really hard, and also if he sees the same number of targets, he will just choose randomly between 2 potential areas. But when it comes to positioning against it, then there are things he can do.
Six Guardian coming in here for Black Knight, who is currently up towards the top. Very, very good start. And we see the Misfortune 2 coming in as well. The 3-star Kaiser. No Star Guardian Spatula, sadly, to allow the completely off-the-walls capping. But we're still going to be itemizing the Misfortune anyway.
I must admit, Peter, when I said 6 Guardian, I started counting the defender units just by nature of oh, that's the front unit, right? But I was just talking about 6-star Guardian here, and look at the damage this Lulu is still dishing out, right? With that support of the Sona, the double healing coming through can also be just about enough, but it's not here again. And this is the power level of the vertical Star Guardian. But what are the main differences from this like the more quote-unquote vertical quick draw variant to like the full-on 6-star Guardian version of playing Kaiser Kenobi?
Well, here is the first the issue he's going to be having is having to log around the Nico and the locks. They're not going to be as efficient as they could be, as side carries. That's really the big sticking point. And we also saw that the reason he wasn't going for the 3-star red was that Texita was the one holding them as I was saying, and the Belgian player has done wonders for his team. He's prevented the holder line from hitting Rel 3 and making him go level 8 because he was saying he was contested, so he was thinking there's no way I'm going to be hitting, or even if I hit, I'm going to be so low level and so low on economy, I won't be able to hit the Syndra, the misfortune that really helped Kai'Sa take it home.
And there's a nice bit of revenge there for Black Knight, taking out the opposing Kai'Sa player, so that's at least some more ones let back into the pool. Volta down to 1 HP as well. Things are heating up.
This is a rough spot for Volta, right? Like, he still needs to find... This Zone F3 would really help him, but he's still lacking that front eye because they're playing 4 quick draw. He's playing Tank Illusion in a 1-star Riven. He is so far from fully being able to complete this setup that he is going to be struggling for quite a while here. That Storm of Trades from the thing didn't really help him. And the lack of power, as you were talking about earlier on, Kenobi, in his augment here with the doubled Thieves Glove, also not really being the optimal route for him to take.
Yeah, as I said, the real challenge from this competition is finding a way to have frontline, and here we see the last stand is going to be really, really too little, and he faces someone that's going fast 9 and just barely makes it out by the skin of his teeth.
One player who doesn't make it out is Pasdebol, who's now gone with Volta down to 1 HP. Things are looking pretty tough here for France. I mean, going forward from this one, this is such an, I think, so far out of expectations for what we were going to coming into today's tournament as to how this matchup would go.
I mean, to a certain extent, right, but there's also the fact that when you have players like Pasdebol, Volta that are all very, very willing to go very low on HP, you will have games like this where you're just going to have some sort of inconsistent moment going on here. And, there is the Jax free, not the ideal optimization, there's no healing, but the sheer amount of HP for Fry hopefully should be enough.
Yeah, he's gonna, I think, run into the issue that the moment you hit Jax 3 is the moment Jax 3 gets outscaled by the other compositions, where the DPS is really here and able to take down the 6 brawlers. We'll see how it goes, because actually, for Mendef, remember I said he's going to be looking to find his Warwick quickly using that Nico, but he has his sights higher. He's seen what the rest of his team has done, and he said, no, that can't be enough. I will get this first place finish for us. I will be looking for that's Mordekaiser, or maybe the 3-star Warwick if he manages to take down Trey and release the Warwicks back into the pool. And he's going 9. Just not stopping.
Yeah, very good to not take out your teammate along the way of doing it. Volta stays alive for another round on 1 HP. Bibip is starting to drop down as well, Dre, the Volta hits the 3-star Sona, so maybe it's eventually got to where he needs to.
Sona 3 is such a, this unit is insane. I've been playing a lot of Sona, mainly powered by Power Grid, I will say so, though, but Sona is a very strong unit on this patch. Her ability to just provide so many different things here, as well, having this Spear of Shojin from the TG is such a massive bonus here, but it's going to go up against one of the compositions you're talking about, but this positioning here could be really beneficial for Volta.
Yeah, and if that Ezreal is able to one-shot this Yasuo, once he gets a little bit of AP under his belt, and it's really close, but that's not going to be quite enough. And I think maybe the lack of regen, maybe Twisted Fates, the card. And he takes it. That's awesome. As I was saying, it's one of the few champions that can take the Yasuo down from 100 HP to 0 once he's stacked enough, and he has that Giant Slayer to take him down, despite the 2 chalices of power. Oh my god, that was so close.
And the healing as well coming through from the last stand is going to be super beneficial. But Peter, I know, like, look at the HP in the lobby, right? You're looking at Black Knight at 22, and that's the highest. Then it's down to 16 first. Like, this entire lobby could turn on its head between one fight. Communication here is going to be Alpha Omega figuring out, like, how they're going to position to ensure that they don't kill their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a defining moment for the Hex League France in this particular round, because right now they've got 2 members already eliminated. All signs seem to point to a crushing victory for Eastern EU, but it could all flip around if this next round goes against them.
Not the front item you want here. Has a double double Reforger apparently on the bench sitting here that he could use to find a potential better frontline item, having those 2 extra waves that could be massive. And again, now there are so few matchups that you know that you have available, so you can kind of start communicating those a little bit more clearly. This is going to be super intense.
Yeah, if Vomendef and Voltarix manage to eke out top 1 and 2, thanks to the prismatic future sight that Vomendef have and this foresight that he has, that they know they can face each other, and Vomendef is able to tank that one loss, that would be massive. But as I was saying, as I was talking about it, here's a second Zephyr actually for Vomendef, and we see the Warwick is already past the rail thanks to the Zephyr and onto the Misfortune. Can he take her down? That's remains to be seen, because she has that Gunblade and the healing, but here comes the boom.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, it's just inevitability there, I think, for the Warwick. The Rel, pretty much the last one standing out in the composition, despite being a ludicrously strong tank. The Radiant Zephyr, just amazing, and that pushes France up and keeps them alive. They will be eliminated, so things are starting to even up more.
Yeah, and that Mistral in combined with Zephyr, obviously, that's just going to blow a massive wind across the entirety of the opposing field. But also keep in mind, he still has the Duplicator on the bench. So when he finds that copy of the Mordecai, so that is going to... Oh, okay. Oh, you can use it like this. That's a lesser Duplicator, right? So that keeps the actual Duplicator still in place here. Means that he's now able to find that Mordecai as a 2 on top of everything now. So this is going to be such an important fight here. This Shroud could be massive as well, but it's going to be a potential team kill here.
Yeah, we 2 French players on the right-hand side. On the left side, we've got the 2 Eastern European players as well. This could easily be the end of one team's chances in its entirety. But that's still got the Ezreal nice and cozy on the far side. With the Warwick, you pointed out before, Kenobi, it's so incredibly hard to put down. Edge of Night procs. Warwick still stays alive, and it looks like the Ezreal's is enough. Putting Death down to almost dead.
And just about enough, and they get a 3rd place for Voltarix thanks to this round. That was, I'm not gonna lie, never doubted for a single second that they would manage. And I definitely did not have the math wrong in my head for how much damage Voltar was gonna do to Vomendef. So that was for sure. It's really stressing.
If this goes the way you were suggesting, we've got a top 2 and a bottom 2 for France. You mentioned, the tiebreaker will be a 1st place finish. So if for Eastern EU, if they're going to salvage what has been a really good game for them, Yellow Tomato has to win the lobby.
Yeah, both servers missing here is going to prove some complication, because the Yasuo is going to be able to scale into the fight here with the loss of that Mordekaiser on top of everything. This Yasuo has to get further down here within just a second, but it is not going to be enough, and Vomendef is going to go out in 3rd. Volta wins his ghost fight, but 1st and 3rd probably is not going to be enough here unless Matt do a map. Any interesting things to keep in mind here on the carousel, Kenobi?
Well, a duelist spot for Yellow Tomato might allow him to hit 8 duelist, which is one of the few ways he can increase the tankiness from his Yasuo thanks to the 8 duelist. But he opts for into another locket to try and not get one shot by this Ezreal.
We've got the extra items coming in as well. This is so impressive from Yellow Tomato. Of course, you have to know that the rest of the Eastern European team are giving him as much help as possible at this point, with all of them having already been eliminated. But Yellow Tomato himself, does not have that competitive experience behind him. This would be an incredible win if he can make it happen.
Yeah, and you know what? No matter what happens, I'm winning here, because Ezreal, my boy, did great, and he went from dead last to his top 2 finish. So take it away. he's safely in his corner, not being bothered by the Yasuo, and he's stacking this AP thanks to his hero augment, and now he's got him in his sight and he's gone. And now it's just up to Ezreal to not die from this Twisted Fate, which I think might be a tall order.
Oh! There we go, Yellow Tomato with the little bit of Omnivam not quite making a difference there. I'm a little sad to see Ezreal not winning the lobby, but still a huge win there for Eastern EU, coming in and beating out one of the favorite teams in the entire competition.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one for sure. We kind of, as we were talking about going into the show, Kenobi, right, that we saw, or into the game even, sorry, like how these risky playstyles from France can sometimes backfire on the individual level.
Yeah, the willingness to commit through the 2-1 hero augments and go through with the reroll comms carries this high risk of, we saw Pasdebol having blue buff and double Hand of Justice on Lulu, even with that dual Glorious augment that was not enough to be able to go through the front lines. I mentioned that he wouldn't be able to get through Rel 3, but in fact he wasn't even able to get through Rel 2 star, so that spelled the end for him.
All right, well, Kenobi, thank you so much for joining us here today. Amazing job. Now, while it may not have ended well for France in that particular game, we will be hearing from Dokhy, one of the casters for the Hex League, during the break. That will bring us past the halfway point. So when we return, we'll be hearing from our analyst desk.
So hello, my name is Theo. In game it's Dokhy. I'm a French streamer and shoutcaster, and I also play. But I'm not as good as the player in the game I cast, but I play. Actually, I'm really excited to have a team competition in this format with 4 players. So since we had X League winners yesterday with Pasdebol, Texita, I guess it was Vomendes and Voltarix. I'm really excited to see the French team and how it's gonna be. The best performance, I think, from what we've seen so far, I will say the French team, but also the Polish guys and I think the Turkish guys. I really think I want to face the Spanish team because on Twitter and on other games like League of Legends, Valorant, there always be a rivalry, and in TFT also. And I also think I want to face the Polish guys because in ladder they're sometimes not as really friendly as we are, so I really want to beat them. Maybe we'll see some new strategies because, of course, since it's 4v4, maybe not all the team can open forts, not all the team can play strongboard because of the streaks, so maybe you have to adapt to your roles, but also your team roles is to not grief each other, but I think there will be some new strategies. I hope in our team they won't grief each other because I know some of the players, and I'm kind of scared. I really like them, but I'm kind of scared. I just want to thank the French community, and I hope they will support not me but the French team. I'm a storyteller. I don't care if you like or like me or not, but just support the French team. It will be a great event.
Well, we've been threatening it all day, and finally in round 3, Yasuo Winds of the Wanderer has appeared, and boy, did exactly what we expected it to do and crushed that entire lobby.
I think you misspoke, Niberia. The augment is called Winds of the Wanderer because that's what you do if you pick it, at least on ladder, and it seems like in tournament as well. I think the strongest hero augment in the game. Do we all agree? I think it just seems to be a little bit too much with how good Yasuo is specifically at countering comps like Kai'Sa that are in these corner pockets, and Yasuo can just instantly delete them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as soon as those augments rolled around in our little green room chat, I said like, oh, a yellow tomato is going to win. That's what's going to happen. We see a Winds of the Wanderer. It's not competed.
Yeah, oh, what a prediction. The strongest augment in the game wins the lobby. Oh, really?
You guys saying it,
She went through all the stats last night, Niberia. She knows what the best augment in the game is. She's a knower.
She always does. She always does. So what really surprised me about that game, though, because Winds of the Wanderer, as you said, pull out the D to use it to reroll, and the second place was what really shocked me, though, because Volta was having probably one of the worst games I've ever seen until he hit like 27 HP, hit that Ezreal 3 on 4-1, and slowly started recovering, but the last stand is really what saved him.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of felt like Volta had used all of his luck in the previous game, right? In the previous game, he had like 3 4-cost, 3 stars, and this time it just didn't really work out. Last stand, however, able to carry him from that bottom 4 situation all the way to the top 4. Somebody that really didn't have to bother all that much was Vomendeth to me, going into the game, having a strong start with the lasers, really just chilling throughout the game, then finding that future sight, did get another Zephyr on top of that, and from there on out it just looked really, really good. But was obviously not able to keep up with the Yasuo, but still just a very good kind of array of things to happen to you.
One more thing about Future Sight, in a team-based format like this one, it's especially good because when you have 100% guarantee of who you're facing, you can tell this to your teammates, and that player is not really in their pool despite them having him as an option. So it's so much more information gained for the entire team, not just the augment itself. They look at it from a bigger picture and how much it can help your own game plan, but also your teammates. So incredibly clutch, I think, in ways that we can't really, quantify as casters because we don't know exactly what the comms look like for the French team.
Yeah, and we're seeing on screen right there was exactly what the last stand was all about in that 1v1 against the Winds of the Wanderer. Was that last second ultimate from Ezreal happened a couple of times, and because of the Omni Vamp from last stand, he was often able to get it out. Even in that last fight, half a second more and Volta would have gotten that first place. So just that Omni Vamp was so crucial for the Ezreal composition. But there was another set of compositions that we flagged coming out of that game, and those were the Star Guardians. We had 2 Rel augments that kind of fell flat.
It's a comp that's just very, very strong when everything works out. I think everyone knows that Kai'Sa Reroll is one of the best comps in the game, and you have an even bigger chance or even bigger reason to go for it if you have those key hero augments like Hold the Line, like Channel Fermency, like any of the Kai'Sa supporting carry augments as well. In this case, both players contesting each other. Taktika just did not have any success whatsoever. It happens, you roll down, you don't hit anything, and with this is a 2-star Rel and 2-star Kai'Sa, you can't do too much. Black Knight thankfully had enough to get a 4th place, but that's really the reason why he wasn't able to get more. He just had no projection towards any of his 3 stars, and that meant that really a top 4 is all he could settle for.
I finally stood up in my chair, and speaking of standing, we got him. So let's take a look how that shaped our...
Spain, where are you? Spain? Oh
Germany.
No, Spain.
He's not doing great, David.
My finger crossing did not work
is
out.
Looking good.
Popping off. I love to see it. Turkey kind of on the 1-1 because obviously they had one round where they didn't play already. This time around was Poland and rest of EMEA who didn't get to play. So I think soon enough Germany is also going to take a break. We'll see how everything kind of plays out after that. That's kind of what we're on about here. Notably, MENA and Italy going head-to-head here on 18 points.
And that Germany-Turkey game, almost a clean sweep for Germany, getting all 4 of the top 4 spots. Just one little switch up between Havali and Raki in the end there in the 4th and 5th. So, I mean, proving that I think they just might be the favorites coming to this tournament. A lot of players and viewers were looking at France, but it looks like Germany is, the top dog, not just in GSCs, but also in the SuperBrawl.
Yeah, really been performing super strongly as a region. And of course, the results from the last match, we have the numbers in. Eastern Europe was victorious there off the back of a Yellow Tomatoes game. So strong showings from them as well. Now 2-0 in the standings. So I think personally not the highest in my power rankings. I wouldn't have said that they were going to be a top 3, top 4 team, but here we are. And I think this is starting to get a little bit interesting as well because Italy's taken their first win. Spain still is in the tournament.
Spain is in pain. You got the name just does it all for you, Nigeria.
It's not looking great for them, but we still have a couple rounds to go. So we're going to take a look at how that shakes out as we toss over to the casters for round number 4.
Thank you very much, Matt. So we are going to be moving on to 2 new regions, at least, to the stream for our 4th game. Now, it's kind of it alongside Wida again. So, with some new regions coming in, I think we need to make a new friend as well. What do you think?
I think making friends is always great, and you should always try to do that in life. So let's get a new friend in here.
Hello, welcome to the stream. What have you been thinking of everything so far?
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me. First of all, I'm like really excited to see how these 2 highly competitive regions will fare against each other. Both the MENA and the Turkish teams have unique strategies and playstyles, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, so obviously we know a little bit more about the Turkish team because they're a little bit more prevalent to a certain extent, but is there anything special about the MENA team that you'd like to point out?
Yeah, it's probably worth mentioning that I'm originally from Tunisia, but I also live in Istanbul in Türkiye, so I know both teams pretty well. I think the MENA team is like, I know this is a controversial take, but I think the MENA team is like one of the best teams in this tournament. It's definitely one of the favorites. Like we have Briggs who made it to Worlds last set. We have Mujiwara who finished second in a previous GSC, and we have like Kamita Kara and Arzu who are constantly challenger players around 1K LP, and they played previous GSCs as well. So I think they're pretty good. The good thing about MENA is that they won't be having any communication problems, since 3 out of 4 players in MENA are from Tunisia, so they are going to speak the Tunisian dialect, which is also understood by Egyptians. Mujiwara is from Egypt, so there won't be any communication problems or language barriers, whereas other regions like for example Nordic countries, Eastern Europe, or the rest of the EMEA, they might actually have a language barrier, and they don't have exactly the same or a common language, so this might actually be a major advantage for the MENA team. Even though they lost the first 2 games, I think they're doing a pretty good job. Both games were like really close, and yeah, I think it's still pretty doable to qualify for day 2, and I'm pretty sure if they qualify to day 2, I'm pretty sure they will make it to day 3 as well. And why not win the entire tournament? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A must-win game for the MENA team, currently on 0 wins, along with Italy here in Group A. But yeah, it's only one team that's getting eliminated here today, so very much a do or die. So, you know, give us great insights on the teams themselves as we get into our next lobby. What have you thought about the actual compositions that have been played so far?
I think like Arzu has different playstyle. He's like more of a first or eighth kind of player. He usually like lose streaks early game and tries to like win streak and tries to win out late game. This is not exactly the safest playstyle, but it definitely helps. We have like Kami and Mujiwara. They both like are the kind of players that try to win streak early game. They try to save as much HP as possible. And they eventually like bleed out to a second or third or fourth, something like that. Briggs does the same thing as well, but he has like a different playstyle. He tries to roll on 6, on 3-2 every game, like almost every game. So he tries to get a win streak on stage 3 going. He tries to like save as much HP as possible. So I think the composition for the MENA team is kind of balanced. They if the games like go really well for them, I'm pretty sure they just win out. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I feel like they should definitely not contest each other. They should try to grief the other players. Like for example, if someone's playing a reroll comp, they might wanna hold their units. They might wanna like grieve them, grieve their items from carousel, etc. So yeah.
All right, well, let's get things started.
So we have the player here in Rubik in screen right now, had a very interesting box on 1-2 with the early spell stinger set up here potentially for both Sona as well as LeBlanc. Both of these units can kind of go into separate setups depending on what you're actually going to be seeing here. Something to keep in mind here, Cloud of Mind is still pretty good for Rubik, but you'd have to give him a lot of power to get that bench full up as well, even with the 4x champs, you still need to commit the 2 gold, and doesn't have the Anima squad line either really present. Phony frontline is never really that bad, but he is going to be going for the Clouded Mine and will have to invest the 2 gold I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, at least that does mean that Rubik can stay out of the way of anybody else who's trying to go for a more aggressive start and guarantee the teams a late game. Bricks, of course, as mentioned before, returning it from the Global Championship. Of course, the player that so many were so excited to see play there before, did incredibly last season. We'll see if he's able to carry it this time around as a very aggressive early augment pick. Take a glance across and see we have got a couple of emblems sneaking in.
You're looking at something like Action Mark here very early on will give an indication that either we're trying to balance this out to be a duelist board, try to find that Yasuo augment coming around 3-2. It could also just be a heavy AP lean. The items on the bench are not necessarily indicative of anything just yet due to the nature of how he's on a 2-component opener.
I don't really like the opener for Bricks. Honestly, it has Axiomark, which offers like a 5.2 onto 1, and he doesn't even have AP items. But we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the most stable one, right, Peter? Like you very often expect when you have those 2-item components, like you very often would like to see something like a blue buff or anything that gives you clear direction, but he doesn't have that. Someone that does have that though is Cammy, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, putting together the strong defender frontline. We don't actually... Yeah, sorry, no, my apologies. We do have the Rel in there, so we've got a chance to build up our proto-misfortune in the early going. I think this is a pretty good start here for Cammy. Again, we've got several players playing in SuperBrawl who don't have a tremendous amount of individual tournament experience, but Cammy's start, I don't think, could be too much bettered.
Yep, exactly. I think the Cammy's opener is like really good. He just like tries to play as much Star Guardians as possible. Like the best form of this comp is like 8 Star Guardian, or if you don't hit the Syndra at 8 or something, you just play like 6 Star Guardians, and it's pretty good comp. You play Kaisa MF, and with the quick draws, I think it's pretty strong, and he has a really good opener for it.
All right, so
I feel like he's a little bit in 2 minds, right, Peter? Like, wouldn't you like to see him make gold here? Like, if he loses this round, I feel like you have to make a sacrifice somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, this something that's Lulu won is having a lot asked for her to keep the win streak going, but the front line is very, very good. So maybe you can get away with it. I mean, right now, Arat and Akami, they're the 2 players who are win streaking. They might actually face each other, and there's the emergency last-second injection of gold and levels to push up and make sure the win streak stays intact.
Another thing is also worth noting here, if you saw towards the bottom of your screen, Rubik did the same thing despite being a 92, so he lost the early out and then went for the aggressive level to 5 here on to 3. There could be some match to try to grieve Cammy, it could just be due to the nature of how he's playing out, and we kind of see a moment developing here with both Ging and Havali losing out so far, and the further we get through this stage, they'll have to communicate who is going to be the one who will be on the full loss streak if it comes to it at the end of the day.
You mentioned that right back at the beginning of the day, trying to coordinate between the teams. And I think, the win streaking and loss streaking is definitely the most direct way you can see that happening or not happening. Though I do feel like, as we move forward in this lobby, I do know that, our bottom 4 players right now are playing pretty conservatively. A ton of items uncompleted, and we know that we've got augments like Calculated Loss and Cluttered Mind in the lobby, which are going to allow us access to some pretty scary late games.
I just want to hear your thoughts about on this, Salal, right? So I have been playing a lot of Infinity Team Crest openers, and they have had various levels of success. I think it is safe to say, for me at least. Is there anything specific that the player should be looking out for when they do go down this route?
Yeah, the Infinite Team line, the Infinite Team opener is definitely one of the strongest openers in the game right now. And the mid and late game isn't even that bad. So you play around the Samira, the Ezreal, the ultimate Ezreal. I think Arat is in a really good spot, and I'm pretty sure if he faces Camille, I'm pretty sure he'll just end his streak. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking real good here. I mean, even the Threes company, Mujiwara's board, is pretty darn solid, but it's just a step behind in terms of quality. The Infinity Team, of course, the extra unit early on, always going to help out in the early going. Hence, hands Mujiwara a loss. But I do notice that both Kami and Arat have yet to face off against each other. We've got 2 win streakers getting close to Krugs.
Oh, 5 Infinity Team also coming online. I am wondering here how desperate Arat is. Do you want to commit? Actually, you can't commit just 20 gold. You have to commit, right? You cannot commit. There's actually 1 goal short of being able to just absolutely ship it to 6. But I don't think that's even a real option either, regardless.
It decides not to go for it in the end. We'll see if our win streakers face off against each other, and they will. So the Star Guardians setup will be trying to make use now of the 2-star Lulu behind that strong front line. We're seeing so many good front lines being put together in the early going, but it does look like Arat has got the small edge here to keep their win streak intact. So we'll only have 1 win streaking player in stage 3.
And Ging wins as well, so he's going to lose his loss streak, which means we have Havali and Bricks on a loss streak. Ging gets his streak broken. That is not ideal for the Turkish team, right? Because you kind of want to have both of them loss streaking into this PV round. Early Aatrox with the Infinity emblem being picked up here as well. That is a very solid carrier at this point in the game.
It's definitely one of the best units you could hit at 5 while playing Infinite Team. Like, Infinite Team Aatrox is definitely one of the strongest units for sure. Yeah.
I mean, of course, we're going to be seeing with the extra augment coming in soon, it's going to get even stronger as well. I guess I'll put it, to put it to you both, and particularly, looking forward to how far do we think Arat can take this win streak through the game?
I personally believe that he's going to win streak the entire stage 3 as well.
Yeah, the early 6
you agree?
Yeah, I think the early 6 here makes a lot of sense. He has the 2-star Ashe ready to go as the next natural in to get that continuous AD skilling on the Severe as well. If it's a free-to hero augment, having the Sure Shot active is going to give you more options for potentially spiking a Samira augment as well. So this level 6 here makes a lot of sense, but he's hiding into the last second possible just to guarantee that it is going to catch some people by surprise.
I mean, it's a reflection of how high stakes this game is. It was before we saw the top teams. Now these 2 teams are trying to make sure they don't get eliminated going into day 2. So every single little edge you can hope for will be the difference maker. Rubik, you can see, has made an early move into the Radiant Soul, but I think the Infinity Team is going to be more than enough to keep that win streak intact.
Actually, semi-scary with the cluttered backline as well, with the hard scaling up coming through here. The 6 is close to being in vain, but so talking about Rubik again, using that cluttered mind to get to those earlier level 5s and level 6, as we were talking about earlier on here, almost, ending his teammates' win streak there. Oh, okay.
All right, Talal, what do you like here?
I would probably either take Mana Tampering or roll for the other Shen augment. I don't know what it's called. I forgot.
Oh, yes.
Matrix.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, we've got it for ourselves. So the damage reduction will be there, and that's another Infinite Team secured. All right. So far, so good. Well, of course, we'll be checking out what's some of our other augments that have been coming in as getting it pops up a level. I do want to take a time to note that we have got Havali Nick and Bricks both down in the 60s so far. I'll be interested to see how their boards are developing as well.
Oh, he found the Draven augment here. Mujiwara is a player that, generally speaking, tends to play some kind of off-the-wall stuff sometimes, just plays what he hits and does in the fantasy. We heard Snooty talk about that in an interview before, for example, and we saw that greatly talk about the previous GSC and GSC3 back in Dragonlance, but going with a more tried-and-true route here of playing the Draven. Is this a line that is like synonymous with Mujiwara in general as well, Talal, or how
Yeah, he's like he likes playing reroll comps. I don't think playing reroll comps in this kind of tournament is the best thing to do, but he has like a really good spot for it, so why not?
Yeah, Muji did, got a couple of gold out of the League of Draven there, but I think a little bit like we saw before for Bricks with that Axiom arc, it definitely feels like a situation where you really want to be winning your rounds to make the best use of your setup and make sure that you can punch your way back into the top 4.
Some interesting things being picked up here as well, right? We see the Relentless Assault for Asu was already on a win streak, just being able to utilize that Jax as a carry throughout the entirety of the game. But look at the bottom. Aim assist for Bricks, multi-shot for Havali, and almost have a Kami as well. So many of these players are going to be on these super heavy free cost carries throughout the game, and now it's up to the likes of Mujiwara and Artye to kind of build comps that don't rely on those free cost carries.
Well, we get to check in with Havali and see that multi-shot coming into full effect. I think this has been, again, one of the big things coming out today is that while we expected to see the Kaiser, at least the one being played on each team, it's been a little bit less than we would have expected. The calculated loss has allowed Havali Nick to reach this point with very strong economic setup, and now is not going to be taking losses at all.
Yeah, Havali is definitely in a really good spot. He has the Kai'Sa 2-on-6. That's kind of high roll since Camille is also playing multi-shot. He's playing Kai'Sa, so it's kind of hard for them to hit Kai'Sa on 6 with 50 gold left. So he's in a really good spot. He might actually go for that Kai'Sa 3.
Yeah, isn't it a two-way contest, as you're pointing out right here? Again, now this is going to be just a 3-round deck, Peter, right? But keep in mind what we talked with Kenobi about last time in the previous game with the 5-round deck on the Stage 2 carousel, having big implications for 3-2, 3-3. Well, this is going to have huge implications for the 4-1 situation.
Yeah, certainly for our players lower down the table, they're going to take any help they can get. I think for the players up at the top, they're pretty much set where they are. We did, of course, have the prediction before. We were going to be seeing keep that win streak all the way through Stage 3. We're pretty close, just 2 stages away from making that happen. I mean, based on what we've seen from the rest of the lobby, and given the power level we've got coming in, are you still sticking to that prediction?
I mean, I haven't seen Arzu's board, but I'm pretty sure Arzu's board is like insanely strong here. So unless Arzu is like insanely high rolling, I don't think he's gonna lose his streak anytime soon.
Well, here it is. You were asking about it. Well, here it is. Asking you shall receive, I guess, is the name of the game, praying to Mordok here. It's going to be that 2-star Jax we're talking about with the Relentless Assault as well as the Battle Mage. While it is a strong board, it probably would have lost to the board from Artye as you were talking about.
Yeah, he would have lost for sure.
So, I mean, this is where we're seeing the Axiom arc, which is, again, generally the eyebrow-raising first augment pick from Bricks really coming into effect here now that we've got LeBlanc online. I mean, from the position that Bricks is in, around 62, because he's starting on a win streak now, and maybe long-term this was the right move.
It was. If you're going to force LeBlanc, it's definitely one of the best augments for LeBlanc. But you never know. You might not hit the LeBron. The LeBlanc.
The LeBron James of TFT. Yes. So yeah. Anyways.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah. I was just saying that you might not hit that LeBlanc augment, so it's kind of risky. There are not many other lines that you can play with Axiom Arc, so I don't know. I mean, he definitely got BIS for LeBlanc right now. He's in a really good spot. If he hits that LeBlanc 3, I'm pretty sure this is at least a top 3. But we'll see if he actually hits or not.
I think the important thing to note about the position that Bricks was in when he picked the Axiom Arc was that he did have two routes to go down, right? Because you also had the early Sona, you had the early Blanc coming out of the same box, which then allowed him to like know that no matter which hero augment it was going to be, he would have a clear AP line to play for. Both of these eggs are going to hatch at the same time, so this lobby is about to get absolutely crazy. A ton of gold duplicators all around. Well, LeBlanc Free might as well be on the table for Bricks next turn if he wants to roll it all down, because he does have two lesser champion duplicators already on his bench.
I can see already he's tempted down this path where there will be no turning back from. I mean, yeah, I'm really, again, Bricks is just so wonderful to see on screen again. Again, for anyone who was not aware, going into the Global Championship, just, the name on absolutely everybody's lips. Really hoping he gets a chance. Well, he won't get a chance this particular season to go back there again. We're hoping that long-term Bricks will be a real staple of the scene.
Also keep in mind, he was only one copy away because he still had one in the box, still had two duplicators on the bench, right? So the really aggressive rolling came, made a lot of sense here. Now, this should just be the LeBlanc Free coming through, and Ging was also trying to accumulate some of those LeBlancs you can see on the right side of your screen. Is going to be a little bit annoyed about that, but Briggs has put himself into a fantastic position to just run away with this lobby.
Ooh. So we've seen on the itemization for the LeBlanc before when there was a little bit more of the defensive Omnivamp coming in to put the Edge of Night, instead just going for raw casting power, and the Goddess just strikes down absolutely everyone. Bricks unstoppable. You can see on his camera right now, he's pretty pleased with how things are going.
I mean, he should be. He is like BIS everything. He has blue buff, Archangel, JG, and he has Axiomarch. I don't think he's losing any more rounds the entire game. He might actually just go first. And yeah, I think the MENA team actually got really lucky with the egg cash out, because everyone was playing like reroll comp. We have the Jax reroll, we have the Kai'Sa reroll, the Draven reroll, and the LeBlanc reroll. So I think the egg cash out giving a Nico there is like insanely good, and it's not even that big Nico. It's like the shitter Nico, if I may say.
There's a champion duplicator is the official given name that's been given by its ever-loving parent, Moddog, right? That is what Moddog chose to give it to name it. That is what is. Oh, I mean, this Draven setup is not necessarily fantastic, right? I mean, Infinity Force is not a bad Draven item, but it's not a great Draven item either. You don't have that Infinity Edge. That is, generally speaking, a really nice addition to have. So the sure tempo of just having a freestyle Draven here is going to have to carry Muji away from 8th place.
Hey, Lawrence, is that you? Because we've just seen two hackers passing each other in the rear view mirror. I mean, the Draven getting hackers into the backline at least keeps him from being immediately targeted. But as you can see, it's just, you compare them apples to oranges here. This Draven just is not on the same remote level as the Blanc 3.
Yeah, I think this is an uncontested 8 for Mujiwara. That's pretty unlucky for him. I mean, he chose a line that I personally wouldn't choose. Like, I don't really like Draven Dispatch, so yeah.
Yeah, I definitely will say I have had more downs than ups with Draven myself on this patch in particular, but it is the composition that if you hit early enough and you can kind of get ahead of the curve, you can kind of start pushing levels, get to that 5 mech point, and start toying around with some interesting tools as well. But the spikes are just way too strong all around here. Even Ging now having hit that 3-star Gnar, still lacking that final item, didn't get one from the Guillotine this time around. So still in for an interesting fight here for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really fascinating to see that we've got the hackers sort of returning back to form here. As much as we were kind of writing the obituary, we've got 3 different hacker compositions in the same lobby. Really fascinating interactions with each other. We'll get to see whether or not this Gnar will have remotely what it takes to take down the Raven, because this feels like a much more favorable situation.
Yeah, the Shen just doing so much work, right? We saw it tank 2 or 3 LeBlanc ultimates still.
Yeah, I think it's pretty understandable that everyone's playing reroll comps, because everyone's like playing these 3-cost reroll comps, so everyone's is eventually going to hit his 3-star carry. So I think it was actually the right call for MENA to actually go for these reroll comps, and for Arat as well, or Ging. I think he's playing the Gnar reroll.
All right, we've got our next items coming in as we check in with HP. Of course, as we noted already, Mujiwara is in the most red of danger zones with Havali barely above on 17. Ging also in a bit of a rough spot. Everybody else starts to creep up in HP dramatically once you hit the top 4. Kami and Bricks both doing very well. But Arat, who didn't keep the win streak the entire time through, but has maintained position at the very top of this particular scoreboard.
Yes, and that's also worth keeping in mind when you realize that he has a composition that is going to need a lot more pieces to fall in line before he is going to be able to fully stabilize. While these free cost rerolls that you're talking about so much, right, they have a little bit of a simpler line towards being able to stabilize.
Infinity Team 7 Sure Shot 4, thanks to the Sure Shot emblem coming in to allow even more power. At least in this case from Ging, we've got some form of backline access, but it's not on the right side of the formation to shut down what will be an incredibly powerful, though only currently 1-star Samira.
I think he's just going for the first 9. I don't think he's gonna roll anymore. He has already guaranteed. He has reroll on 8, which is an insane spike with the Infinite Team comp. I think he's just going for the first 9, and he will just cap his word around the fiddles, around the Urgots, etc.
Yeah, I think that's it's a very clear thing here as well, that very often you will see players, even though they have a guarantee, for example, when they find that Fiddlesticks 2, they'll just move the duplication to the Fiddle instead, just because having 2 Fiddles is such a powerful tool in terms of the CC. It hits a much wider variety of the board, does a little bit more damage, so it's easy to get those executes off with the Samira, for example, further down the road. So keeping that in mind. And also keep in mind here that Havali is going to be the player of the Kaiser rerollers here that will probably be in a position to go out in 7th place.
And Mujiwara has already exited in 8th. So this would bring us back to even between the 2 teams with 1 MENA player already gone. This is, of course, for Havali, a Turkish player who could follow the same way. We're looking forward to seeing how that affects things longer term as well, as every point will count to try and get the overall win. But it looks like Havali, Nick, is not quite ready to let go of life. Down to the last unit remaining, Misfortune, I don't think quite gets the cast off in time. And the Edge of Night saves it for Rubik. We go down 1 more player.
Oh, that's really good for Kami Dakara. The Kaiser player is dead, so now he might actually be able to hit that Kaiser 3. He's like 3 off, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, 6 of them
really
being put
good
into
shout.
the pool. Interesting here that I find this interesting, right? That Ging has chosen to put the second Titan Resolve on to the Gnar here. He clearly has a vision that he wants a much better final item on this Gnar instead of a second TG, a second Titan Resolve. Imagine having two Thieves Club on the same unit. I feel like that would be kind of broken.
Oh my gosh, there's just too much randomness to handle. Arzu. My apologies. Up here at the top with the 8 Brawler setup. So we did see the Brawlers coming through before in a truly obscene infinite range composition, but this seemed like a pretty standard Brawler setup with the rapid fire cannon. Doing pretty darn well, honestly.
Oh, that's actually a pretty huge spike. He hit like that Riven 3 Warwick 2. That's actually insane. But he's kind of far off from Jax. I think other players are holding Jax for him, so I don't think he's hitting Jax 3 this game.
You have someone people are playing for Mech, for example, right? That's gonna prove a little bit of an issue for him in that regard. But he's already on his route to having both the secondary and the tertiary carry, right? Both with the Riven being the secondary carry as well as the spell Veth being the tertiary carry in this current setup.
Very good. I don't know if it was by fortune or by design, the Jax leaping away from the Gnar, which was otherwise going to be tearing him to pieces in the backline, giving Jax a lot of time to scale up and then turn his wrath back on the Jax. Again, there is not much left in the tank HP-wise. This might even be enough to put him down.
Ging is fine for another round. Should be right just about here. But it's about to be KO for the MENA team almost, right? You look at this Rubik. You're looking at Ging and Rubik at 2 and 11. They're 1 life each. Meanwhile, Briggs, Azu, Kami, Kadara, they're all just looking in great spots. They're not struggling for anything right now.
Ging putting the last bit of money in here, the 6 heart composition, and of course, carry Sona means she's going to be shooting out extra versions of her spell as well. Not up to 3 items as of yet, but we have seen that Aurelion Sol be a great difference maker at the end. But of course, we do have to consider that eventually all things come to an end, and they will end very quickly when a LeBlanc 3 is involved.
I mean, just look at it go. It's almost like tantalizing in a way, right? Like you just look at it go and it just fires away. Like it's just like super. It's just like so like rewarding in a way, right? Like it's just you like play that like you know what? Like I don't need all of this like lo-fi stuff. Just give me Machine Gun LeBlanc. You know, like that is the same. Like has the same effect to a certain extent.
I think inside the screen. Sorry, just a second to note that Ging has been eliminated. That's what Observer was trying to show us there. Please, you were saying.
Yeah, I think the MENA team already won now. Ging and Rubik both died. So yeah, in terms of point, I think the MENA team is already won the game.
Yeah, but keep in mind here, while they might have won the match, they're still trying to play for world points, they're trying to play for average placement, they're trying to play for the MVP. So there are still things that they can play for here. For example, a Rod could potentially end up securing himself an MVP at the end of the day if he's one of the best performing players here. So there are still things to play for. While this could just end up being a victory lap for the MENA team, we will see in a second.
I mean, it's, again, as we said right back at the beginning, a really, really meaningful win for MENA, who so far have been denied any wins at all, particularly to do it over Turkey, the team who are just above them in the standings, may well be the difference maker between making it day 2 and not. So I think a victory lap is deserved right now.
A lot of emblems here, both like Brawler for like the Jax player. There are Hacker as well, Rage play. There are a lot of interesting items here that you can kind of work with.
Oh, Brawler for Artye is pretty huge, I think.
Oh yeah, no kidding. When we already know that Brawler 8's online, so you're just refining down that board even further. I mean, they're at being the last Turkish player left in the top 4. That's some very bad news indeed, but Arad will go up to level 9. So even if the team themselves have lost the overall match, can at least try and make sure it represents the region as well as possible.
Yeah, and Tusta, Ultimate Israel here, this could kind of just be the spike that they're looking for. The issue for the Turkish team was that the rest of the players were not really able to find their footing while Arad was like ramping up and stuff like that, right? So also here, not popping any of his components here, wanting to guarantee that he's like in a weaker state for Cammy, I think, maybe, or just like a little bit dizzy.
I suppose with the pressure being off for the teams at this point, I think there's a genuine argument to be made for, in this situation here, if you know the individual game is won, there's the format, the whole 4v4 experience here is such a complex situation to get into that having just more time at this point in the competition for a team to discuss what they've seen so far and to strategize for that all-important final game, that's genuinely worth something significant to them.
Also, keep in mind, we saw the bench for Cammy. That's 2 copies of Zephyr being able to be picked up and just to absolutely annihilate any dreams of positioning that Arad may or may not have. So keep that in mind if Cammy is ever going to rotate into Arad in a fight, unless Arad gets taken out by Asu in this fight.
And just further to what you mentioned before, for our team to have won the game, the specifics of the MVP being that the 3 players with the highest average placement over each day won themselves a €450 prize. So absolutely, while the game itself in terms of tournament sense is over, the bragging rights, then the chance to potentially earn yourself that MVP prize is definitely still worth giving everything for these last few rounds. All right, last one standing here for the Turkish squad. Does seem to be standing relatively strong. The Belveth on the back line. She's always very tricky to try and catch the last bit of damage, as Arad will move down to a single life remaining.
Yeah, and this is probably just going to be the end here for Arad. We're looking at very few potential additions to this board that could really help out. He's still on a 1-star Samira. That could have been a remake, right, for a while as well. Keep that in mind, but not ideal. You'd much rather have a Samira 2 as well to kind of help alleviate some of the damage pressure from this Ezreal.
So, I mean, since we can take it a little bit easy for the last part of this game, being that we know the overall standing. So, would you mind, I think you gave us some really good insights on the players before. So, from the ones we've got remaining here, particularly for Arzu and for Cammy, who are currently up at the top of the table and looking really good, can you just sort of remind us of some of the things about their play style and what you thought about their play this game?
As I said earlier, Arzu tries to play that loose streak early game, and then he tries to win out late game. He's literally doing the same thing as I said this game. Kami's also tried to win streak. He pushed that level 5 on 2-3 or something. He tried to force that win streak. He eventually lost on the last round of stage 2 versus Arat, but that was kind of unfortunate. Mujiwara opted for the Draven comp, which is I'm not really a big fan of. So he unfortunately went 8th, but everyone else just did really well. And I think the communication and the reasoning behind going for these reroll comps, and here we can find that Arat already died. So top 1, top 2, top 3 are going for the MENA region.
Yes, so with Arat now being eliminated, thanks for your insight very much as well, Salal. You're still, this is now they're just playing for themselves. They have to play this game out like it's a regular game of TFT. So is Azu's board kept out enough to take home the victory here? Talal, do you think that Kami is taking it home, for example?
I think Arzu is pretty strong. He has the Jax 3 now. He has the Belveth as a secondary carry. He has the 8 brawler with the double brawler crest. So I think he's in a really good spot. But unless someone caps around legendaries, I don't think anyone's gonna beat him.
I mean, all of the you can see all of the significant brawler units managing to avoid getting caught by the Zephyr there, but honestly, I'm really happy to see a brawler composition doing this well, because this isn't one of those compositions that we were necessarily expecting to see absolutely everywhere, but it has proven, at least for our teams who are looking to try and avoid contesting each other, that there are viable compositions that can really put out a strong performance.
Arzu is known for his Jax. He's one of the best Jax players I've ever seen. I don't know what it is. He just makes Jax work for some reason. So yeah.
I think that Jax overall is a comp that is actually kind of slept on. I think it's a very strong comp that a lot of people probably should try to angle for a little bit more. But as you're talking about here, it is just recognizing the spots from where it's actually playable. I think back to GSC3, where we saw Coco perform incredibly well in the first couple of days, maining Jax to a certain extent, right? It's a comp that really can have a very high top end if you just really end up capping it out.
Yeah, we can see there, of course. The small side benefit is that with a beefy board like the Brawlers, they're nowhere near as vulnerable to LeBlanc as nearly any other kind of board would be. And Jax is able to soak that damage with no Edge of Night. LeBlanc just falls to pieces. And I mean, we're really going back to the old style, as Brix is not quite as happy to end up with a third after putting together the world's most ludicrous board, but still a very strong game played from both sides.
I like how Briggs was so chill, just just leaning back in his chair, head behind his hands, just just chilling here for a while, moment in time, and kind of see them throwing the thumbs up towards each other. Azu blocking a potential Infinite Team emblem here as well to potentially do some stuff. I think it might have just been picked up by automatically, but could potentially have been something that Kami could have looked at for potential level 9. Well, can these Zephyrs really, are they going to have enough impact to make a difference in this fight? Because it looked really convincing the last time around.
Yeah, I don't think Kami's winning this ever. Arzu's board is really tanky and he has so much damage. He can't go past that front line, and I don't think it's going to be any close.
No, Kami just doesn't really seem to have an enormous amount of raw damage there that need to be able to punch through the hides of the Brawlers. I mean, the individual units are still pretty darn strong, but you see Arzu chuckling to himself in the corner of the screen. Definitely, I mean, this is a huge morale boost here for the MENA team, who have taken 2 losses so far in this day 1. To have such a convincing win here, and there we go. And to win out as well with a competition we just weren't expecting. Arzu proves himself the Jax master.
Yes, and overall, again, keep in mind, this is a victory from MENA, a team that not a lot of us really had a lot of faith in. I think that most of us recognize that definitely was a team there, like two very prominent players in Brix and Muji that we've seen perform really well in GSCs, and Brix going to the championship last set. But Azu and Kami, two players we've seen in GSCs, you're talking about Talal, but really haven't performed that incredibly well in them so far.
Yeah, they haven't really performed any well in any of the previous GSCs, but I think this is their time to shine now. So yeah.
Well, absolutely, very impressive stuff. Of course, we've got some more voices to be heard during the break. We'll be hearing it from Morgan, one of our casters, who's going to be telling you a little bit about himself. We've got one more round of competition to go here today. We will be cutting 2 of our regions heading into day number 2. So we've still got a lot more to decide in this final round. Stay tuned. Our analyst desk will be back after the break.
How's it going, peace? My name is Morgan. I am going to be 22 years old in about 2 months from now. I come from Egypt and I've been casting for 5 years right now. This has been my first year, or actually my second year of casting TFT. Okay, so what strategies are regions now going to use, since it's no longer depending on one player and it depends on a team strategy. Now, we could just have one player perform absolutely best, getting rank 1 in every game, and we could just make all the other 3 just absolutely grief enemies, copying their comms, stealing their items, and dancing on the carousel, waiting them to go out just for the turn order to come, and then grab that item just to grief them so our player could win. This could be a very effective strategy, not just to win against your enemies, but also to tell them and play on mental. So which region is going to perform the best from the 10 regions participating in SuperBrawl? Of course, I'm going to be very biased in this question. It's really easy to answer. It's going to be MENA. We're going to outperform every single region out there. Okay, is there any region that MENA region is scared of facing? The question should be more like, which regions are scared of MENA? And the answer is going to be all of them. They better be. I want to thank the community. Their comments have been so generous ever since I started commentating. They've been very welcoming to me. I get a lot of good comments that come to me in my DMs and in chat, like, we love your energy, we love your casting, we love hearing you cast in these games, and it's been so welcoming. It feels like it's a true family. You guys are the best, and I want to wish luck to my MENA region in this tournament. I want to say that Brix, Mujiwara, and everyone are going to absolutely kill it, and you guys are amazing. I love you, TFT community.
Damn it, Jax, I thought we were free of you. I thought you were gone. We had Golden Spatula Cup number 3, you were everywhere, and then we were safe. We were fine. But then it turns out we're seeing a bunch of players playing these like off-meta compositions, and makes the chat's been wondering. The people have been wondering, what's going on with that? Why are we seeing it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jax in particular is kind of in a special spot. With that, Relentless Assault just suddenly becomes so good, and then he was able to go into those 8 brawlers. That kind of has to be the angle that we're talking about it here. I do kind of want to say that it hit them cold turkey, but it was really meaningful that MENA got their first win of the day. Sorry. But yeah, speaking about these kind of off-meta comps, keep in mind, this is a 4 versus 4 competition. So you can't just go all Kai'Sa. Like, you can't go into the game and be like, oh, no scout, no pivot, me Kai'Sa. It doesn't work. You have to talk to the rest of your team, and you have to all find a comp that works for you. And sometimes the angle for that might be that you're going into Gadgetines, which isn't that bad, just didn't really work out for Ging here. Draven, I would say, is a little bit lower on the tier. I really loved seeing the LeBlanc come out, and I think that's something you wanted to talk a little bit about more, Panda, right?
Yeah, I think it was a perfect synergy of the Axiom Arc with the LeBlanc 3. The fact that we had those eggs pop into a few more duplicators made it super easy to hit LeBlanc 3 much earlier than expected. And we know how strong LeBlanc was in the past with the hacker meta in the last patch. But once you add in Axiom Arc, I think she reaches a very similar power level in terms of how she can dominate a lobby, especially stages 3 and 4, because you just continue chaining these kills. And as long as you have enough damage, which LeBlanc did with the triple items and the early 3-star, it meant she was just obliterating everyone in stage 4, and it eased Bricks into a very easy top 4.
So, David, I've got a question for you, because we were talking about it a little bit in the green room. Makes and I not too high on the ultimate Ezreal. I feel like every time I see him itemized, he ends up doing absolutely nothing, and the Affinity Team comp is worse for it compared to itemizing the Samira. What's going on there?
I think it's mostly Ezreal failing the eye test, where Samira, when you're seeing her do her thing, she's kills one unit, kills the next unit, whereas Ezreal, with the AoE damage, doesn't guarantee kills, especially at the end of the fight when he's the last left alive. You're looking at his ult, it pops off, and just no one dies. That's the bigger problem. It's more of an AoE type damage where it can do damage at the very start of a fight, but it isn't really I think a unit that you can really have as a main carry. Infinite Team and the stats for Ezreal 2 are mostly carried by the fact that if you're hitting Ezreal 2, you're probably level 9, you're probably very rich, and you probably have either a Fiddle 2 or Mordekaiser 2 in the Infinite Team spot with the stat on it, and that's what wins you the games. Maybe Samira as well as a secondary carry. So I think Ezreal 2 is good, but not as a main carry. I wouldn't put all my eggs into his basket, that's for sure.
Speaking of eggs, though, just a big talking point for that game. Honestly, that was a good. My brain just went like boop. There were a lot of glitched out eggs in those carousels, leading to a lot of players having it very easy to find their 2-stars. I think that has to be a talking point. There are a lot of duplicators to go around this one, all due to the eggs. So maybe they did put their eggs in the correct basket.
I think it's the power of the current glitched out carousels in stage 2, especially if you find a 3-cost you want with a duplicator and you have already a Jax or a LeBlanc or a Kai'Sa in stage 2, it's actually very, very impactful. So it was the case for Bricks as well. I think the reason he reached LeBlanc 3 so early was in large part thanks to duplicators. So a lot of this game, a lot of the placements that occurred here was down to what players are rerolling 3-stars and what players are hitting those 3-stars much earlier than expected.
Makes warned us coming into this. I just want everyone to know that she had a bunch of dad jokes ready. I think I underestimated the density of them. Frankly, I think I underestimated the frequency. And I'm a little bit stun-locked here, but I think the big thing that I also want to talk about when we were talking about those 3-cost carries, the additional gold able to hit them, is the Kai'Sa problem reared its ugly head once again. We had Havali, Nick, and Kami both going for that Kai'Sa carry, but it kind of messed both of them up. Kami was ultimately able to recover, but for a while there, he was stuck on that 2-star that just wasn't pulling its weight because he had lost all that time trying to find it.
I think that's the magic of TFT. A comp is very strong, but it kind of auto-balances itself if multiple players are going for that line. And other comps that are maybe not so strong but uncontested, like Jax, like LeBlanc, are able to come up and actually do much better than Kai'Sa, despite Kai'Sa being the queen of the current meta, for better or for worse, depending on who you ask.
Yep, I think most of us last patch would agree that it was much for worse. It was very, very worse, but I'm glad she still has a spot in the meta. But if we can, let's take a look over at the standings, because we do have the results of that last game. And looks like, where's DACH? Oh,
they're on break.
All right.
They're on break.
Still undefeated. Still undefeated.
Untouched.
Spain is back in it. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Coming into this game 5, potentially a chance to stay alive in this tournament going into tomorrow.
Looks like round 4 was the turnaround round for some of these teams here. MENA being able to find the win, Spain being able to find the win. That does mean that we do have some decisions on our hand from what I've heard. I'm not really sure where we're going to go after this, but we do have two different games as option, and it looks like we're going to watch Poland versus Turkey after this, which should be very, very interesting.
Yep, 2 really strong upcoming regions. I know, Panda, today you are putting your eggs in the Poland basket.
An upcoming region.
Spain won, so now I'm dividing my love once again, keeping my options open for the game 5.
I didn't defend myself, Max. Yeah, you bet, because Polish players are kicking ass. I can say it. They're doing great. They're killing it. Ultra League, I think, over the last...
They've been killing it for a while, the Iberia.
That's what I'm saying.
Some respect to Worlds finalist Broyson and Worlds finalist
Look,
Aloof
I'm old as hell, all right? Listen, I remember set 3, Poland was just like there.
You're going too far back, Iberia.
Regions.
Things have happened in the last year.
No, they haven't. I don't trust you. Ever since COVID, time is fake. And I'll have to go back during the break, and I'm going to check, and I'm going to make sure things have happened in the intervening time. I've got a minute to do it. I've got the time.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
I'm checking my notes here, and I can confirm Poland has played in some competitions before. I feel like we've had a couple finalists or something. It's news to me. It's news to me. All I remember is set 3. Remember ASOL, the Starship? What a great unit.
Well, Matt, I'm glad to see during the break you have
famously not maligned, by the way. Famously popular. But we're going to be coming into the final match of the day, Peter. We've got Poland versus Turkey on the docket. 2 regions that are very exciting to watch. We just saw Turkey take an unfortunate loss against MENA, so they really need to turn it around in this final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this could very well be the game that decides whether or not they get to day 2 at all, depending on how things end up going for MENA as well. I mean, Group A, we knew that this was going to be a very, very tough group for those involved. I mean, Germany, have just been relentless all through today. May even end the day completely undefeated. So everybody else is really just fighting for scraps.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we see any of those adaptations. We've seen some of the teams do, like we saw Germany and Poland also pulling out some strats previously during the day in order to save that HP and work together as a team. And I feel like that's what Turkey is going to need in order to progress. They need to start utilizing the strengths of the format of the tournament, and I think that's going to be the difference maker ultimately.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's a big ask, and I think one of the things we've thought coming into this one, particularly for France and for DACH as well, that they have so much tournament experience between them as a team. They've just got more bandwidth in their brain to be able to insert more kind of team play, because they're not spending as much time figuring out what the correct play is. They know exactly what they're doing at all times. They can focus purely on bringing things up by teamwork.
Yeah, and I think TÜRKIYE, after a full day of competition, are probably going to start getting the hang of things, and I'm looking forward to seeing how some of those players perform in this next game, because we know some of them just had some really tough openers, some of them were multiple contesting compositions, so I'm hoping that this time we can see a little bit more. Is there anything you want to see that we haven't gotten the chance to observe yet today? Are there any comps, some strategies that we've talked about?
Well, I mean, I was excited to see the Gnar coming in for getting in the previous game, because that's one which we've seen pretty underserved across the whole of today. But unfortunately, didn't ultimately work out doing overly well. I believe coming in 6th overall. So, if anything, I think particularly with this being such a high stakes match, I really want to see the players of these teams trying to stick best to what they're comfortable with, rather than pushing the bar out too far and potentially sinking.
Yeah, and I'm incredibly excited this game in order to see Vicer and Fifek again. Fifek, I think the big thing that I want to pull out about him is he was the player that made that optimization for the format in his previous game. Had last stand, knew he was going up against another Polish player, sacked the round to get closer to that last stand buff, as well as saving his teammate for an extra round and giving them as a region the chance to place a little bit higher. That's the kind of stuff I'm hoping to see more of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Wade pointed out really well with, trying to find those augments and lines of play that lets you just find those little 5% differences. We know generally, our players playing at this kind of level are always looking for those small improvements they can use to just get the 5% edge of their oppositions. In this case, I think teamwork is a lot larger than that 5%, and you want to make sure you get the most out of it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this board here from Vicer because I see two very exciting options. Based on his previous game, maybe Flaming Ricochet again? Doesn't have the items for it, but I can hope. But
it wouldn't slow me down, Matt. It wouldn't slow me down. I still go for it anyway.
And he's set up for a potential underground opener if he can find that Ezreal, as is Ging, though. So this could get very interesting on opposite teams, so they're not going to be all that concerned about contesting each other. But here we are. We've got another 2-1 augment and 2-2-2 this time.
And of course, having the 2-cost augments in the mix as well means that underground players can complete their early setups. In this case, Ging could potentially even throw in 4 underground from the start of the game, which would be completely wild.
There we go. This is a great start. 4 underground is so strong, you can get those stacks going so much faster. And underground is a trait that gets stronger the longer you have it. So hitting it at 2-1 is the strongest it is ever going to be over the course of the game. So this is a fantastic start.
For Stinky Abuser, we've got, of course, everyone's favorite augment, the Burning Spirit, being put together with Gadget Team for the time being. We are looking like our item set is a little bit more towards the AP side of things, so maybe we'll see that things change, but we get to check in with Ging and see that 4 underground starts. I mean, we've seen how powerful a full underground game can be, especially when your team is helping you get there.
Yeah, and this is the Unrelenting Force augment as well there for that Vi, so could be going into a Ezreal carry composition with the reroll on that Vi. We've seen how incredibly strong she is later in the game. With the added economic/item engine of the Underground, I think this is going to be a terrifying comp.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a real big alarm bells for the rest of the lobby that this is going on right now. At least for Stinky Abuser, the start here with the Gadget teams is decent enough to keep things going. As we check in across, we can see the Vicer and Ging both picking up the Unrelenting Force. We're going to assume that's to get their underground online. But we've got Cleansing Safeguard in the mix as well. And get excited. Oh my gosh, Matt, they heard your call earlier today.
Be still my beating heart, Fifek. I love you. My favorite player. I'm declaring it now. Calling the shot. I love Jinx reroll. It is such a fun composition to play, such a fun composition to watch. There's multiple ways to itemize her while still being effective. I saw Appy's previously in North America going like mostly attack speed with an eye edge, and even that was very successful. So looking forward to seeing how this goes for Fifek. We've seen him play these earlier lower cost reroll compositions to great effect just 2 games ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what this ends up with here. As you said, the tremendous amount of flexibility. Anima squad is now online, which means Fifek is very heavily motivated to keep the win streaks going. Backing up the attack speed you're getting from the Get Excited with the Gwynsi's Rage Blade. I mean, this is just going to be a Jinx who's going to be casting on tap for the entire round.
Well, and frankly, if he gets a loss here, I think that's a win for him overall. Shojin gives so much additional power to this composition. Your stuns come out more frequently, combos very well with the Rage Blade. If that's the itemization path he wants to go down, taking the loss and guaranteeing first pick would be pretty decent for him.
It's always going to be hard to get these loss streaks in place, though, because we've got the two underground players of Ging and Visor, who, of course, want to maximize their return. Particularly, if you're going 4 underground, you want to be making sure you're getting that loss streak in. And I think that's why we're seeing Fifek. Oh, my mistake, actually. Fifek's actually going to take a pretty heavy loss.
Yeah, the problem with going underground with Unrelenting Force is you don't really have as much of an option to take the loss streak. Vi is a very strong unit, especially once you put a single tank item on her with Unrelenting Force. So he's going to be going for a more win streak or, just save HP version of Underground, which is still going to be decent because he has 4 Underground where you get a little bit more locks opened with the wins.
Fifek will pick up the components for the Spear of Shojin, so exactly as you said, that Jinx should be able to come online and be even a bigger menace across the rest of the lobby. Of course, we saw before, are out doing some pretty good stuff in our previous lobby with Infinity. We'll be currently in top place right now with a very different looking composition.
Yeah, this is Arat's board now on the Cleansing Safeguard. We talked about it a little bit earlier on in the day. Wida was saying he's not too keen on it because it's not as reliable as it used to be, but Vertical Hearts is still something we've been seeing crop up around the edges of the meta. So perfectly viable, I suspect, but we're going to find out one way or another in this game.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this one goes. So we've already got the Titans already slammed in. I do wonder with the amount of single target damage and with Jinx particularly being in here, traditionally a counter to this Cleansing Safeguard composition because you're stunning up to the Lee Sin, stopping him from casting and stopping him from healing.
Yeah, and there we go. The stuns are huge. And of course, all right, look, I rarely get things 100% right, so I'm just going to call it and be proud. That's the Shojin slammed immediately from Fifek. You saw how quickly those stuns were coming out. But Jinx has no damage at this point, so still waiting to get that effectiveness.
No, I really want to see Fifek do well here because I'm also a huge Get Excited Jinx fan as well, but it does require you to be able to overpower the opposing boards to really get the maximum value, get your fame stacks coming in. Because, of course, Jinx needs to get that first kill in as well to really realize her true potential in the round. And if you're getting overrun, you're not getting fame stacks, you're not really getting the benefit of the augment either.
Yeah, it's just a super synergy machine with those 2 items and the augment. But like you said, it's kind of like LeBlanc. She needs to get her first kill before she can truly get rolling. Arat, though, having no such issues.
No, not at all. Doing a really good job. And, well, maybe we'll have our minds changed on this current setup. I mean, we're still very, very early days, but we see Lee Sin who's doing a great job of keeping up the front line. He's even going to end out the round barely damaged.
Yeah, the full win streak coming out from Arat all the way into Krug's going to give him a lot of economy behind it. And we've seen him find success with some weird openers before in the tournament. So I'm happy to see, once again, off to that start.
So let's take stock of where we are coming out of stage 2. You can see there's a medium amount of gold in the bank. Both Arat and Visor on win streaks at the top, with Alush and Havali on loss streaks at the bottom. Both hearts, the top, very top and very bottom, economically in very similar shape as well.
Yeah, nobody running away with like a 50 gold full streak in either direction. Havali reaching up, trying to hit that econ mark. Oh, I may actually be wrong. 48. There we go. 50. So a full loss streak from Havali, full econ engine going. Going to take another loss coming into 3-2, and then I suspect going to roll down for that stability.
And Panda did note in our green room off the side that there is a small optimization that he's seeing from some of the players here right now, which is, when a unit comes up in your shop, it's taken out of the general pool. So if you know that your teammate is going for that unit, say Yasuo, you can buy it and then sell it to put it back into the general pool to increase their chances ever so slightly.
Big brain stuff we're here to see. You get a new format, you get new strategies. We love to see it.
Do we love to see Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo, though? I don't know.
I mean, no, but, the intent is good. It's fun to see strategies around it.
I mean, it's working pretty well here.
So crazy.
It is absolutely revolting. I mean, we're seeing duelists, duelist vertical coming. This is one we'd call out right at the back of the beginning of the day as a competition that people weren't necessarily like clamoring over each other to try and run, but still, particularly in this iteration with the Yasuo, a very powerful comp, even if losing out right now.
And I will say, this is a stark departure from the last game we saw on stream where TÜRKIYE had these very rough starts. Havali, yes, full loss streak, but very successfully has an economic engine behind him, has that Yasuo with Winds of the Wanderer, which, as we know, one of the strongest, if not the strongest augments on the patch.
Let's take a look around as, keep things up nice and toasty with the health board at the top. We've got our second augments coming in. The Underground seems to still be in play. So again, that's Visor and Ging who are going into that from the very beginning of the game. And I guess the big question for me is going to be how far they're willing to take this. For Visor, it could be all the way to the moon.
I would love to see this. I don't have any opinion on whether it's optimal, but it is the most fun. I'm going to guess Visor thinks it's not very optimal, but I am going to say would have been cool.
It would have been. Well, I mean, you can see Visor's loss streak has not remained in place, so while the Underground stacks will keep on stacking, he's going to have to rely heavier on them than he would have before to push him into the very, very late game. Currently doing okay on HP for a player who's been running Underground for a long time, though.
Yeah, I suspect during this stage 3, he's going to start taking losses. He has hit a bit of a temporary cap on his composition. Ezreal 2, Vi 2, they're not going to get much stronger until they either get full items or that 3-star, neither of which are going to happen during this stage.
Well, Underground, and the HP pool, keeping it stable enough for the time being. Underground, fortunately, noted before, just that one extra tick to push you further up and towards that big, big payout later on. I mean, the current setup we've got here does look like we are headed... Well, we've got something, the itemization, to actually go for a Vi and Ezreal reroll combination longer term.
Yeah, I think that has to be the direction you take here. With Unrelenting Force, it is legitimately a powerful augment even into the late game. We've talked about the relative strength of 1-cost carry augments, but 2-cost is where you're starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, this is just as viable as a regular 2-star frontline in the late game, and Vi is definitely in that camp.
We check in with Arat, who has, of course, as you can see at the site, not maintained the win streak through stage 3, but instead chose to pick up Rich Got Richer as a second augment. I think perhaps accepting that streak wasn't maintainable, but a good economy, that was still on the cards.
And we're seeing exactly why he's not going to be able to keep up with it. That Lee Sin, not quite tanky enough as that 2-star post-nerf to be a solo frontliner. But like you said, recognizing he's going to take the loss, leaning on the econ he built up earlier in the game. And I have to say, across the board, the Turkish players have prepared themselves incredibly well to transition into the later stages of the game. Arat, Havali, and Ging have all found their own ways to get their econ going and get ready for that transition coming into stage 4. So I'm going to be interested in keeping an eye on how well it goes.
Well, this is something we haven't really necessarily discussed a huge amount as a sort of an overall theme here is, do check out Rubik with a couple of spatulas in the inventory there. Amazing for him. It's that when you're playing as a team, you control half of the pace of the lobby. You can decide, is this going to be a quick lobby or a slow lobby? Can we go late? Because they can't kill all of you. So if you decide to go really conservative, get as much gold in the bank, play for that late game, at least a few of you are going to make it and have unstoppable boards.
And here's the Turkish player we haven't gotten eyes on just yet. It's going to be Ferromancy on that Rel
And it's just going to be a Kai'Sa composition once more. Has the Tactician's Crown, which will be quite advantageous. He'll hit those power spikes a little bit earlier in the game. But I don't think that Kai'Sa one's going to cut it. I'm going to be honest.
No, not right now. And I think for Rubik, I mean, he's got that bit of extra rune to work with the huge HP pool. So you said, I think we're going to be seeing our players kind of transitioning from being the most dominant to merely angling towards the very late game. But all right, I'll eat my words as well. I thought you were right, but apparently Kai'Sa 1 is still degenerate as much as Kai'Sa 2 is.
It's just the unit advantage at this point, which admittedly I was just like, yeah, he's level 7. He has a Tactician's Crown. I pointed it out 5 seconds ago. So even though he doesn't have like this massive carry in the front, he had enough incidental damage from the rest of his units in the backline to take down Visor, who's now low on HP, and that's dangerous because if he gets taken out, Ging suddenly skyrockets to the forefront of the competition since he'll be able to roll for that Vi 3.
We check in with Fifek, who Observer is very well pointing out here, has managed to get this composition online. We said before that the Jinx wasn't quite as supported to go off as big as she would like to, but right now this front line with the Morgana as well and a decent amount of Anima squad is on a win streak. The pranks are in place as well, making sure that Jinx will not get taken down. This is where Fifek wanted to be earlier, but he's happy enough to be now.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be a pain for Fifek as we get later into the game. If Havali survives long enough, that Quicksilver is going to be the death of this Jinx, quite literally. The strength of Jinx comes from, yes, burst, but also being able to lock down those carries alongside 3 Prankster to provide the stuns, and a Quicksilver completely disables that for the first portion of a match. Oh, Visor.
Visor finding the double Eternal Winter. I think I've seen that one asked to Mortdog before of why does this particular underground cash out exist? But it's certainly not something that Visor would want to have online, or at least has not chosen to bring online right now.
Yeah, he's going to be betting on his ability to survive the next couple rounds, get to the next lock. Fifek full roll down here on level 6. Has found the Jinx 3. Fantastic.
Oh boy, we're seeing so many upgrades coming across the board as well. We're in the lobby where most people are going for the 2-cost hero augments, and so many different people are hitting the Ezreals, they're hitting the Fioras. It just means that everybody is getting accelerated dramatically. While Fifek's board has gotten stronger, most of the lobby has as well.
But this is the comp. This is the full comp right here at 7. You've got 3 Prankster, you've got 5 Anima Squad. That is enough power to get you into that top 4, assuming nothing goes horribly, horribly wrong. You can push to level 8 at this point, continue this 6-round, 7-round now win streak, and then just cruise your way to that top 4.
I mean, it's looking pretty darn good. I have to imagine there's going to be some sort of point where Fifek drops off, but it hasn't arrived as of yet. Our third augment coming
Lotus.
in. Do we? Yeah, I mean, that would be a huge extra chunk of damage. The other ones don't look so strong. And yeah, I was hesitating for a second. I didn't know if there was already the dual gauntlet in there, but no, instead, Fifek now has a 4-item Jinx.
And this is fantastic too. The risk of the Shiv, of course, is you get a little bit less damage than something like a Jeweled Gauntlet, but you've got Magic Resist Shred, and Jeweled Gauntlet provides all that extra damage. Really strong position. It's no surprise that he is top of the lobby.
Check in with Ging. That's a very hard choice to make. He decides to actually go for the rocket grab, which, of course, as we said so many times before, is one that tends to be countered. But for Ging, seemingly has the immediate success of this composition on most on his mind. Should be winning out this round. We'll actually grab the Yasuo, who it will ignore it entirely with the Quicksilver.
Yeah, that Quicksilver, like I said, into the Jinx composition, equally effective into the rocket-propelled fist. And despite this Yasuo only being 2-star, he's just absolutely shredding through this board from Ging.
I think it was David who pointed out before, the Quicksilver just shuts down so many of the other counters you would have to what you're doing. Yasuo is playing an incredibly dangerous thing, dashing through the opposing team again and again. So making sure you don't get CC'd. As Ging's cash out is here, but won't take it.
Oh my god, Ging.
Dude, Ging and Fifek this game are just delivering for me. They are serving. This is fantastic. So that was a great cash out, but he's waiting, betting that he can survive the next couple of rounds, trying to go even further. As Vicer, we see across the board, competing with Ging for this Vi, hits the Ezreal 3.
Oh boy. Yeah, both of our undergrounds are still in play, as you said. Vicer still keeping up their streak. We have to imagine they're roughly in the same point, so both of them are going to explode with ludicrously huge underground cash outs that should shape the rest of the lobby.
TÜRKIYE is absolutely dominating this lobby right now. We were talking a little bit about their economic strategies, but it's not just that. You look at their place in the board now. Havali Nick, the only one on dangerous HP at this point. Rubik has shaped up his board effectively. Arat we've seen as well. Well, taking a loss now, weakening my point only slightly. As Ging waiting for that last cash out, trying to go as high cap as possible, and in a great position to do so.
It's wild that we've got two undergrounds, one on each side of this team equation. I think the biggest problem here, as much as that's all fine, you can put that aside and say, okay, the teams are equally matched in that regard. Lelouch is in a real tough spot at the moment, down to sub 20 HP, very likely to get dropped out in 8th place, without the underground to fall back on.
Arat taking that loss may have just won him the game. I'm not sure where the scoreboard was previously, but being the one to get that tactician's crown is absolutely massive for him. It's going to make his board even stronger as we see Vicer's fully upgraded board contesting Ging on the same composition, but he's the one to find the 3 stars.
We're going to carefully be looking through the underground loot tables now to see just how ridiculous these cash outs can be. So right now we're looking around the level 4 kind of cash out, which is of course traditionally where you'd be looking to get off of this particular underground railroad. But with these players having gotten such strong starts, we could be seeing level 5 or more.
Yeah, but look here, Havali Nick finally hits that 3-star Yasuo and just completely obliterating the backline instantly. Nearly gets another kill on that Ezreal, and there we go. He should be safe for the rest of this round.
I don't know. You mentioned the unrelenting force. Right. This Vi, I mean, I don't think the Vi is remotely going to win this round, but she let us know that she's not going to ever go down without a major fight.
No, she is real spicy here. There's going to be the final cash out here from Ging on 23 HP. He's got the Mistral. He's got the Radiant Rapid Fire Cannon, 2 duplicators, and a Radiant Gunblade.
Oh my gosh. So this is one of the things that got changed recently was just removing the Toma traits from the underground cash outs, because this is such a huge ask from players. If we've got sort of skill testing elements to the game, which are, demand a lot from our players, making best use of this underground cash out immediately is one of them.
Now it's going to be fully itemized Bel'Veth in the backline with these Radiant items. She is just shredding from infinite range away. You remember the scoped weapons from earlier with the righteous range, Peter? It's just that once more.
Oh my gosh. So Ging has cashed out, Vicer has cashed out as well with a Tactician's Crown and a whole bunch of extra stuff. So we know that both of these players have had a huge injection of power. The only question is how well they can wield that power to pull themselves back out of the lower ends of the table and aim for a first and perhaps second place between them.
And as we look at the opposite end of the table as well, we have Fifek down to 74 HP, has taken his first loss, I believe, after that entire full stage. So his board starting to fall off a little as we get into stage 5, which means that it's a perfect time for these lower boards to start climbing back up.
We can see that certainly for Lelouch and Vicer, they've got the gold to be able to start climbing up, though Fifek can see at the top also with a lot of money in the bank. Interesting that, in terms of streaks, we're starting to see them really evaporate. Only Arat keeping a streak going at all.
Yeah, and Arat going on a loss streak, which is not ideal for him. Havali Nick has also gotten that 3-star Gangplank, so that Supers board getting much stronger, as well as the Malphite. We remember earlier on in the game, completely struggling with sitting in 7th place for a while, but look at this board now. 3-3-star units with Supers, 2 Ice Cream Cones and a Zeke's for that Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo.
Yeah, talk about eggs in one basket, but it's an impressive basket nonetheless. The two bottom players against each
Basket
other
is
now.
equipped with howitzers, counterfeit.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what kind of picnics you've been on, Matt, but those sound like pretty terrifying.
Almost as dangerous ones as this board is for Lelouch. 15 HP left, running into the unrelenting force of Visor. And there goes the Ezreal, able to take down the Misfortune, and potentially Lelouch down to just 7 HP.
Kenobi would be proud indeed. Lelouch, I think, was really hoping to turn a corner here. He's still got a ton of money in the bank. He's also in a very similar spot, spending those last few coins before they're gone forever. Two players up on the chopping block.
Yeah, Lelouch rolling down, trying to find anything will hit that Nico, but no luck with the Misfortune, which I am sure he would prefer.
At least this is going to be one player from either team getting knocked out in 7th or potentially getting knocked out in 7th and 8th. I mean, above them on the standings, you see Visor, Havali, Ging, and Stinky Abuser. They're all on around 20 HP, so it's not completely out of the question that one of our bottom two right now could hold on and get a better place.
But here's the problem for Arat. He's given up on the cleansing safeguard, and his backline in so much danger as Aurelion Sol does his level best, but it will not be enough. One more ult is all that's left in the tank, but Kaisa survives as Arat falls.
I really wanted to see this board do well, but yeah, it ended up going off into some pretty unusual territory here with us. Ultimately, a spell slinger cleansing safeguard Lee Sin. Still, I mean, look at the rest of the HP in the lobby. Going 8th here is still, it's a lot less bad than it sounds, but at least there's going to be a lot more eliminations coming in the immediate future.
But Havali in dire state now. We were suspecting his board was going to do incredibly well. He has the 3 stars, he has the fully itemized Yasuo, and he has the support items, but it just has not been enough with the state of the lobby surrounding him. And now it's just one more loss before TÜRKIYE takes 7th and 8th.
And that would be disastrous news. TÜRKIYE currently one of the teams in a Group A at the bottom, so this could very well be the thing that sends them out of the competition entirely. Havali Nick holds on for now. Lelouch very low as well. That manages to get the Misfortune and the Kaiser firing on the full effect and will deal a heavy blow to Fifek.
Yeah, Fifek, that Jinx is just no longer delivering and no longer able to provide that DPS in order to tear through these later stage boards, these stronger boards like Havali's. So he is going to have some trouble, but with the HP lead he built up earlier, he's very safe. 44 HP, followed by 32, 23, and then it goes to single digits.
We don't know how this will all end up once this is said and done. What we can tell you is that whichever team wins this game, either Poland or TÜRKIYE, will be safe and will get through to day number 2 as Rubik, well, hits exactly what he wants to. He's fully online.
Yeah, channeled Pheromancy. Ideally, you would have that Kaisa 3, but smartly has given up on rolling for her, just looking to itemize and upgrade the other units on his board, knowing that it's not in the cards. And now he has that Rel 3, he has that massive front line alongside Star Guardian Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, Star Guardian 8 is so ridiculous. This Misfortune will be firing like a chain gun. The grab onto the Kaiser is going to be significant from Ging's side of things, but this is the ultimate form of the kind of compositions available for our players right now. I just don't know if it's quite enough, no matter how many advantages you get.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately for Rubik, he will be taking a loss to Ging's super-powered Threats team off the back of that Underground, just completely indestructible.
Oh my gosh. So, as you mentioned, we've seen more of a focus towards the Misfortune there because of not hitting the 3-star Kaiser. And Lelouch, of course, who has been doing the same thing for himself. You've got massive AoE damage, but the single target damage you have to rely almost exclusively on the Kaiser for.
Yeah, with the Star Guardian Spat, Misfortune is just such an infinitely better unit than she would be without it. That mana generation is ridiculous, especially at 6 or 8, which is what you'll see in those Star Guardian comps. But now, 2 players, risk of elimination.
Ooh. That Blitzcrank hook grabbing the misfortune, though she does get a cast off before it's all said and done. But that has been such a difference maker. Havali fighting for his life on the left-hander board as well. I think we are quite possibly seeing 2 eliminations before our very eyes.
There goes Havali and Lelouch as well, as Ging finds himself victorious with that threats board. And now we are down to our top 3. Havali barely eking out a top 4, which means top 4 contains 3 Turkish players.
I cannot believe that Visa, who had that incredible underground run, is going out in 6th place. Wow. I mean, we knew things were going to go off very soon, but I mean, Ging certainly showed us what was fully possible with this setup. It's just we never expected to see 2 of the same kind of strategy deployed in the same game quite that dramatically, as the 3-star Belveth will be joining us momentarily.
As I was about to say, the other thing I wasn't expecting was the 3-star Belveth, but unfortunately popping off some of those items I suspect you'd like to keep on there, but we'll toss them onto the Fiddlesticks instead, who now has both a regular Gunblade and a Radiant Gunblade, which is at least regular terrifying.
I mean, I think I'd even call it extra special terrifying. Ging, you're in a whole different planet when you're talking about an underground cash out this ridiculous. I mean, Ging's on the win streak right now. I do not see that stopping, but there will be a knock up to keep Belveth from dropping down and murdering everybody for a few more seconds.
Jinx gets her first stuns out into the backline, and it'll be enough to slow down this board, but now Belveth, no longer Zephyred, is firing away into the backline, whap, 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 with the tentacles, and it will take down Fifek in potentially 3rd place. Just 1 point, perfectly done, and Turkey takes places 1, 2, and 4 in the final round of the day.
Again, that means that they will be coming back in day number 2. We still don't know what their opponent's final fate will be, because it will be dependent on the other match being played. But, I mean, man, that lobby just absolutely delivered.
Yeah, I was not expecting to get to see my favorite composition in the game right now. I was not expecting to see those insane underground cash outs. I believe it was 4 blue orbs and a tactician's crown for 1. And then Ging's was just a billion radiant items. Just so incredibly played by both of them. And I couldn't ask for a better final game of the day.
All right, guys, so we're not quite done with our broadcast today. We'll, of course, be hanging our desks and an interview there as well. During that break, Italy, who have been having a pretty good day despite low expectations for themselves, they've got a word with their team captain, Swiller Tiger. So we'll catch you guys in a few minutes' time.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving we did before. Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're
And we're back here at the analyst desk. Now, while that was the last game, of course, we do have some teams that are going to be eliminated, and we do want to shout out our MVPs. But before we go into all of that, and I heard there are some interviewees, plural, there as well. Talk to me about that game. We saw Bel'Veth 3, which is probably one of my favorite things. I think Bel'Veth is just generally a super fun unit, but the fact that it was Bel'Veth 3 with radiant items nonetheless, it just was, you know, she was going crazy.
And more is how Ging got there, because it was the unrelenting force start for 2 players, and it was the foreshadowing last game with Talel mentioning it's great playing this and going into Ezreal, or no, Kenobi rather in game 3, mentioning it's great going into this Vi augment and then going to Ezreal as a secondary carry. I was worried that both Ging and Visor would both try and go for the Ezreal reroll and both fail, but in the end, Ging very astutely understood, hey, I'm not being contested on Ezreal 3. Visor already has the Ezreal 3 in stage 4. I'm gonna instead go for a much deeper cash out and just play for a strongest board. And Wida, I think he accomplished it with the Bel'Veth 3 and just the radiant items on both Bel'Veth and Isol.
And this is kind of like the style of gameplay that we are kind of like expecting from Ging, right? One of these players that's been around since the start. I said commonly agreed to being one of the best players in the entire region, was treated as one of the best players in the world for a good while before China and Korea, etc., really started to accelerate their greatness, right? And we've seen it time and time again how he has a great in-depth understanding of how hard he's able to push his limits when it comes to tournament play and just like overall high-end cap boards in general.
Yeah, and looking at that game, it kind of felt like players were not communicating as much, maybe. A lot of the players are leaning into the Kai'Sa for Poland. We also saw Kai'Sa being contested on the other side from TÜRKIYE. So really, it was kind of like, I have a great Kai'Sa start. Oh no, but I have a great Kai'Sa start. And they did. We also saw the Ezreal come out of Visor, but it just wasn't enough. I'm not sure if it was the front line that was not strong enough. But I was so ready for the Ezreal reroll, the Axum arc. You know, I heard so much of this being the greatest comp ever. It's stomping everything. And he went 6th.
Also for that, he picked up the Lee Sin augments, Cleansing Safeguard, already considered kind of B tierish, not really ideal. And then he notices that 2 other players are going for Super's reroll, and he is not hitting Lee Sin anytime soon. And he had a Lee Sin 2 in the end. I think they didn't even play Lee Sin in the final board. So goes to show, I think a very risky line ended up definitely not paying out with Artye finishing 8th in this lobby.
Yeah, I had a game yesterday. I mean, I'm only like 200 LP master, so I'm obviously not as good as the players in this lobby, right? And I picked Pentasec. I was like, this augment can't be as bad as the numbers say, right? And my experience was kind of similar to the one that Artye is going into, right? Because you kind of want to have that massive 3-star least and just tanks and cleanses everything. But that's not really the case anymore post the nerf to the augment. Just to kind of pivot back to your point when it comes to like why the Ezreal composition wasn't really working. Normally this is a composition that wants to like farm the first and second cash outs and got a lot worse when that happened, when the change happened a while ago. And him then trying to chase for a deeper cash out and then didn't really get anything for his troubles, right? Like he got a lot of loot orbs, he got a Tactician's Crown, but there was no radiant items to really elevate the level of the composition in that regard.
Yeah, something I really loved seeing, and I'm totally siding with Niberia here, is the Jinx 3 out of FIFEC. I think that has to be a talking point. It's so fun. He was able to get that Anima squad online super early. She had all of the stacks. She had all of the items with Jinx 3. And even though it's not like a, Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo, which is something we always shout out, in this case actually wasn't doing as hot, but she made 3rd place. It's not a bad comp if you're able to have the stars aligned for you, similar to the Jax that we saw in the previous game. I love seeing these kind of one step to the side compositions that we're seeing in this tournament specifically, because players are communicating and kind of saying like, oh, you go Kai'Sa, I don't go Kai'Sa, I'll go something else. And then they find these comps, which are just so fun.
Yeah, and I think especially the conversation when we get excited, it's one of those augments, especially now with the mana change to Jinx on this patch as well, where she's now able to cast a little bit more often, means that she really benefits from that immense attack speed boost that really helps her get out a lot of these ults and provide a ton of CC, because we already saw that she was a very viable mid-game option, but was lacking the final chops in the late game, and now we're kind of seeing that the changes to her this patch has really helped elevate her into a proper late-game carry with the proper support.
The Jeweled Lotus, especially as a 3rd augment, I think was really the cherry on top for both the Jinx and the MF. You have, great users of Jeweled Lotus in that comp, and came at the perfect moment where Jinx starts to slowly fall off a tiny bit as, Ging starts hitting all his shenanigans with the Radiant items, and still able to secure a top 4 for FIFEC. So Anima Squad, if you're offered the good augments for it, I think it's definitely a very viable comp, and it was great to finally see it on stream today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, I think we are going to get to our standings in just a couple of seconds, making sure everything is ready. And I am so excited to see what's going on there. Here we are, DACH remaining absolutely dominant. You love to see it, 4-0 throughout the entire day. What else speaks out to you guys?
David, do you want to take it? Because I think this is near and dear to your heart.
I will mention that Spain ended up losing this very actually, big rivalry matchup against France. So Spain and France always, at their heads really when it comes to esports or sports or anything in life. But unfortunately, we lose this one. Spain 1-3 in the standings. Going to maybe come down to tiebreakers to see who gets eliminated. As we know, one team from each of these groups will not be making it to day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be the way. Out of each group, one team unfortunately has to go home. There will be a little bit of a different tournament going on tomorrow. We're very excited for that. But before we go into all of that, I think we have our contest that we did have on Twitter ready. And in case you're not familiar what that is, maybe Wida, you as social media king, can you give us a recap of what was going on there?
I think David might have taken that crown from me recently, but obviously we had the free little small lines here, and you would kind of take one of these phrases and you kind of, turn into a little bit of a joke, try to do the funny, and try to outsmart everyone around you in the Twitter comment feed, right? So either reaching level 9, now I prefer to do X. I don't know, David, you probably have a fun with that. Hitting good comps is better than hitting bad comps, really bad example, and means in the economy, perhaps you meant spending all your gold. Those are examples of things you could put towards those quotes, and maybe the good people in our community has had some great examples.
Yeah, maybe they were funnier than yours, which isn't really hard, so we'll see. Reaching level 9. Nah, I prefer greeting for interest and saving the gold for next game. Honestly, I understand that this got best answer, because we even see this from our pros sometimes, holding some gold because they think they can afford to level next turn, and then it just doesn't happen. They get knocked out. So congratulations to Ursier, I think is how you pronounce that name, for the best answer is going to get Little Legend X. And if you want a chance to also be funny on the internet, then you can check out our contest tomorrow on our Twitter account. That's going to be where you'll find it. There will be one for every day. And yeah, that's that. Really cool to see. I love we're always having new contests. Our social media team is going hard at these. Panda, if you had to come up with one of these sentences, what would you say? We kind of skipped you. I'm still dishing you out the question.
I would answer Makes, but someone in chat could steal my answer and post it tomorrow to win. So for the competitive integrity of those that aren't watching right now, I'll keep my answer.
Changing the answer.
I have a good one for you. This one speaks near and dear to your heart, right? Hitting good comps. Nah, I'd rather put ketchup on pasta.
That is absolutely what I would not write, Wida. You are correct. That's the absolute last statement I would write. That's perfect.
Okay. Before we go off into a tangent, we do have not one, but two interviewees here with us today. Both of, I think, the team leaders of the winning teams. We have Memo here from Team DACH and Pasdebol from Team France. I hope you guys are doing good. Right off the go, how did communication work for you guys? Memo, why don't you start us off? I'm kind of wondering, like, what was, as soon as the game started, how do you talk about who goes into which comp?
So we prepared yesterday already a bit. Nothing crazy, just like talking for an hour. And we had like a game plan going in. And yeah, I mean, obviously, as soon as we knew which line to play, we called it out. And also, depending on how good the spots were, we were able to either contest or like pivot out of the comps that we were playing.
What about you, Pasdebol? How did Team France attack?
No, it was more about getting the MVP today, so it was more like griefing each other. Try to get it, but in the end, Sweller did, so unlucky. But Volta was griefing me, of course, as usual. But we still made it, so it's fine.
Your answer is perfect, Pasdebol, for my question, because I wanted to ask about any ego problems today with obviously 4 very talented players on both of your teams. Starting with you, Memo, if you'd like. Was there any problem where, someone said something, but someone else is trying to go in a different direction when it comes to the big picture strategy of a game? Or was it overall smooth sailing for Team DACH?
It was very good. Obviously, we all have a lot of respect for Salvy, since he's like one of the gods of EU. And one game I played Hacker, and I told Zaza to move one side, and then I jumped on his carry, even though I wanted to jump other side. So I mean, sometimes we griefed each other a bit, but it's all good.
Hope they'll forgive you for that. And Pasdebol, for you and Team France, was it overall good egos all around? Was there some disputes, as you're mentioning, with Volta? What went on there?
No dispute, but it was more like for fun on games that were won already or stuff like this. For example, the first one, because we did a great result. But we played quite well together, to be honest. Like, for example, with Future Sight and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
To communicate on who we are facing and who we cannot face then. But about positioning, like several times we were in a situation like Volta and Vomendes had to go for top 1 and 2 because Tixita and me sucked. So they had to carry us, and they played around it, like give me a good loss so I can survive one more round and then we get 1 and 2. But it was some nice plays like this, but
good to hear.
Yeah, so again, Pasdebol, right? Because on your team, you have a great mix of kind of newer and older players in terms of like competitive TFT, right? Both you and Volta, players with a very long history in competitive TFT. Have you kind of had to like help players like Tixita, especially Vomendes, who's kind of been like newer to the entire scene, try to like teach them how to play for this event, for example? Or I guess it's just like Aaron, just very good at the game. How has it been?
No, maybe sometimes just like asking other about like, maybe would you do that or this? But no, it's pretty much like we all play our own game and we are not like giving advices or whatever. It's even if they are new for European scene, they've been on the French scene for quite some time. They are used to tournaments, so they are not like scared or stressed or whatever.
Awesome to hear that. Memo, for you as well, like this is kind of the first set for you where you really try to take the step into competitive TFT, right? For a long time, you've been the binding figure within the German scene as well, right? Really being at the forefront of that. Has that like been a big help for you, like when you've been like really making to like the GSCs this set, like just having all of the players around you to help you? Has that been a big help?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been practicing with like Elia, Zaza, Marx, like all these good German players for a while now, and I think I'm on a similar level as them too. I think I just didn't show it yet, like in the GC so far. I was twice now. Didn't make day 2 by 1 point, unfortunately. But I mean, it's going well today, and I think I also showed how good I can be in the German league, where I was like first in the regular split and then third in the finals. So yeah, I think I'm pretty confident as a player, And yeah, I don't feel like Rocky or me are like behind in any way.
Oh, awesome. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, awesome. So,
go ahead, Mix.
oh, sorry. With
go ahead,
that,
I'll-
guys, of course, with looking at our format for tomorrow, both of your teams were allowed to choose who you want to play. So I have to kind of ask you who you picked. Let's start with Pasdebol this time. Who did Team France pick to play against out of their group?
Well, we had the choice between Turkey and MENA, so not a big surprise, but we decided to take MENA.
Okay. I would say that's a surprise.
I don't know. The Turkish players are kind of scary, so no.
The MENA players have been showing up as well. But yeah, I'll see how you guys look tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. That looks like some spicy competition. Memo, what about you? Who's Team DACH going up against?
Oh yeah, I looked at the players and I barely knew anyone. So we just flipped a coin and we took Eastern Europe.
You really flipped the coin?
Yep.
I can't. Both of these answers. Okay, lovely. Thank you so much, guys. It's been great to have you here on the show. Of course, tomorrow, best of luck in your games. We'll be crossing our fingers and pressing our thumbs for both of you. And hopefully you have lots and lots of fun in the SuperBrawl. Thanks again for taking the time. And we'll see you guys play tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good evening. Bye.
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 I have to say, I'm impressed by Memo's answer. Usually in the situation, you can offend one team or the other. But in this case, Memo was able to offend both teams by saying, I don't know any of these names. I'm going to flip a coin, and that will decide the outcome. So honestly, impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, again,
I'm trying to get over this.
Yeah, and we've seen like they're both like very strong teams, and I kind of understand the sentiment from Pasdebol though, because we've been walking through the players on the Turkish team in particular, and this is probably the strongest 4 players within the Turkish region, maybe outside of Darkest, who didn't make it to this event.
We skipped over the fact of the eliminated teams. I think we should. I like it this way. We don't mention who was eliminated all makes. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, it just happened somehow, but of course we do have to mention it, Panda, I'm sorry. But Spain and Poland, unfortunately, knocked out here day one. The teams that you're looking at are the teams that are going to play tomorrow in a best of 3. And this is what those best of 3 brackets look like.
I should mention that in the final day on Sunday, we'll actually have a best of 7, which is something that I think, Guida, has not been done in TFT ever. I'm not entirely sure in past formats, team-based formats, but we're going to have a lot of time for players to get to know each other very, very well on Sunday. If they make it there, though, still a lot to accomplish tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really fun, because I think that a lot of players have pre-identified like who they think are like the weaker players and who they're, and you can kind of end up getting surprised, right? Because at best, like when we say best out of X in a TFT game, you normally play all, let's say, 6 games, and then you accumulate the points throughout. But here, it is an actual knockout best out of 3 series, which I think is going to be super interesting to follow.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm definitely looking forward to it. And that also means there's a different amount of games that we could get tomorrow. However, some things are not changing. Our broadcast tomorrow is starting at 1 p.m. CEST. That's Central European Summertime. That's where we are right now. So make sure you write that down, starting at 1 p.m. And this time around, Panda, why don't you give us the call out for the socials?
The call out for the socials, of course. So the main channel, this is the parent channel, is TFT Esports EMEA. Everything is on there. All the info, all the giveaways, all the fantastic contests in terms of artistic and literary ability, apparently. It's all there. But then you also have the individual Twitter channels of all our lovely casters. These 3 are on the screen already. You guys have eyes. You guys can read them out for yourselves. And the ones that are not here are going to be just Niberia, keeping it simple and easy for me to go over here. We have Counterfeit Casts with just no S in the end there. Also going to be very easy. And for our guest casters, go through the VOD and try and find them. I don't know all the Twitters of our guest casters, but they're relevant figures in the community. I think you guys know most of them.
And of course, our YouTube that we are not forgetting here. It's Play TFT. Check that out. There's lots and lots of videos, live streams, VODs, T-Fight and tactics, namely the ones that you do, Panda. So go give that a look. Very, very nice content that we have over there. And with that, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to our production, our observers, of course, to our mods as well for all of the X giveaways and taking care of you naughty chatters. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. CST. Bye-bye.